Good morning, everyone. Or it's morning for me anyway. Good evening and good afternoon to wherever you may be in the world. Today, I still think for everybody, yeah, it is because it's only 9:32 over here. So I think for everybody that comes to watch us, it's still Saturday. Still Saturday. So I hope everyone's having a good weekend. I've just noticed Mr. Bonner is in the chat. Mr. Bonner, you missed the prediction show yesterday, mate. If you go to yesterday's stream, people have left their predictions there for this week's fixtures. So you'll be able to see what the lineup is for the fixtures. There are 10 Premiership games and 4 bonus games. So if you want to be in it this week, Wayne, just go and leave them on yesterday's stream. Last week, mate, just to let you know before I carry on, last week you climbed straight away into, and I had it, yeah, you climbed into 100th place. You scored 8 points last week, Wayne. So there's 124 players you went straight in at 100. So just to let you know, and if there's any other people that missed out on yesterday, I will let them know also. Yeah, so it's a member show today. People can watch it and people can come on. If you've got a membership badge or if you've got a membership, all the the show, the link for the show is in the community page and for all members can see. And at the moment in the chat, everyone I can see is a member. You're more than welcome to come on if you feel that you want to come and have a chat. Good evening and good morning to all from Ty Garo. Good evening to you, Ty. Hope you're well, mate. Graham says, morning, Jose. Hopes all's well. It is. Richard's here, says, morning all. Good morning, Richard. I hope you're well. Dragons D says, evening. Good evening to you, DDN. I hope you're well. And then we've got, yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope you're all well and pumped for Squeaky Bum Time tomorrow, says Wayne. And look at that. You've got the royalty in the house. Sir Paddy Hartnett. Morning, L. Hope all is good, buddy. Yeah, it is. It's all well. Right. What I'm going to say is that, yeah, the members show is a chat. It's more for you guys. What I was going to say myself is that the way that I'm feeling at the moment is I am so relieved that we got a W on Thursday evening. I am so relieved. And from me, you're not going to get any heavy critiquing of the game. I think other channels have done that to death already on the night yesterday. Some will do it today. Some, keep going in and in and in and in. I'm not going to go in. I'm just going to say that myself, I was so relieved that we got the win on Thursday. And I'm hoping that that win will then catapult us onto another win tomorrow and then another win on Thursday against Elfsborg. Because the thing is, what we need to start doing is we need to start building momentum, don't we? Is in my eyes, we need to start building momentum because our results have been poor of late. Not enough W's against our names, and we need to start picking this up. And it started on Thursday night. People can say, and rightly so, if you saw the end of the game, that our players were on their knees, and there's no exaggeration. We are on our knees. I mean, if you look at the squad that we had out, look at the lineup and the substitutes bench that we had on Thursday, we were down to, well, anyone could see for themselves. We picked 2 goalkeepers on the bench, and all our outfield players there were all the outfield players. I don't think were over the age of 19, possibly. So yeah, it is what it is, and through everything that's happened, we had players that were ineligible to play. So it wasn't just all about injuries, it was ineligibility as well. I've seen some people on X mark out our squad for the season, and it made interesting reading. Let's see if I can find it. It's not that one, is it? And knowing me, because I read it last night twice, I saw 2 notifications for it come up, and I did not bookmark them. So sod's law will be that I speak about them. It's on memory because I won't remember where they were, or because I never bookmarked them. So, but they were talking about the squads that we've got, and how you have to have you're allowed to pick a squad of 25. and 8 have to be homegrown players. And it showed that we've got actually 9 homegrown players in the squad, and that we only had a squad of 23 registered for the Premiership, so we've got opportunity to bring a further 2 in. It's quite a weird one. I mean, I'm fully aware that January is the worst time of the year to try and go get signings, but other clubs seem to be doing bits and pieces, i.e. Manchester City. Manchester City are the only team that have been able to do bits and pieces. Everyone else that I see reports on, they're trying to do bits and pieces, but they have to get rid to bring in, so to speak, and they're all concerned about PSR, SCR, BBC, ITV, and all that stuff that I keep calling it, because I think it's a load of tosh, to be honest. And yeah, that Sod's Law says I won't be able to find it. I'm looking it up in a moment, and I still can't find it. Going right down. But anyway, in saying that, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we got a win under our belts. The other thing is, with the players that are coming back from injury, they've said they're not going to rush them back. At the moment, they're not rushing anyone back at all. Look who we've got. We've got the first member joining. There he is. He's fiddling about. More people. It says hi, all 8:38 p.m. in Melbourne. Just started work on standby. Standby, does that mean that you're working? You're on standby, who's on standby? I can hear noise, but your camera's not moving. No, it's moving again. Look at that. Morning, Ty. Oh, it's evening, Ty.
Yeah, I'm having some tech issues here, mate. Morning, mate. Evening. Good to see you. I'm hearing myself, which is really.
You're hearing yourself, which is, and I didn't hear the rest of it.
I'm miles behind. I've got to jump out.
Okay. Yeah. So for me, as I said, I'm happy with the victory. I'm happy with the victory, and I look at everything, and I know that things are blowing up everywhere in the world at the moment, and people are all up in arms about everything. But for me, I'm just going to say, look, I'm grateful that we got the victory, and it's interesting because the narrative that people were spilling on social media, that doesn't mean it's YouTube. It can be any platform on social media. But what they were spitting out, the narrative was, we need to go and win in Germany. We need to go and get a victory. Germany's an hard place to go. Europe's an hard place to go to. Blah, 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 blah. We get the victory, and now the narrative is they weren't all that, were they? They were a really crap side, and people are belittling the win. That win is absolutely immense for us because we've not won in a long time. So that victory was absolutely immense for us. And like I said, I'm hoping that victory catapults us onto tomorrow, to Sunday's game against Leicester, and then catapults us onto Elfsborg. The club we saw Romero in training videos up until the morning that Tottenham left to fly out for Germany. But Ange yesterday in his press conference clearly said that it was a really light session, and so they wanted to get him involved with the group because he was there. So they got him involved in the group. It was a really light session, nothing too strenuous, and they maintained that with the players coming back from injury, once they're fit to come back, they're not going to throw them straight into game scenarios. They're going to let them build up their fitness away from the pitch before actually throwing them into any sort of first team action. So therefore, the likelihood is that we're not going to see Romero tomorrow. Mickey van der Ven apparently starts training on the grass next week. Odegaard looks like he starts on the grass probably the week after. So you're starting to get players back, but like we all say, even with the players we've got coming back from injury, we need help now. And it's whether we're going to be able to do anything. Sure, the club, we keep getting told sound bites that the club are working hard. And we'll wait and see what comes from it. But Tigaro, what are your takes, mate, of everything that's going on at the moment?
Mate, to be honest, I've had a pretty busy few last couple of days. Really happy to see the Hoffenheim result last night. Just good for morale, if anything. If you're being genuine, I don't think we expect us to be playing the pants off teams at the moment, given what's going on. But, it's really, really good. People giving it their all. Sonny and Matt has stepped up. Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall again, awesome. And they're playing for each other, which I think is probably the biggest positive, even across the last few. Forget about Everton's first half; that was disastrous. But there's still a sense that they're playing for each other and playing for something. So that's a good sign. But mate, so much. God, how deep are we going to dig into what's going on at Tottenham at the moment? It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is what it is, mate. Oh. But did you actually see any of the game or not?
I haven't. No, I haven't had a look back. Actually, no, I did. I saw Matta's first goal. It's a great finish. Great pass from Pedro as well, but we know he's good at that. But I think that's pretty much all I've seen, mate. Like I said, I've been pretty much flat knacker. But always make time to come on and say g'day to the LTL Cockerel faithful and yourself, Jose. So thanks for having me again.
No worries whatsoever. I mean, watching the game on Thursday evening for me, wasn't it? Yeah, Thursday evening, watching the game on Thursday evening. We started off really, really well. The football that we were playing for the first 35 minutes at least, I thought we played really, really good football. And in no word of a lie, I thought we could have gone in at half time 6-0 up. If it wasn't for wasting a chance, I think we could have gone in 6-0 up, And then in the second half, it's funny because we get told that we're gun ho, we go for it, we attack, we go for everything. But in the second half, we seem to sit back and let them come on to us. But it was, for me, it wasn't a nice look because it was not they were coming on to us. It was incessant. It was one after the other, attack after attack after attack. And in the end, we were bound to concede a goal because you can't let that many attacks and that many crosses come into your box all the time. So they scored it, made it 2-1. And then after that, we seemed to come out of our shell and we attacked them again. And got the third goal. And it seemed to be that we got the third goal and we decided to sit back again. But people look at the situation that we're in. You can't win for toffee, to be honest, because people say, "Yeah, but Ange is gun ho. We attack. We should keep, sharp shot, or go conservative for 5 or 10 minutes after scoring a goal." We did these things, right? And then after doing these things, they then attacked us and that, and then then the fan base or some people then start ridiculing what we've done but they're the ones that were saying in the first place beforehand, what we should do is we should stop attacking and go home. So you can't win with this fan base because they'll say one thing and then they'll say something totally different after.
100% agree. 100% agree. And it's funny that you say that when we go forward, we score goals.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You can't.
That's Ange's mentality, though. That's his ethos. And I think at the moment, the reason I think the players are doing it, I don't know whether they're doing it subconsciously, because, while we've got so many players injured, we've got to think that the players who are available at the moment are probably on 10 HP. Like, they are literally running on fumes.
Yeah.
So are they taking it upon themselves to maybe, geez, okay, we've gone 1-0 up, let's have a spell. Let's just sit back and try and get some breath. And, who knows? But you're right about the fan base, and I think we've all been following Tottenham for a long time. That's never going to change. Water's wet, the sky's blue, and Tottenham fans are Tottenham fans.
Yeah. At the end of the day, like I said, it's not all the fans. Let me just make that clear. It's not all the fans, and it's not. I'm not going to say it's necessarily people on YouTube either, because social media it's not just one platform. Social media is made up of many platforms, but there just seems to be people on different platforms pushing these different narratives, and then when we do exactly the opposite of what they're saying, then there's another narrative that then gets pushed. So, like I said at the start, for me, I'm not going to go too deep. I'm just so happy we got the W on Thursday to stop the rot. I'm so happy we got the victory, and I'm hoping it catapults us going forward. But like I said, what I heard before the game, and I'll bring you Johnny in a second, but what I heard before the game was Germany going away in Germany is going to be tough match. It's going to be a tough game. Blah blah blah. I heard all this, and then when we get the victory, all I hear from the same people is, "Oh, we were shit. We played against a substandard team. Blah blah blah. Europe ain't as difficult as what it once was." Boom boom boom. And, at the end of the day, I leave these people to do it. I looked at the game, and I wasn't even tomorrow. Even tomorrow, I look at tomorrow's game, and I'm not looking to play perfect football. I'm looking to get the W. I just want a victory. That's all I want, because we've gone through barren times this season without having victories. So to me, I don't care. I'm fully aware that we are threadbare in the squad, and for me, I just want a victory. I want something to celebrate. I don't want to. I mean, I don't get affected by it as much as what other people do, because I've got family. I've got other things that concern me in life. But that doesn't mean that diminishes me not loving Tottenham. But it just means that I don't react, madly after a loss or after a win or after a draw, but others do. So for me, I just hope it catapults us going forward. Johnny, sir, how are you, mate? What you got to say?
I'm packed, guys. I've just woke up, just jumped out of bed and remembered. Fucking members show. Got to get on there. You know what I mean? We won. Oh yeah, baby.
So you're in the same. You're in the same place then. You're happy that we got the victory, and that's
it.
Yeah,
I was well happy. You know what I mean? We played our socks off for 45 minutes, and then the boys got tired at the second half. You can tell they was knackered, couldn't you? Proper cream crackered. You know. Yeah. I'm glad Sonny got 2 goals and shushed the crowd. I'd have stuck 2 fingers up myself, to be honest, Jose. I'd have went, Gertcha. You know what I mean? I'm so happy. But I can't turn on X. That X and all other social media is just terrible with the narrative. So I thought to myself, I'll leave that off.
You know all about narratives, because Johnny is a one-man band wrecking ball machine of social media. He doesn't hold back. Johnny tells you as it is and as he finds it on social media. So if you haven't done it already, just watch Johnny's videos. He goes in deep on the social media aspects of it. So
go balls deep and get myself in trouble.
The only way to do it, mate.
In for a penny, in for a pound, eh?
Spot on.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm looking at the game from Thursday night, chaps, and like I said, I'm just hoping it catapults us, because we know that tomorrow, playing against Leicester, Kinski will be back. And that's not to say that Brandon Austin had a bad game, but Kinski's available for tomorrow now.
I prefer Austin, Jose.
You prefer Austin?
I quite like Austin, yeah, I prefer him. I don't know why. He's got this aura about him that he's really playing for the shirt, and I don't get worried when the ball goes in to the penalty box. I just don't get worried with Austin for some reason. Not
as opposed to what? As opposed to who, Johnny?
As opposed to all our keepers. I get a bit worried about Kinski with when people take a shot, the ball bounces off of him. He don't seem to catch it, And I get worried when that ball bounces off of any of our keepers. But with Austin, he seems to catch the ball. And when he punches the ball out, he punches the ball out. He don't give it no halves, does he?
Do you share that, Tigaro? Are you worried about any of the keepers? Because well, I know. I'll let you go first, Time. What Johnny's just said, I'll go after.
No, I do. I do agree with Johnny. I think Austin again might be the fact that he's been there for so long and pretty much been since Ange came in. Sort of gets an understanding of everything. In terms of his skill set, yeah, he's much better in the air than Kinski or Vicario. Seems assured.
Yeah.
Whether he's he's got you say aura, but yeah, there's an assurance about him. Like, I'm gonna do this. Get out of my way.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'm not gonna sit back and wait for you to do something. I'm going to do it.
Seems like he's got nerves of steel, doesn't it, Ty?
Yeah, mate. Again, I think just age. I don't know that. Call it like he's been waiting for an opportunity for so long. He's got that little bit of eye of the tiger, like, you know, put the bit between the teeth, and this is my chance. I'm going to give it my best shot, and bloody good luck to him. Kinski looks like he's going to be a star, but he's 3 games in. He didn't play for 3 months. He's a work in progress. He'll be our number 2, probably our number 3 if Austin keeps performing the way he is. Vicario's our number 1. He's going to be our number 1 whether we like it or not, but he's got some improvement to do as well. So look, 1, 2, 3. The ball's in their court. Who wants to be number 1 at the moment with his attitude and his mindset towards attacking the ball? I'd say Austin's probably right up there at the moment for number 1.
So for me,
probably an unpopular opinion, but look, he's having a crack. That's all we can ask.
So Peter's gifted 5 channel memberships out. It's very kindly, Peter, which means there's more people that get an opportunity for coming on to the members show and having their say. Everybody who's a member, if you're not a member, there's pinned into the chat. You're more than welcome to become a member, and then you can come on screen and share your points of view during these member shows. We've got Peter's given them out, and they've gone to Richard Cleaver, Jishnu Raju, John Michael, the Mighty Cockerel, and Mark CFC. So if any of you see this, then you need to thank Peter for gifting these channel memberships. To me, guys, I think Austin's done well in the games that he's played. For me, he's looked far more assured than Fraser Forster. Far more assured.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried when Kinski plays. Kinski, to me, commands the box. He comes out for absolutely everything for me as well. So when balls are crossed into the box, I'm not fearful with Austin and Kinski, right? But Vicario is still learning that art of commanding his box, because Vicario, for all intents and purposes, is a shot stopper, right? From what we've seen so far. And he's learning to he was learning to command his box, and he was getting better at it before he got injured. But we haven't seen Vicario for 2 months now. But from what I've seen of Austin, Austin gives me good vibes, and Austin instills confidence. But I believe Kinski does as well. And I think Kinski, with his feet, is better than Austin. However, Austin, with his throwouts, is equally as strong as Kinski with his kicks.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Another failed upload says, hi all, good morning to you, good evening or good afternoon. In a hype says, Austin is really quick. And he says, a wee win can hopefully we can jump up a few places. And Ian says, I like Austin, good goalkeeper. I'd rather have 3 keepers fighting it out rather than 2. Plus, with domestic cups in Europe, it gives us options. And Inner Hype says, really good competition at the moment for the goalkeeper spot, which I totally agree with. Tottenham are going to have to make decisions in the summer, because behind these 3 goalkeepers that we're talking about, you still have Fraser Forster, you still have Alfie Whiteman, and then you've got the boy on loan at Orient is doing really well, Josh Keeley. I think we've also got Luca Gunter in the background as another young goalkeeper at Tottenham. So, therefore, I've already named 7 Tottenham goalkeepers. And out of them 7, you would tend to think that 3 would be in your first 25. So there's not going to be room. And, you know, the 2 young boys, Gunter and Keeley, may get loans again next season because they're still young. But for me, it's a question of what Tottenham do with Fraser Forster and with Alfie Whiteman. So Fraser Forster, I don't think they're going to renew his contract at the end of the season. And it's what happens to Alfie Whiteman?
Yeah.
No one's seen him play. Have you guys seen Alfie Whiteman play? Because I haven't.
No, I've not seen him play, Jose.
He played in the preseason in Australia, and he was looking okay. But then I think he did his ankle, and then he was out for most of that first half of that first season, maybe even the whole season. I can't remember, but he was definitely playing against, I think it was West Ham, first preseason game here in Perth, and he looked reasonable. But then, yeah, again, did his ankle, and that was it. Game over. But I think he's going to be a victim of circumstance. I agree with you. I think Fraser Forster's probably done his time, been a great servant, but he's just unfortunately Father Time's caught up with him. And Alfie's just going to be a victim of, like I said, a victim of circumstance. That you've got Brendan Austin who's getting an opportunity and taking it with both hands, and you've got 2 kids who potentially could be anything, could be the next Brendan Austin, you know, stay at the club for 10 years. Who knows? But yeah, I think those 2, like you said, Jose, I think they're the 2 who are probably on their way out.
Can I just say, I've just seen that you've got Nick Fadley's here. So good. I think Nick's down under as well. So good. I'm gonna take a risk and say good evening to you, Nick. J Max here says big up Jose, Johnny, and Tigaro. Hope you're well. Paul Van Beek is here. Says I heard a few clubs are after Forster in January. Can I just say to Nick Fadley and to anybody else that's interested, the predictions show was yesterday. If you want to do the predictions and get your predictions in for this week, if you go onto yesterday's stream, in the comments after the stream, people have left predictions there. So you'll see what games that we're monitoring this week. And if you want to enter them, just go onto that, as I said, go onto yesterday's stream and enter your predictions there. And I will get them added because we're not kicking off for another 5 hours. So people, I think Wayne Bonner's already picked up on that. But people like Nick Fadley to play before, and anyone new that wants to play, you're more than welcome to play. It's free of charge. Just go and leave your results in yesterday's stream. So what I was going to say is, it's interesting, guys, because for me, if I'm and again, I'm not looking at anything. I'm going on memory now, and getting old ain't fun, and your memory ends up fucking being cloudy. So I think I'm right in saying that Alfie Whiteman and Brandon Austin are both 25 years old, they're both the same age. And it's interesting that that Brandon in the summer was given a 5-year contract. And Alfie Whiteman, I think his contract runs out at the end of the season as well. And Alfie Whiteman, the last I heard of Alfie Whiteman was when he was on loan out in Scandinavia, in one of the Scandinavian countries. So personally, I don't think that Alfie will be with us beyond this summer. It's my personal thinking. Someone says in the chat that people, and I think there it is. It's Paul Van Beek says I had a few clubs after Forster in January. Yeah, and that could well be right, because if you've got Kinski, Austin, and who's the other one? Vicario, then if you've already got 3 there, then it's a possibility. It could be that Forster could go and be loaned out for the last remainder of his Tottenham contract as it runs out in the summer, and he could end up going as well. So yeah,
I'll be glad to see him go, Jose, to be honest with you.
You're not a fan then, Johnny?
No, I'm not a fan of Frankenstein. He does my nutting. He makes me worry. He proper gives me, I shit the bed. Every time he's playing, I can't stand it, to be honest with you. I've got a few of them players, though, in our Tottenham squad at the minute that I can't stand.
It sounds like every Tottenham player to me at the moment, mate. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I actually sat down and watched a game. It stresses me out too much.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'll just poke my head in, or jump on Google and see what the score is, and if we're up, I might poke my head in. But when did I tend to do that? Someone tends to score, and then I turn it off again. I'm like, geez, like, I don't need the
You might have to
anxiety.
buy yourself some tenor pants.
Get the old Depends undergarments working.
Inner Hype says, I guess it makes sense to shift Big Fraser off the wage bill. And looking, we've got small downs to you. Daniel, who was up late last night, but I know that Daniel was at work today because he said it. Last night, I played football last night, got home, done a few bits around the house and whatever, sat down, watched a bit of Netflix. I was watching The Night Agent. I was watching the second series of The Night Agent. I watched about 3 episodes last night, binged 3 of them. And then I thought to myself, do you know what? Let me go and sweep up all the predictions that people have left on the stream after the stream last night, so that I could add them all in before I went to bed. I've done that, and by the time I knew it, it was 1:45 in the morning. By the time I'd done it, so I just quickly looked on YouTube. You can see what's going on, at that point in time. And Tony from Early Doors Football was on.
Yep, I was watching that, Jose.
And I thought to myself, how can you be on at 1:45 in the morning? Did you not sleep? So I've gone on there without realising. And I've put into the stream, is this real? And then I've put down, you've either been kicked out of bed or your missus has divorced you or you're really scared of the wind because you've had a storm. And then I didn't realise what he was doing. He was dual casting it because he was doing it with some chaps in North America. So the chaps in North America, he had a panel of 3 people from America, or 4 people might have been from America. And because they're all American, they're 6 hours to 8 hours behind us. So it's their early evening, afternoon, early evening. And I didn't realise he did this show. I was like, what on earth is he doing at 1:45 in the morning, being on live? So what time? I didn't see you tune in, Johnny. I saw Dan tune in. Ryan G had a few, and
I stopped talking to Tony after he started slaughtering Spurs. So I thought I'll just watch him instead. I won't interact.
Oh, I was hammering him. I was hammering. Who did I hammered Arsenal. I turned around and I was saying, because there was a few Arsenal supporters on there.
That's right.
I said to him, if Cunha turns up, he's going to rip you a new arse anal. So it's interesting, and Ryan G was just kept saying that he was pissed up, but he seemed to be all right when he was typing his messages. But he said he'd had a few. He said he was proper full up. He said last night. So as I said, I saw some of our people in that chat last night, and it was like 1:45 in the morning. I was like, oh well. I put about 3 or 4 chats in. Some of them were down over their heads because the Americans ain't got no sense of humour. Sorry to any Americans are watching me.
Well, they have got a strange sense of humour. I found it a very weird watch. You know what I mean, Jose?
You got
Don't be
Daniel,
them, mate.
There you go. You got Smithy's here. Says Senora Thea Tigara and Mr. Bethnal Green. Big up,
Smithy.
You're a member, mate. You're more than welcome to come on if you want. The link for members is all in the community page. And you've got Daniel Coy says, might join you, Jose, soon. Finished earlier from work today. Fine, that's not a problem at all. The link, as I said, is in the community page. And Lord Rodney's here. Says, Ryan's always pissed up. It's the life of a Wolves fan. Lord Rodney, you're another one. If you want to leave your predictions on yesterday's stream, others have done it already, which means that you'll see the fixtures. You're more than welcome to do so, mate.
Just don't remind anybody in the top 10, Jose.
Don't remind anyone what?
Don't remind anybody that's in the top 10.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I got you.
We're trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Where's Tigara? Tigara sits 23rd. 20 points more, Tigara, you at the 200 club.
I do, mate. I was going really well for about 3 weeks there, probably about a month ago. I think I was top of the tree 3 weeks in a row. And boy, hasn't it fallen in a complete heap after that. So any points I can get, I'll take.
The top Aussie at the moment The top Aussie at the moment is David Shear. He's in 19th. The top Aussie.
Of course he is.
Let me see if I can see another. The top Yank is Mikey Romero. He's in 14th.
Mikey
R. He's in 14th.
Just for anyone in that league, check Mikey out. He's good. He's got some solid tips, that lad.
He's a good lad. Well, when I've done the member shows slightly later, because for Mikey, it's going to be Mikey's in New York, so it'll be half. At the moment, it's going to be 4 o'clock, 7 minutes past 4 in the morning for him. But when I've done these later, Mikey's come on. He's a cool dude, Mikey. He's come on and the member shows and that, and he's a really cool dude. He's a really nice fella, really laid back. It's good, nice fella. But he's just got the best name in him, Mikey Romero. He sounds like one of the Sopranos, don't he?
I was about to say that. When he's not working for the mafia, he does the predictions.
Mikey Romero, who lives in New Jersey but works in New York. So it's just Sopranos all over it. New Jersey and New York. So Nick Fadley says top 10 of what? Oh, Nick, what Johnny's referring to is Johnny's in the top 10 of predictions. And he's saying that he hopes that not everyone puts their predictions in because he's in the top 10. Lol, he's a mafioso, says Nick Padley. Right, so that's moving on to the goalkeepers. Right, tomorrow we know from the press conference that I don't know. Did you guys see the press conference from Ange yesterday?
Yeah, twice. Yep. I watched it.
Okay, so we know that the likelihood is that Spence won't make tomorrow. It's interesting because he says that from the last match there was players carrying knocks. So we had Basuma carrying a knock. Perhaps Sarr carried a knock from the previous game, not this game Thursday.
Result.
But then they're all carrying knocks. But Reguilon can be used tomorrow. Now I'll ask you two gentlemen: would you play if you're the manager and you know that you've got Reguilon and you had that back four that played on Thursday night? So the back four Thursday night, for reminders, was Porro at right back. We had Archie Gray at left back, and the two centre halves were Ben Davies and Radu Dragusin. You can now add Reguilon to that mix, right, for tomorrow. And then apart from that, the only two other defenders we had on the, although one defender centre half that we had on the subs bench was what's his name? Hardy, Malachi Hardy, who's 16 years old. So knowing that, what is your defensive lineup for tomorrow's game for you guys?
Chuck Gray up a bit, and chuck Reggie on the left.
And keep the other three as it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Tigara, what about you?
Yeah, I'm with Johnny as well. Reggie on the left. I think it'd be negligent not to swing something around. And the other thing is, with the only sort of difference I'd potentially make is maybe I know he's running on 1 HP at the moment, but keep Archie in the centre back just for now because Ian said that Ben Davies wasn't meant to play the 90 minutes. So if he's not fully match fit and potentially going to get another injury, maybe just hold him off for the first half or vice versa, have Archie off for the first half and whatever. You interchange those two, but yeah, definitely Reggie on the left.
Yeah, we need some rotation, don't we?
Yeah, we do, but we're not rotating. We haven't got players to rotate. And some of the youngsters, like Hardy, 16 years old, and he ain't going to throw him in unless it's completely backs up against the wall. He ain't going to throw these youngsters in. So with that, I was going to ask you two, who needs the rest more? And I'm going to Porro or Gray.
Oh, who's your favourite child?
Gray could do with a game rest, couldn't he? Could do, but Porro, Jesus, mate, he's got tired legs. 45 minutes, and he's looking tired. So I'll go for Porro.
The reason why I say it is because the reason I'm asking you two boys is because I can see a world in that one of them gets rested tomorrow. So, excuse me, one of them starts at right back, Reggie at left back, with Davis and Dragusin in the middle. But the right back position, it's one of two. It's either Porro or Gray plays. I don't think you can afford to stick Gray. In all honesty, I don't think you can afford to stick Gray. If you're going to start with Porro, I don't think you can start Gray tomorrow. And in the midfield, even in the midfield. And if you start Gray, then Porro obviously becomes a sub. So that's why I'm asking the question from you two guys. Who'd you start? Because for me, Reguilon can come in, freshness at left back, complete freshness.
Yeah.
But we're not going to get complete freshness at right back.
Yeah, agree.
Swatch pot. Yeah, you got. That's a good question, Jose, especially with that squad depth. I think Reggie needs to play for one of them two. Definitely wouldn't. Let's chuck Porro off and chuck Reggie on. See how far he can go.
So you start with Gray at right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
And I've got faith in Gray in every position at the minute.
Because tomorrow, whereby if things were really equal and really nice and the gods were shining on Tottenham for once, then tomorrow's match we would have welcomed back into the squad. I'm not saying lineups now, but we would have welcomed back Kinski, Reguilon, Spence, and Min Hyuk. Just to the squad, them four players, because they were ineligible. They weren't injured, they were ineligible. God's law tells us that we've already lost Spence. And Min Hyuk ain't going to get a start. So basically, the only two players that you got can affect the first team tomorrow will be Kinski and Reguilon, in my eyes.
It's a shame Hook ain't going to get a start, really. We needed a player to come in, didn't we? Needed a player who can come straight in and keep getting these players in who just sit on the bench. It's a bit disheartening for us fans to watching it.
Yeah, because we want to win tomorrow, guys, don't we? We want to carry on momentum. We need a W again tomorrow.
Yeah, so, I'm getting worried about tomorrow, Jose, though, for some reason.
I want to get beaten 15-0. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I want to beat them 15-0. Don't get me wrong, but it's Leicester. And
I was saying we want to lose. I was having a dig at Jose. Like, of course we want to win. that's
Jose, you're having a fucking dig at you, brother.
Why are you worried?
What the game's about? If we're not out to win it, why are we even putting on uniforms and going out there to play against another team? Like, that's all it's about. That's what sport is. That's what competition is. We go out to win, and we must win. That should be our objective every time. We must win.
They're going to put up a good fight, though, Leicester, being in that relegation zone, aren't they?
So what, Johnny? Why are you? I need to go back to. Why are you wary? What's happening, Johnny?
I'm just wary of Leicester putting up a fight in the relegation zone. Their backs are up against the wall, and I'm thinking they're going to fight for their life. And you know what? Sometimes we come out sometimes and we get blasted by these little teams when they've got a bit of pressure. And
so I'm going to catch up with the chat. And I got lambasted yesterday. Tigara, you wasn't in the chat yesterday, but when I did predictions and when I did my Tottenham prediction, I got lambasted. Well, in the chat, Kuba smashed me in the chat. Right, I'll tell you now what he said. Let me get a taxi home from work, and I'll be on in about 20 minutes. No worries.
Cool, he's a bit posh. Getting a taxi home. Whoa.
That's right. Yeah, but there's no such thing as that anymore. When we were kids, we used to do that all the time, and even when we're older, I do it all the time now. But there we go. In a hype says, looks like we're looking at Ryan One or One from Sheffield United, left-footed striker, 18 years old, Scottish international, same height as Wanyama, 6'2". Liverpool also interested. I will talk about young'uns in a minute, and also plays out wide. James, good morning. James says Biss hasn't do anything. How did he get a knock? Did he fall out of bed or something? Good morning to you, Mark. I hope you're well, sir. Good morning. In a hype says that Hardy we should bring in if we can ever get a 3-goal advantage. Tomorrow could be the day in the hype. Lord Rodney, the fact that we are having to choose between Utarest over Porro, who is 6 months overdue arrest and an 18-year-old playing in his wrong position, it's a joke. Smithy says, we just know Porro's starting. Lord Rodney says, this club is beyond the joke. I get effed off with it. Porro can become world-class right wing-back, and arguably he is, and he's being made look shit. Smithy says, watch this. Will be Vardy's best of the game of the season tomorrow. Right.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
So yesterday, right, I said in the prediction show, right, I said that some teams tomorrow are going to get absolutely smashed because I think the Gulf, right, it's all right putting up a fight, right, but even if you put up a fight and you keep coming on the wrong end of a defeat, right, which some teams have done down the bottom, once you keep getting beaten, even if you put up a fight, your resolve kind of diminishes. And I've got a feeling that Liverpool are playing Ipswich today. I put Liverpool down to absolutely trounce Ipswich. Ipswich ain't a bad side, but they're just not getting the results. And I just think that when you end up playing against some of the big boys, you lose a bit of your resolve. So I've got them to get beaten. Now, we had a big storm here in England yesterday, and it was over 100-mile-per-hour winds up in the north. And I said that I was wary about teams travelling because they cancelled so many flights yesterday that teams couldn't fly down to different parts of the country. They'd have to start getting coaches and whatever instead. Now, the longest travellers today are going to be Newcastle at Southampton. But I expect Newcastle to go and turn Southampton over, even though they probably have to get a coach or a train down and not a plane. But I expect them to get trounced today. But then the other team in the bottom three is Leicester. And for me, like I said yesterday, they haven't had that manager bounce at all with Ruud van Nistelrooy. In fact, since they've got Ruud van Nistelrooy in, on the eye, for me, they look like they've played worse football because they still haven't got used to what he wants them to do. I was on that show yesterday with on Taking the Piss in Tony's show, and I remember they got Connor Cody playing for him. Right, so I said, I hope Connor Cody starts against Tottenham. I hope Connor Cody starts against Tottenham. I hope that Wout Face or that Jan Bednarak, all these players that they've got. I look at their team and I just think to myself, even a knackered Tottenham should be able to turn up. We're at home and should be able to fucking put these to the sword quite comfortably tomorrow. So, but when I said all this, what did I get?
Goose.
Coover in the chat. Don't you remember Coover in the chat said, Jose, you just opened the door for Dr. Tottenham.
He wants to put on a Tottenham shirt and become a Tottenham supporter. That's what you want to tell him, Jose.
So, you know, at the end of the day, see you later. Bye-bye. Sorry, my daughter was just leaving for work. At the end of the day, I can't see nothing other than a Tottenham victory tomorrow. I'm not as concerned as Johnny. Johnny's explained why he's concerned, but I'm not as concerned. What about you, Tiger? Where do you sit with all this for tomorrow's match?
Oh, at the moment, I'm always concerned.
Okay.
Just the nature of the situation we're in at the moment. Look, like you said, we should, and the key word is should. We should put them to the sword. Even with our players out, we've still got the quality there that far surpasses them. The only thing that is sort of worrying me potentially is one Jamie Vardy. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to be in the lineup, but I've got this awful feeling that, pardon me, he's going to play like a see you next Tuesday. And age and treachery beats youth and exuberance every time. So I think if Jamie Vardy's being the malevolent, just absolute BASTRD that he can be on the field, getting into Dragusin and Gray, because they're both really inexperienced, could potentially put them off their game. You might get in their heads. That's how I can see them getting goals, maybe one or two. I think I'll put them down for one. I think we'll win 3-1, but I just think Jamie Vardy's an X factor that they have, that even if he gets minimal, even if he doesn't get fed a lot, the chances he gets, he'll potentially capitalise on, because love the bloke, I hate the bloke. Like, he's shown over time that he can play. and Gray, Dragusin running on 10 HP, young, inexperienced, etc., etc. But hopefully we can score enough goals at the other end. Hopefully we put 6-7 past them. That'd be great. Like, I think we beat them 6-1 or 6-0 a couple of years back. Hopefully we can replicate that. That's my only sort of concern. Midfield, we'll smash them. Up forward, we should smash them. Defense, it's the only concern.
So Ty, you've gone for a 3-1 in your predictions. I'm just looking at the prediction scores yesterday. Johnny, you've gone for 3-2.
Yeah.
But Tottenham to win 3-2, you've gone
for. Vardy. I was adding in the Vardy thing. I thought he's going to get a goal, isn't he? We always
the Vardy tax.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I normally do 3-1 or something like that for Spurs, but
so we've got 4-0. I've went 4-0. Archer's gone 2-1 for Leicester. Carl Simpson went 3-1. Neil went 3-1. Graham went 3-0. Ronnie's gone 5-2. Mikey Romero's gone 3-0. Gus Parker's gone 2-2. Alan went 2-1. Kuba went 2-1. Drewler's gone 3-1. Adrian's gone 2-1. You went 3-2. In the bin went 2-0. David Clark says 2-1. Colin Batchel says 4-2. Jess went 4-1. Big John went 3-1. Michael went 3-1. Ed M went 4-3. Mark Taylor's gone 1-2. Cy Dancer went 2-1. Paul G 3-0. Nita 3-1. Jimmy Talks Football went 2-1. Dakaru went 3-2. Potato went 1-0. Ryan G went 3-1. Rob Belcher's gone 4-2. Tot Spurs 3-1. Inner Hype 3-1. Vindaloo 3-2. Nick 2-1. Richard went 3-1. Michelle went 2-1. Smithy's gone 2-0. David Shear went 3-1. Peter Kagaias went 2-0. Ian Meth 3-0. Lee Wiz 2-0. Rinketic has gone 1-2. Queen Ellie's gone 2-1. Leo's gone 4-1. Bobby Cave 3-1. Oscar went 3-1. The Spurs down list has gone 2-1. Dan Coy's went 3-0. And Ty's gone 3-1. So apart from about 3 people have gone for an away win, I think one went for a draw. Everybody else has done predictions so far has gone for a Tottenham win. Yet we're all talking. Well, sorry. Yet the talk has been a bit of a low-key one from you both, but everyone's gone for the wins. But no one's gone for Mark. Mark went for 4-0. I think I'm the only one that's gone a 4-0 win. So
a nice clean sheet, Jose.
Well, I love my sort of a clean sheet, but Tottenham don't provide many of them. But Kingsley's back in goal. And Kingsley's provided 2 clean sheets in 3 games that he's played.
Yeah. Vardy.
Yeah. Vardy facts. Yeah. He's the only concern in that Leicester team. He's literally the only concern, particularly up against Vardy.
And you've got Inner Hype. We've got Dan here, so I'm going to say good morning to Dan, but I've got Inner Hype saying it's because we filled our spots with foreign players, so there is only 1 spot left. So it better be a household name, otherwise we could still register 2 or 3 association trade players. I'm expecting it to come against us, says Lord Rodney. He's saying 1-3.
So he's positive, isn't he? Jesus Christ.
Inner Hype says an example I found was Mohamed Al Cho, winger striker from Nice. He's played 5 years for Everton, Dev's side, so he would qualify. I thought it also means you get used to the British game. Another fellow up there says, we'll get on, but I'm skint right now not to follow. That's not worries, don't worry at all. Wayne is saying that he's predicting 3-1. I'm yet to see. When I see your predictions, I'll add them all in for you, Wayne. 2-0 loss, there's another fellow upload. Lord Rodney says, I want you lot of smoking.
Just Benson's, mate.
Yeah, Marlborough for me.
Marlborough and a Benson. There we go. Inner Hype says, so it's a scout for players who got let go after coming in from top academies. Another fellow says, I've seen clean sheep with a tramp living on the streets. Inner Hype says, I need to go fix my fence, otherwise the dog will run away to Burger King. And Lord Rodney says, I'm toxic, negative, and proud, Johnny.
Oh, I wouldn't be proud of being toxic, mate.
Or negative.
Rodney.
Yeah, Rodney.
Minded spirit.
Turn that crown upside down, Tiger.
Oh, look, another failed upload has just become a member. Well done. Put my predictions in the comments from yesterday's stream about 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Wayne, but the thing I've got is whilst I'm on here, I can't go and do them, so to speak. So when I finish the show here, I will add them. But well done for getting them in. Dekaru, Dave's here. Look, says, hey all. Hello, Dekaru. Good evening to you, sir. I hope you're well.
Legend.
Daniel says, I will be on in 10 minutes, mate. Another failed upload says, I'll be on. He's brilliant. He says, look, I've got a few bob left. I can live on beans on toast. You should never, ever, ever put yourself skin. Ever, ever, ever. So if you can't afford the membership, just take it back. Simple as. I'm not going to.
No, you can always come at my fucking house for dinner if you want, if you live in Kent, brother.
There's an offer. There's an offer for you.
We've got beans on toast as well.
Oh, you get it all here, don't we? We get everything over here. Got me boy and live in Brighton. So yeah, he lives in Brighton, this chap. Going back to uni living is what he says. Right. Can I so where we are for tomorrow then? Some people are a bit with a bit of trepidation for tomorrow. So the for me the one shining light, and I hope I'm not jinxing this. The one shining light for me is Lolo was back on Thursday.
Didn't see the game, but heard he played really well.
Lolo makes a difference. I think Lolo's quality, but I always have done.
He's certainly better than Johnny's favourite player.
Who's Johnny's favourite player?
Well, it ain't Salah, sure.
Weren't you given the Basuma before when he was took a knock and you gave the fist bump? There we go. Lolo will be pretty easy choice there, isn't it?
You happy with Lolo being back, Johnny?
Yeah. Who the fuck's Lolo?
Rodrigo Bentancur.
What they call him Lolo for?
He's like,
his sister gave him that nickname when he was a kid.
When he was a kid,
and
it's stuck. He's Lolo. Didn't you not know? He's Lolo.
Oh, no, I haven't. Do you know what?
When we had Lo Celso was called El Monito.
Yeah, correct. Everyone used to give me the SH1Ts in the chats going, Lo Celso isn't playing. Lo Celso's not in the team. Blah blah blah. I'm like, Lolo's Rodrigo Bentancur. What are you talking about? It was really confusing, but yeah, Lolo's.
We've confused Johnny, so we'll go back to calling him Rodrigo rather than Lolo. The shining light.
What I call him.
The shining light for me was that he was back, and I think he makes a difference when he plays.
Yeah, the sick note, he definitely makes a difference. Definitely, he holds that. He just commands that little bit of the ground that he walks on, doesn't he? And he always, if he loses the ball, he really tries his hardest to go and get it back. You know, you see him running up and down, and yeah, especially now he's back off the injury, he's getting back to his former self again, isn't he? He's looking a lot better. Hello.
So tomorrow then, right? I'm happy that he's playing tomorrow, right? I'm going to ask you. We've agreed. I think we more or less agreed earlier between the three of us that we'd give Porro a rest, right? So looking into the midfield and the at top positions, what do you do with Kulusevski tomorrow?
Swap him for Mickey Moore. That's what I will do, I think.
So Johnny, you're resting him then, yeah, obviously.
Do you know what? I'll rest him for 45 minutes. Chuck Mickey Moore up there. But I love Mickey Moore. I don't know why. I just got a lot of confidence in him as well.
What about you, Turgo? What would you do?
Fucking hell, I was like, stop yawning, you're making me feel tired.
Yeah, Decky's another one who needs a rest. He's running on 5 HP as well. If we can get him 45 off, but if we're going to play, I don't know, how many times has Mikey Moore played on the right this year?
Mikey Moore is right-footed, but when he plays for Tottenham,
He plays.
predominantly they put him out on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
But there's no reason. I think he started for Tottenham in the game on the right. Did he not start on the right for Palace and then he moved over to the left? When they made a substitution, they put him onto the left against Palace because that's the only game that he started in the Premiership this year.
I wrote that game from my memory, so I can't remember. But look, if he can do it, if it fits in and we can get Decky, yeah, I agree. Put him on the right. Decky needs a spell. Simple as that. You know, going through game day, 10 through 14, Decky was one of the best players in the Premier League. Like after the Man City thing, he was flying. But now he's literally just run out of legs. And unfortunately, like most of our players, so if we can get him a rest, like Johnny says, even if it's 45 minutes, 60 minutes, Mikey Moore is going to be a superstar. I think we all know that. Yeah, let's do it.
I think this is one of those games where you can chuck Mickey Moore in, can't you? It's Leicester.
Yeah. So then, would your preferred midfield three tomorrow? Would that be Bentancur, Bergvall, Maddison?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
and your forward three would then end up being Son, Richarlison, Moore.
Yeah.
Mikey Moore. Yep.
Okay. All right. And then like that, we are telling we as three managers are now saying that we are resting Porro finally, and we're finally resting Kulu. It's come too late for Solanke because we wanted to rest Solanke 6 games ago. We didn't do it, and now he's fucking injured. So what we're saying is, for the sake of sanity, we are benching Kulu and Porro to make sure that they don't go out and get injuries.
Yeah.
We need to. It's a necessary evil. We have to do it. Or we will be in a situation like Solanke where we lose him. And the Solanke one, though, I know people are going, but the Solanke one sounds innocuous. Like it's a knee, it's a structural sort of thing. It's not a soft tissue. So it doesn't come down to training and stuff. I think that's just the fact that, like you said earlier, that God's just, I don't know, taking aim at Tottenham at the moment.
Yeah.
And we're not having any bloody luck whatsoever. So hopefully that turns around real quick. But yeah, the structural injuries you can't really do much about. That's just one of those things. The soft tissue, that's a different story. We won't get into that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Totally agree with that, Ty.
All right, so you've got, but Wayne says Bentancur is by far one of our best players. The boy shows passion and gets stuck in. Dekaru says, I have so very much loved hearing Bentancur's name midweek. Was so moved. Loved. Kulu in the middle for another failed. And I would start Mikey Moore and Son. Dekaru says, I'd absolutely be happy with Moore for Kulu. Lord Rodney says, I like Mikey Moore as well, but I don't want his confidence to be battered in this team. And he also says, I don't think Mikey Moore is ready to be a game changer right now.
I disagree with that one.
Yeah, same. Without pressure, you don't get diamonds.
Daniel, I've just seen your messages, but I can see all Lord Rodney's.
That's a good analogy, Ty.
I can see all Lord Rodney's comments, so I've got them all on there. But what I will say to you guys is that for the people in the chat about Moore, for the under, right, they would have been under 17s last year. They're under 18s or whatever now, whatever it is. But in that team for England that played in the Euros last year, right, last summer, it was Nwamweri played on the right, and Mikey Moore played on the left. So Namweri's left-footed, played on the right. Mikey Moore is two-footed, but predominantly right, played on the left for England. And they're in the same unders team, and all the pros and all the people around, that know all the youth football and all that, say that Mikey Moore is levels on Namweri. But Namweri is the one that's been getting more starts and playing more game time with Arsenal, because obviously Mikey got injured, didn't he? He was out for 2 and a bit months. And then you've got Callum Oluwasi, who's in that same England setup as well, who came on as a sub on Thursday evening. For me, I thought Ange could have probably let Ajay come onto the pitch, Casanova. I reckon that some of these players could have, been given the last, same as Oluwasi was given the last 5 minutes of the game. I thought we could have given some of the others the last 5 minutes of the game as well. Just, it doesn't sound like much, but the confidence it gives the youngsters, that they've actually made their first team appearances is absolutely, you can't pay for that. You can't pay for that.
The only problem with that is.
Can I just change the subject 1 second, Josie? Sorry, mate. Did you get my message about Lord Rodney? I accidentally hid him by mistake out of my phone in my pocket.
But I can see all his messages. I read all his messages. I can see them all.
Yeah, I had my phone in my pocket. I got out of the taxi and I didn't realise. So the chat's still on and it's hit bloody Lord Rodney by mistake and I can't unhide him. So I've put it in the comments.
And you call it an accident, then? I think that's done on purpose, Dan.
Rodney's my guy as well, so I was there, especially when we were to him. I thought, oh crap, I can't bloody unhide him as well. So I've sent a message to Josie, and then obviously Josie was down, and I wanted to obviously say to him when I come on straight away. Obviously, Josie was down his little monologue about the youngsters.
But yeah, I was going to say I can see all Rodney. I've put Lord Rodney's comments on it because they can be seen. Yeah. So there's one there. And there's one there as well. They're both there. You've written your stuff after it, but I can see, and I've put his comments up there, so I can see his comments.
I don't think he's put any comments in since that, though. I think that's what made
let me go and have a look.
In the last couple of minutes, yeah. Sorry, mate.
It's all right.
It's all good though, yeah.
Sweet as an update.
Yeah, I just finished work early, man. So I thought I'd come on for a bit.
I can't believe you got a taxi, Dan.
Oh, I know. Well, the bus is a bit unreliable around here, man. And
oh, mate. No, I wouldn't get on a bus in Tottenham, brother.
Yeah, I was about to say in between us, but it's a bit too early to call myself a bus. If I get bus wanker, aren't I? So.
Right, you've got Kate saying, good morning, all, just popping in whilst waiting for my shopping. Right. If Lord Rodney, I'm trying to see, how do I get Lord Rodney back in then? Because I can see his messages.
I've got a little Kate saying justice for Rodney.
Oh,
man. Right, Lord Rodney. Okay, I've unhidden it. So Lord Rodney should be able to start messaging again because I've undone it now.
We're sorry, Rodney.
Sorry, brothers, mate. Sorry, brothers, mate. My bad.
He's getting small down, guys, and he's laughing his head off at you.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Justice for Rodney from Kate. Where is it? Let's start a petition, says Dekaru, to let's free Lord Rodney. Good morning, Nita. I hope you're well. Says good morning, panel and chat. And then you've got Dekaru says the Rod Star is back.
He's back.
Yeah, we've got him back. So, Dan, how are you? Good morning, sir.
Yeah, all good, mate. All good.
What? Right.
Yeah, just got out of work mode now, so I'm chilling now.
So obviously, I think you've been hearing what we've had to say. Have you got any thoughts on what we've discussed so far?
Well, I've only heard about last 5-10 minutes about the Leicester game.
Okay, all right, okay, right. Yeah. So what I was saying is, Dan, what I was saying is that I'm not going to be that person who's going to beat up Tottenham for Thursday's performances and that, because for me, I'm just relieved that we got a win. We haven't had a win for ages. And what I was saying is that people leading up to the game were saying it's a must-win match. We've got to win it. It's really hard to go and win away in Europe. It's really hard to beat German teams, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, we've won the game now, and all I'm hearing or all I'm seeing throughout social media, so that's all different platforms, I'm like, yeah, but we were shit. Yeah, but we just scraped past them and that. For me, I'm just relieved that we just got a victory. So I just wanted, and I'm hoping that this victory rolls on for us, for Leicester and for Elfsborg. And we need another victory against Leicester and then against Elfsborg to start building momentum. So I just wanted to see where you sat with all of it.
Oh, well, I think you see my prediction from the Tottenham Leicester game, you know, 3-0. So I do think Spurs are going to win this game quite comfortably. That's not based on how the squad's gone for Spurs at the moment. That's based on how poor I reckon Leicester are. I think Leicester is very, very poor too. And like you said about Van Nistelrooy as well, he hasn't really, the effect hasn't really changed much there, has it, since they got rid of Cooper to Van Nistelrooy. They're still falling down the table quite. Like if you can't beat Leicester at home, then I would start panicking personally. I would then start being a bit worried. Because like you said about the Hoffenheim game, Josie, before the game, we were taking 3 points over there. We never played Hoffenheim before in our history either. So we didn't exactly really know what game it was going to get. The first half, they were really, really poor, Hoffenheim, man. So the second, obviously, so I can see why some people will look at the second half performance and say, oh, they're not, obviously, they'll say we just got over the line. But like you said, it's just about getting the 3 points because we need to put ourselves in a strong position in the Europa League. Now all we need to do is beat Elfsborg at home with avoid 2 extra games. We don't want to be playing extra games with all these extra injuries that we've already got. So, like, when you're in the group stages now, we beat Elfsborg. We get through to the last 16. Do we really care if we did smash Hoffenheim 5-0? It's just about getting the 3 points in this game. So I'm with you on it. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't happy with the second half performance of it, but I do feel that down to tiredness as well. We let Hoffenheim back into that game. We complete control of that first half, and we just allowed them to complete control of the second half. I don't know if it's because of our own faults. We decided to sit back a little bit, maybe, and absorb the energy because we used up too much energy, or we just got outplayed in the second half. But that's the only reason why I was a little bit disappointed. It was the second half, but I'm just happy we got the 3 points because I don't want to play 2 extra games in the Europa League.
Yeah.
And right now, that's our only chance of getting Champions League football this season is Europa League. So we have to be realistic about it. We want to stay in this competition as long as possible. Because right now, it's looking like our only route to Champions League football. We ain't getting top 5, are we? Realistically, if you get top 5 from here, it's going to be a massive collapse from all the teams above us. So, like, if you look at it realistically, like Europa League is still the one trophy that I want to win this season. I've got to pick out the 2 with Spurs fans. We shouldn't really have to pick any trophy because we're starving, but I would rather Europa League because Europa League gets us Champions League. It kills 2 birds with one stone. We get a trophy and we get Champions League qualification at the same time as well. But like you said about the Leicester, we should beat Leicester, man. Even with our injuries, we've still got enough firepower. Well, actually, I don't know. We haven't moved Solanke. We've still got Son. Son does like a goal against Leicester as well. Loves the goal against Leicester. But I'm a bit worried about Jamie Vardy, though. I don't know why I'm still worried about Jamie Vardy, but it's just that guy just always seems to score against Tottenham, man.
Have you, the 3 of you on screen, right? Apart from me, have you 3 like ganged up before coming on today and said this is what we're going to say? We all have to agree it.
I'm just going to drive down to Leicester and see if I can find his ass.
We all just agree. Vardy is the problem.
You're all coming in with the same comment about you. I'm not worried about Vardy at all. I really ain't. I'm not, because for Vardy you need to feed him. If Vardy doesn't make his own goals, you need to. Vardy plays on the shoulder of players, but he relies on ammunition. You got to supply him in order for him to sit on the shoulder of the last player. You need to put the ball through for him, and he relies on
the English. Oh, yeah, they got the English Iniesta in midfield, mate. Harry Winks. What are you talking about, mate? The English Iniesta and Harry Winks, mate, supplying Jamie Vardy, mate. So we're back in trouble. Now, realistically, if we can keep, we should be able to keep Vardy quiet. But there's that little bit in my mind, because he can be clinical, and the amount of chances we do tend to give away in recent games. Even though it's Leicester, I'm like, don't give that amount of chances to Jamie Vardy, because Jamie Vardy will at least take 1 or 2 of them. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, if you look at his record in the Premier League, the guy's he's very clinical. And even this season, he still scored a few goals for Leicester, even though they've been pants. He still scored, and he did score against us in the home game, didn't he? But he done all that.
He did. Yeah, it was a back post.
He done all that. He done all that lick to the Spurs fans, didn't he? When he said, "Oh, we got 1 Premier League and you got 0." Basically, I remember now. First game of the season, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
And then he told Romero to go and multiply elsewhere.
He's already scored against us this season, so that's just why it's just that little bit in the back of my head, just thinking, please, not again. But we should be able to beat Leicester at home. That's what I'm saying. If we don't beat them at home, that's when I will start. That's when the panic stations will start hitting in for me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, because is this a 6-pointer today? How many points did Leicester go up? 8. 8 points behind us. So if they lose, if they say they did beat us, they'll be 5 points behind us. We could be 11. Realistically, even though no one thinks we're going to get relegated, if we win today, relegation is pretty much dead in the water. If we win today,
Tomorrow.
11 points.
Tomorrow.
I'm getting a day fixed up, but you can tell I'm just going to work. I completely forget what day it's Saturday or Sunday. I done this the other day. They were like, I don't know what's that. Like, yeah, we're going to beat Everton on Saturday. Like, yeah, well, that's a good. That'd be a good try. Seeing we're playing Sunday. I've got the wrong day again.
Working too hard, Dan.
Yeah, must be. Yeah.
So, what's your take on the what's your guys' take on? I mean, to me, it's a cesspit. You know, you never hear anything concrete anymore because we operate differently. But with all the links with players and that, what are your thoughts on that for you guys?
Oh, man. Deadline day. Oh, that's nice to be perfect.
Would you say deadline day?
I said I was back to speak, but I'll let someone else speak first. I just spoke about 4 or 5 minutes.
Sorry. What do you think then, guys, about this? The players that we're being rumoured with, and
I'm happy to go. I think it's woeful. I think it's negligent what the club's doing. This I do have pretty strong opinions about. In terms of, I think when we were speaking last week, I said about transparency. How good would football be if we as fans, regardless of what club you supported, had transparency so we knew what direction we were going in? Even the team we're playing on the weekend with Leicester, like, what's Van Nistelrooy's plan? What are they planning? What's going to be their setup? At least at Tottenham, we know what we want to do. We're going to play that high-pressing, attacking style football. We want our wingers to play wide. We want to blah, 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 blah. But we know what we want. Yet the massive concerning thing for me is that we're now 25 days into a window. There's uncertainty around the manager. No one's come out to definitively say it. I'm hearing it through ITKs who, for the record, in the nose, know sweet FA. They're just mouthpieces for I don't even know who. For all the Ange out people, I completely understand. I'm an Ange supporter. If you want to be Ange out, great. If the club's Ange out, great. Make a decision. Because we've now wasted 25 days of a window. And if you had any prospective managers lined up or people looking at Tottenham going, well, Ange might be getting sacked, there could be an opening. They're looking at that going, this club's waited 25 days?
Yeah.
They've got the worst injury crisis in the Premier League, and they've done sweet FA. Like, it's negligent. They're shooting themselves in the foot. Like, honestly, if you're a manager, let's say you are I don't know, okay, Silver or whoever we've been linked with, and you're looking at Tottenham going, oh, yeah, is that an enticing opportunity where you're going to be supported and backed? And they're looking at it going, oh, hell no, I'll go somewhere else. Like, this is disgusting. It really is. How we got this far in and we haven't supported. And forget about Ange. Like I said, you're Ange in, you're Ange out. Who cares? I think Ange has even come out and subtly said it. Like, you want to head on a post? You want to head on a pike? Put mine. But we need help.
Yeah.
And he's saying, I don't need help. Our players need help. And what are we doing to help them? Back to good old sweet FA. So I think there needs to be big questions asked of the club. And like I said last week, there's a massive disconnect between Ange, Lang, and I think the disconnect starts after Lang because Ange always says he's talking with Johan. Then you've got Mackenzie, Munn, and Levy. Somewhere in between there's a disconnect. So, geez, they better sort it out, or we will be in the SH1T in no time, and we're not going to be attractive to anyone. Like I said, if Ange goes out, I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm a Tottenham supporter. I'm not an Ange supporter. Well, I support Ange. I like Ange. He's an Aussie, patriotic. You know, want to stick up for our people. But in the end, I support Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And our football club is not benefiting from this situation where we've got players running on, like I said, 10 HP, 5 HP, 1 HP, and we're seen to be doing nothing. Like, it drives me insane.
Yep.
I hope I'm not alone, but it just...
No, you're not. I've got Spurs burnout from this transfer window. Tygo, I was exactly the same as you. You hit the nail on the head, and you eloquently said it. I'm not going to read. I'm exactly the same as you, brother.
It grinds my gears. It really does. Like, this is simple.
I did say earlier, right, that when I talked about the transfer window. So where I am with all this is that, and what I can't understand and what I'm flabbergasted about is there's a whole multitude of things that are going on at the moment for me inside my head, because it's all about the chicken and the egg for me, and it has been for a while. I think every part of the club needs to take a portion of blame for where we are at the moment and how we are at the moment. And I mean, from the players to the manager to the board to the chief scout to the coaches, everyone needs to take a bit of a slice of the pie. But for me, what gets me is that the transfer window closed in the summer, right? Whenever it was. So at that point, the hand that you're dealt with is the hand that you've got to play with till December. Till January at the earliest, because that's when the winter transfer window opens. Now, last year, so if I roll it back a year, I turned around and I did say to Adrian, who's a really good friend and he's a really nice fella, and Adrian's got one point of view and I've got another. And mine is that PSR, CS, squad cost ratio, all that shit, all them acronyms that they talk about, I don't think it was worth the paper it was written on, because we saw people in front of our very own eyes in the summer do horse trading and get away with what they were doing. So they were selling players to each other that were worth 1 million on transfer market, and they were selling them to each other for 30 odd million. But then they were equalising it by buying them. So they were selling a player for 30 odd million, and then they were buying a player for 30 odd million. So it equalises it all, so none of them get done. And last year, in the winter transfer window, we were led to believe we're FFP kings and all shit like that. We've got the money, we can go and do stuff. And we did fuck all in the summer in my eyes. So you've got the hand that you're dealt with, like every other club. And during the hand that we're dealt with between August and December, we have been decimated. Absolutely wiped out. We've been decimated. So if you've got your targets for next summer, let's say, because you're working on them a year in advance, then all you've got to do is you've got to bring some of them forward. Like they said they did with Kinski, you bring them forward, right? Now, the only team, and I will say, the only team at the moment who's doing any business in the market is Man City, right? Man City have spent more in this transfer window than every Premiership team combined last transfer window last winter. So City have already bypassed and spent more on their own than all the teams put together in the last transfer window. Now, in the summer, about 3 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, the Premiership released the statement that no team has been done for FFP, PSR, SCR, whatever you want to call it. None of them have been done. Everyone is within the limits. Now, for a team, if the businessmen at Tottenham are so clever at businesses, if they can see that all around them people are getting away with and doing things not to be caught for, then all you got to do is get a creative mind in, pay them the money, get a creative mind in, so we can be creative in what we do as well, and go and fucking spend the money on players. Because at the moment, if you listen to some of the financial experts, we're still FFP kings. We've got the money. We can go and spend money, loads of money at that. And seeing that, that we've got decimated, I can't understand how, for the life of me, why are you waiting like that? I think Dan said it the other day. Why are you waiting for last minute freeze and loans and shit like that in the last week of the window, when if you've got the money and if you've done your job correctly and you identified the players and you brought them forward from the summer to the winter, you should have just slapped the money down and you should have just got players in at the start of the window, because we needed the players in before we played. Our first game this year was Liverpool, wasn't it? Yeah, Liverpool in the cup in the semi-finals. The first game in January we had. We should have brought players in already ready for that Liverpool game. And I just can't understand for the life of me. There is a disconnect somewhere within the club, right? And when you start seeing, I mean, I knew that yesterday's link with that Brobery was a load of bollocks, but when you start seeing links like that, you're just like, really, we are really bargain basement shopping, aren't we? We're not looking, we're not serious, we're not real. We are really fucking awful in the transfer market. Now, if that's a problem because they don't financially want to get rid of any money, that could be one thing. But is it a problem? Is it that, or is it a problem with Langer and people like that not being able to identify or not being able to get deals across the line? I don't know, but somewhere along the lines there's a major disconnect in the club.
Yeah, we're charity shopping, aren't we, at the minute? We've bypassed Primark and we've bypassed Tesco's clothes. Now we're in charity shop.
Dakara says we needed that win. Our team is so weak at the moment. I can't understand why anyone wouldn't be happy with a win. We have to win against Leicester. You've got mornings from Nita for you, Johnny. Then you've got Lord Rodney says that's a fair point. I think Ange has changed the tactics recently. I just think it's a bit too little, too late for me. I've seen these things with managers before where they take too long to change things, and then when they do, they get little revival, and then it collapses spectacularly. For Kunde Buchan, Lord Rodney's on fire this morning. He just can't stop, can he? Look, Kunde Buonanotte is the big threat for me. If we can stop him, then we got a chance. Buonanotte scored. I scouted at the under-19s World Cups as in a hype. Then you've got the says, I just can't believe we haven't signed anyone. I'm so losing faith in all things Spurs. Bella's here. Good evening to you, Bella. Says big up, lads. Hello, Bella. I hope you're well, sweetheart. I see Tottenham have dropped to 9th on the rich list. Levy won't be happy. Nita says, I just want us to get back on a winning streak. I can't deal with the transfer malarkey. That's a head gone. DLO, and then she says, boy, Peter Kagais is agreeing with what you're saying, Tigaro. Says that you're bang on. Spat on. Tigaro is bang on, says it in a hype. Peter then says, the car working on standby, hope all as well. Okay, so he's working. And then you got Colin Blackshaw says, good morning, Jose and panel. Good morning. And another fouled upload says, we're dust under the manager's bargain bin. So, right, where are you down with this then, mate? Because you let the other boys have a chat.
Oh, what about the transfer, about all the transfers and the lack of them? Basically,
yeah, where'd you sit with all of it? I mean,
Well, when we started the window, Romano said we were looking at least 4 players. That was at least 4 players, yeah. So that's a load of BS for a start, because that hasn't worked out. Basically, we was going to be looking at a goalkeeper, a left back, a centre back, and a central forward. We ain't getting a new left back. That's a guarantee. So I said no links to any left backs at all. We're definitely looks like we're not getting another centre back now. Yeah, so I can't know. This thing happens every transfer window. Romano comes out, says at the beginning of the window, we're going to get potentially Spurs are looking at 3-4 players, and then it ends up. Then a week or 2 weeks later, it will go to I'm hearing that they might get at least another one in or two, and then the last week of deadline it will be, are they trying to work to see if they can get any opportunity to rise? It's so predictable how top the transfer window is going to go, yeah. And the problem is we're in an injury crisis this season, and it's still like any other transfer window. It's like any other normal Tottenham transfer window where we're indecisive to get any deals done. When we, I'm one of the guys who I'll say I don't really want Ange to leave this football club anymore, yeah. But if you're going to sit here and not sign any players, yeah, and leave him to basically have no tools to try and get us out of this mess, then this is the sort of things where I do stick up for Ange on, yeah, because no manager can really lose their first choice goalkeeper, their first choice left back, their two first choice centre backs, yeah, and not struggle. Obviously, Ange is a naivety at time, yeah, can still play a part in this, yeah. But any manager in the world, yeah, would find that hard, and we're not even giving him the tools, yeah, to try and get out of this mess. That's what I'm trying to say. This is where Ange. This is where I've got this thing. This is where Ange's got a perfect excuse. Like, Levy's literally hanging them out to dry. I'd be more, even though Ange isn't going to do this, I'd be more impressed if Ange just come out and told us the truth to begin with. I know not a Conte sort of style thing, but just said, look, this is the situation. It looks like I'm not going to get any players between now and deadline day. I'm trying my hardest. But he's basically taking the fall for Levy too much on this, where he's like, he's not. Are we going to get any business done between now and deadline day? It's going to probably be one or two loan signings, yeah? And it's going to be scrubs in the last week of deadline day. You only play. We got lucky when we got Bentancur and Kudu. Yeah? The only reason we got Bentancur and Kudu was because of Paratici. Because of Paratici's connections in Italy, and he knew that Juventus needed to sell at that time. Kudu and Bentancur were very decent players to pick up in January for that sort of bargain price. You're never going to pick up Bentancur and Kudu every January. But we're not even. Look, Solanke's out for 6 weeks, yeah. If we do not get another striker between now and deadline day, yeah, then to me that is neglect. To leave Richarlison, no disrespect to Richarlison, yeah. Richarlison has actually been fit himself for last year, hasn't he? He's barely played what? He's been injured a lot, so we're going to be putting a lot of our eggs in the baskets on Richarlison for now 6 weeks and hoping that he stays fit. So I can't understand how we're not. If we didn't bring another striker between now and deadline day for a start, that's neglect. And I definitely think we need another central midfielder, man, because I am sick to death of Basuma playing for this club anymore, man. Play it up. But then we sleep. Yeah, I don't mean to say all about the transfer window, mate, because this is Tottenham, brother. We can say one thing and then the complete opposite's happening. So we can sit there and say, well, yeah, I think we're going to bring in one or two, and then we're probably going to bring in 0 players between now and then. You don't really know what Tottenham are doing. I'm hoping, for the sake of our sanity here, that we are trying to bring in a couple of players between now and deadline day. Because if we leave him with this bare bones squad, so I don't even know when, like, you've got Van der Ven and Romero not coming back to February. Adobe's not going to be back for another 5 or 6 weeks. Vicario isn't back to the end of February. That's what I mean, man. This is where any other manager, would be like something. A lot of other managers would be going straight. Would be in their press conferences going mad about this situation. Like, look, I've not got my first choice goalkeeper. We bought another goalkeeper, so you can sort of say maybe that one. But we're basically relying on Spence playing as a left back now, yeah, to come up for Udogie. But Spence isn't even an out-and-out left back; he's a right back. More of his career, but he obviously can play left back as well. But he's an out-and-out left back; he's more of a right back. It's the situation's a mess, mate. But it's not helped that we got the worst over in football, who will still sit there with an injury crisis and won't back his manager. He'll back his manager, said he ain't going to sack him, then he won't back him in the transfer market. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Like, he'll back him until the point where we're basically in a relegation battle. But then he won't back him in the transfer market to try and get us out of this mess. I don't really understand. I don't really understand what our club's doing at the moment as well. So Daniel Levy's had like a knock to the head or something. This isn't Daniel Levy, man. He's backing the manager to the point where I don't know what's going on. If you do not bring any players in between now and deadline day, man, it is proper neglect in my eyes, mate. So I'll just leave it at
that. Another failed upload says, I've been a big fan of Thiago Almada for about 3 years now. He's on loan in France. Archer says, good morning, Jose and chat. Good morning, Archer. Norman Lamont is here. Been a while, Norman. Not seen you, mate. I hope you are well. Says good evening, guys from Australia. Side Dancers says the reason why they're not spending money is they're waiting to see if we go out in the cups and sack hands. But by then, if that was the case, then by then you're out of the competitions, and then the window's shut by then. So it makes no odds to me. In all honesty.
Simon, what I don't understand is if they were going to sack hands like in January, you would have done it earlier in the transfer window to get the other managers some time to bring in some new players as well. Even if you do sack hands like a week to left to go in the transfer window, it's going to leave the club in a mess. If you try and give him hardly any time to bring any players in as well, I don't really understand what the club are doing this January. Are they backing him or are they not backing him? Because if they're backing him, they will at least get a couple of players in this transfer window to try and get out of this mess. If they're not backing him, then just sacking them. That's my motto then. It's either one or the other. Because basically, right now, he's got 12 or 13 injuries. We are literally down to the bare bones. I think it was 4 or 5 of the players who finished the game the other day in the Europa League were 18-year-olds. You had Alisi, you had Gray, you had Bergvall, I think it was at least 3 or 4 teenagers that finished on that pitch.
Yeah, 4, wasn't
it? We're literally down to the bare bones, man. So the point where even a couple new faces, a couple new bodies in that squad, just to give them a couple more options will help a little bit. And what will just help us through this situation for the next couple of weeks until some of these players get back. Surely we can afford to spend a little bit of money just to try and navigate the situation for a little bit. So I don't understand.
He's like that bloke in the pub who won't buy a round, isn't he?
He is. He tries going to the toilet. He tries effing to the toilet every time the roundabout goes. You're like, oh, this guy goes to the toilet 5 or 6 times during the night. Like, always happens when the round's about to hit, isn't it? I used to have one of the guys at work who was like that.
Right.
You got to watch out for the whisperers in the pub. They never shout.
Right, Siles also says Scott Munn and Lang need to go. Bring back Paratici when his ban finishes. Wayne Bonner, if you're still in the chat, can I say that I've added your predictions for this week? Anyone that wants to do predictions that hasn't done so already, please go onto yesterday's stream. Leave your predictions there because you'll be able to see what the fixtures are because other people have done so before you, and I will add you. There's still another 4 hours before the kickoffs. But just letting you know. Bella says, this is a fan base where we need to stand up against Levy and get him to change or get out. We must unite for change, says Bella. King Cobber says, evening all. So King Cobber has finally realised that we are on. We've only been doing this for about an hour and 40 minutes, King Cobber, and you just joined us. Daikaru says, I've had my disagreements with Dan in the past, but I agree with him on this. Daniel Sandoval says, good morning, come on, you Spurs. Buenos dias, Daniel. I hope you are well. David Shear says, good day, Boss Geezer, Tigaro, Jose, and Daniel. So Boss Geezer is you, Johnny. Archer is, Anne said, we're sort of playing with fire by not signing anyone. Isn't that a message to Levy? Clear enough, says Archer. Miss Bunny, good morning, Miss Bunny. She says, even if Levy isn't going to backhand, he should at least back the club and get a few in. It's actually baffling that nothing is happening. Paul G, good morning to you, sir. Good morning to Paul G. This is morning to all. And then Nita is saying, and is in the same cycle as Poch was, and all the other managers had been at Spurs. They're still saying Poch said he never wanted any new players. That's a lie. I will never believe that. Norman Lamont says, realistically, our chances in the Carabao Cup are small. The FA Cup is always hard. Our best chance is the Europa League. And David Shear says, Langer is the problem. He has given Levy another body and excuse if we fail.
Yeah.
But this was an opportunity. Once an opportunity for Levy to finally prove to the fans that he did care about this club in this January transfer window. We probably have a little chance just to show he gives a little crap about his fans here. Just the backhands in his transfer window here with some new signings here. Because like people say the situation is similar to Poch. No Tottenham manager has gone into a January transfer window like sitting, well, like 15th, 14th in the league with half their squad out. And with no less, potentially then with a lot less squads to work for the next month or 2 months. No Spurs managers have to deal with that. This is like the first ever time. So this was a chance for Levy, yeah, to show that he did care about this football club in this January transfer. Which, to me, it's proven he gives F all about this club on the football side, yeah. Just obviously on the. So I don't understand because if say obviously worst comes to worst, I don't want to say the R word, but let's say we did get relegated, yeah. The amount of money this football club would lose from getting relegated, yeah, makes no financial sense. To not go out and sign some players in this January transfer window, yeah, to make sure it did not happen. So there's a certain thing where you say you can buy yourself out of relegation. I know we're not going to get relegated, Jones. I'm just saying, obviously, just saying it's an example, yeah. But like, you could be like, oh look, I get a bit panicky. We're down near the bottom half of the table, yeah. I will sort of give a couple players just to navigate the situation because I do not want to have the financial loss for the next 1 or 2 years from being in the Championship. So I don't understand what Daniel Levy's even thinking right now. It's madness. Like, the financial side of it as well. The down payments we're going to have to make on the stadium. I definitely don't think we've done that plan to be a Championship side. I know that for a fact. I'm saying so. It's madness.
Sorry, mate. If I can jump in, just to sort of validate your point about the footballing side, you're absolutely right, mate. We're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Daniel Levy doesn't give a shit about Tottenham Hotspur in relation to the football side. Pains me to say it, but I think he's proven it. And the thing that really, again, ground my gears during the week, and again, just shows how sort of deceitful, but it seems deceitful that Levy and Enoch in the last 4 weeks or 6, might have been the last 4 weeks, purchased an additional 11.7% of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, which means they get another 11.7% of all revenue from home games, intellectual property, etc., etc. Now, are they trying to build up their portfolio for sale? I can only hope. Jesus, can only hope. But I guess that's just an insight into what they're thinking. And there's an old saying about rich people that you don't get rich spending money. And unfortunately, Daniel and Enoch, they're those people. And it's something we have to accept. It's not just happened this year. It hasn't happened last year. Happened through Poch, happened through Conte, happened through, Joel. You could go back through the passage of time. Yeah, that 11.7% purchase. So I don't know exactly how much of the club they actually own at the moment, but whatever the revenue is coming in, they're getting a massive chunk of it. And it's a lot more than it'd be to pay for a player like, let's say, I'm going to swing this into a player that, if we're name one player in the world that you'd want to sign right now to fix our problems. And my one player that, if I could spend 80 million, 100 million on, would be Piero Hincapié from Leverkusen. Can play left back, can play centre back. He'd be my man to fix our system. They're not going to spend that money. They're all in it for the money. That's all they're after. They don't care about the club. We're not going to get Hincapié. We're not going to get any massive signings. We're not going to get anything. So, again, I'll throw that out to you. Who'd be your dream signing?
Just before we answer that, just wanted to say to people, listen, there's members here that are in the chat. So thank you for being members. If anybody wishes to come on and have their say, the link is in the community page, which only members can see, because the message has only been sent out to members. So if anyone wants to come on and you're a member, you're more than welcome to do so. Come on and have your say. We can invite anyone. And if you fancy becoming a member, it's pinned into the chat. So if you do become a member, then you have an opportunity to come on rather than have to keep typing out. You can do what these gentlemen are, and you can verbalise rather than have to type out all the time. We've got a question. I'm going to ask the panel after people answer what Tigara just said that I've just started from Smithy. Norman Lamont says our future is the youngsters, IFF. David Shear says you guys have said yourselves we get NAFL players in January. Archer is saying most signings are clearly club signings anyway, so why not just sign players for whoever the next manager is if Levy's planning to sack hands? In Height says PPR might not be an issue, but tax avoidance is. You need to pay national insurance on terminating contracts. Bella is just saying simply, I can't see us beating Leicester. Miss Bunny says, no signings, but the fans will still go to the games, still renew their season tickets, and still no massive protest. If him not buying players won't make fans take a stand, nothing will. Jimmy Hotspurs is here, says, big up, guys, and the chat. Good morning to you, Jimmy Hotspur. Bella's saying to you, an answer to you, Tigaro. She says, Gokares. Archer says, our wages to revenue ratio dropped from 48% last season to 42% this season. Hincapié, I scouted at the under-19s or the under-17s World Cup, says Inner Height. David says, not this week, Jose. I'm sicker than Dan sounds. Yeah, I know that if you're not sick, you love to make an appearance, Mr. Shearer, on the screen, which is good. Right. One player, Dan, on what Tigara said, if Levy had unlimited funds, then you could buy just a one player that would help us out or improve us.
That's a hard question, isn't it? All the football players in the world want. I'll go for the position I think we need to improve the most at the moment. I think midfield is the one that I think that's the weakness position in our team the most. But I think we lack a bit of a structure though in front of the defence. I'll go and get Edison at Atalanta.
Okay. The centre midfielder.
I think it'd be perfect for this system.
See, I've always found, Dan, that Edison for me plays well in a double pivot. I've never seen him play on his jacks. He's always played with someone beside him.
I think he's a very good player, so I think he would be able to adjust to this own system. It's something I've been looking at for a while, man. I wanted Spurs to go for last summer, obviously, but if you don't feel like forwards as well, obviously Greg would be like the ultimate perfect signing. Yeah. Obviously, that's unrealistic. Does it mean any signing, even if we've got a chance of potentially getting them? It's just like any sign we want to improve the squad.
Yeah, I think that's what Tigaro was saying. He didn't caveat it by saying it can only be players that will come to us. He just said if you had the checkbook, what player would you bring in to improve us?
My mind's going at it. There's so many quality players. You're just trying to think about which one suits them. Centre backs maybe. No, we've got decent centre backs. Left back. Yeah, I'll go Edison. I'll stick with Edison.
What's happened to your Belgium striker that you keep raving about?
Well, obviously I went Opienda, but we didn't get Opienda, are we? And obviously, he isn't a. Well, he would suit the system, but he's not exactly the striker. He's not. Obviously, we're going to get Opienda. I don't want to come across this guy as like the number one Opienda fan, so I don't want to mention him all the time. Every time I say Spurs want to sign a player, and Ryan G isn't here to back me up either. He Ryan G to back me up as well. He's a massive Opienda fan as well. He'll be sitting like my hype man saying, "Yeah, we need Opienda. So I need Ryan G here."
Johnny, for you as well, mate. What player, if had 100 million clear checkbook, who are you bringing in?
Dream player, Vinicius.
You're not going to get for 100 million.
A bit more than 100
million. We've got a price structure now. I just thought dream player.
No. I was taking the Mickey, mate. I was taking the Mickey, but yeah, if you're going to go for it, go for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Vinicius Junior is quite a good shout, you know.
Yeah, but it was more than 100 million, Dan.
Yeah. I'll change one.
I think if we got Vinicius, I don't think too many fans would be too peeved if Sonny didn't play on the left wing anymore. You know what I mean? I think we'd be quite happy if we had Vinicius Junior. So,
to me, two young players, right? That you could. If I had 100 million to spend, right, two young players that I would look at who currently both play for Real Madrid. I'd look at Arda Güler and I'd look at Brahim Diaz.
Oh, he's quality. He's quality, man. He's played for Man City.
Yeah, they're two players that I think would improve. So they're two players that could play in the middle or could play out on the up front in the top 3 spaces, or could play in the middle 3 as well. And I think, you know, even 100 million pound is like 120 or what, 110, 120 million euros. And I think you could get both players across the line for that money, and they'd improve your squad, team, squad, whatever you want to look at it. Sorry, just to say, can I just say, David Shears gifted out a channel membership, and that's gone to, like, there's kind of an Australian game going on, right? So David Shears gifted out of a channel membership, and it's gone to THFC 20, right? Which has then been followed by a gifted membership by Peter Gagaius, which has gone to Lisa O, which has then been followed by a gifted membership by Dekaru. And this has gone to Jay Ashraf. So, people, if you're in the chat at the moment and you haven't got a membership, we have got a really kind community here. If you change your permissions on your own account to accept gifts, you might be gifted a membership. Just letting you know out there. But thank you very much to you 3 gentlemen for gifting a membership each. I could see the games starting between the 3 of you. Daikari says, my internet is currently performing at about the same level as Spurs in the Premier League, so I'm going to have to call it a night. If you are off, Dave, take care of yourself, mate, and thank you for coming on. Jimmy Hotspur says, just think the difference we could make immediately by buying Eze and Cunha. Cunha's another player. Cunha's another player that, for me, I just don't see why you just don't slap 70 million for him and just bring him in. I think he improves you, whether he plays as an 8, whether he plays as a 10, whether he plays as a wide player, whether he plays as a forward. I just think he improves you. Side Darts says one player I would get would be Joshua Kimmich. Smithy is just highlighting Isaac with a question mark. And Miss Bunny says, well, one player would be Joe Linton, a leader and an enforcer in midfield. Give him the captaincy as well. Old school midfielder, takes no shit, real man's man of a player, something we haven't got. And
sorry.
And Dekaru says, what Dekaru said, he says, sorry, I'm just a sheepy. The sheeple saw the whole membership thing and just followed the flock. Right, a question that I've highlighted, right, and I didn't read it, but I'm not highlighted it, is this, and I'll start with you, Johnny. Says, he says, do you think Levy is stringing us out until February to see what happens, then sack Ange, and that will be the excuse why we didn't get players in this transfer window?
I don't think he'll sack Ange. I really don't think he'll sack Ange to even. I think he's just too tight to buy players in this transfer window. You know, he's proved that all these years, isn't he? Every manager, no matter what name, no matter what big name, he's just tight as the proverbial bumhole, isn't he? So I don't think he'll sack Ange. I think if he's going to sack him, he's going to sack him at the end of the season, isn't he? And then scapegoat, and then we're going to start all over again. New manager, 2 little signings, and start all over again. Rinse and repeat.
Ty, same question to you, mate.
Oh, sorry, to me?
Yes, because I was going to ask all 3 of you the same question.
Sorry, I was off at the ferries. I was watching some beetle just fly around. My apologies. All right, so Levy, no, he's not going to spend money. End of story. Yeah, I agree. Ange isn't going to get sacked now, and it'd be silly to sack him, you know, in a month's time or 2 months' time. There's no point to it. No one benefits. Yeah, potentially in your summer, my winter. Oh, I don't know. I get really confused with this stuff. So yeah, your summer. Potentially, yeah, he'll get the sack again. I'm not an engine or end. Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah, in terms of excuses, I don't think he's got excuses. I think we've as Johnny said, you know, this is not an isolated incident or an isolated transfer window. We've seen it before and we'll see it again, unless things change. Which At the moment, without the transparency that I speak of, we're, again, I've said it before on this show, we're mushrooms. We're kept in the dark and fed BS. So I don't know. I just hope he gets out of our club.
Dan.
Oh, it's a question about Smithy. Well, yeah. What's Smithy
Says,
saying there?
it says, do you think Levy's stringing this out until February to see what happens? Then sack Ange, and that will be the excuse of why we didn't get players in the transfer window.
Yeah, that's exactly what Levy would probably do. But it's very risky by Levy to do that because there's no guarantee this injury crisis isn't going to let up after February or after March. It could get worse. And then we could potentially have an even thinner squad, yeah? So the next manager could have an even thinner squad to deal with, and we could still be in this crisis. So to sit there and play roulette in this transfer window with our potential, obviously, with our rest of our season, it's such a risky move, man. So I don't understand what Levy's doing. Because if he's back in hand, like I said, if he's back in hand, then why is he not getting him a couple of signings for the rest of this transfer window when he's got literally 12 or 13 players now? If he's not back in hand, then why is he not sacking him at the beginning of the transfer window and giving the new manager at least 3 weeks left of the transfer window to potentially bring in some of his own players to try and help this squad? Now he's left himself in a situation, where he has to basically backhand because he's left himself a week left of the transfer window now as well. He's going to have to sign out his players. That's what I'm saying. If he does not sign out his players, this is a proper neglect. If you cannot sack him now with 5-6 days left of the transfer window to go, bring a new manager in, you're not going to be able to get the new manager any players either. So basically, he's now going to have to basically go panicky in this last week and try and get some give to drug signings for Ange just to get some more numbers to the squad. If he doesn't do that, then basically Ange do. Because Ange, obviously, I'm not a big fan of Ange's tactics, obviously, but obviously, if Ange hasn't got the players yet to try and help him, try and get what he wants on the pitch, then he's doomed. That's a guarantee. Because right now we're playing Archie. I think Archie. We have to play Archie Gray as centre back. What, the last 2 months now? He's an 18-year-old kid. What Big Six club plays an 18-year-old kid out of position as centre back for the last 2 months and don't have any other centre backs in the squad because basically all the other centre backs are injured, and they left themselves in a situation where Ben Davis is our 4th choice centre back. Yeah, Ben Davis is the left back. We should have 4 quality centre backs in this club anyway. Where's a lot of top 6 Premier League clubs have 3 or 4 good centre backs? We have Dragerson, Van der Ven, Romero, and then we have a makeshift Ben Davis, who was originally a left back, who now we're making plays at left side is centre back. So really, you should have 4 established centre backs to begin with if you want to be a serious football club. We don't have 4 established serious centre backs. And we left ourselves in a situation where as soon as 1 or 2 of them get injured, we're down to the bare bones. So then a point now where literally we've got a week left, and I'm hearing like links we'll get linked with Skriniar the other day. Skriniar is a complete opposite player than what we want. He's slow. Ange needs pretty quick defenders as well for this system. And Skriniar will get rinsed in this system. Skriniar was for the Conte system, not for the Ange system. So when I see people saying, let's go for Skriniar the other day, Skriniar wouldn't have worked in this system full stop, man. He would have worked in the Conte system, but not an Ange system. So if Levy's doing that, and then he sacks him like literally 3 or 4 days after the window's shut, then what the hell? We're literally still stuck in like a penalty situation because we've not got any new players in. We're then stuck with potentially Ryan Mason, and we've still got potentially an injury hit squad. So I don't know, really, in my eyes, there's only one thing he can do now. He has to back in this transfer window. These next 10 days will show if Daniel Levy does one single care about this football club. Because he will at least get him 2 players in between. I want at least 2 players in between now and deadline day. Do I think we're going to get 2? No. But I want at least 2. I want a striker and I want a centre back. Well, a central midfielder would come in early as well. But they're going to give you the two right now. But the problem with the injuries we've got right now, we've got no Slanky for 6 weeks. Get me another striker. Because there's no disrespect to Richarlison. He's been injured too much last year. I can't rely on Richarlison staying fit to get me another striker as well. and then get me another centre back as well, because I do not want to have to be playing Archie Gray as a makeshift centre back for the next 3 months if Van or Romero get injured again. And this is actually quite how bad Dragoson's playing. I'd rather play Archie Gray as a centre back over Dragoson. And Dragoson's actually a makeshift. He's actually been out and out centre back. That's how bad Dragoson's been playing the last 2 months. If say Van or Romero got injured, I'd rather play Gray. Obviously, I wouldn't play Gray instead of Dragoson there, because Dragoson's actually out and out centre back. But that's getting in a situation where Archie, the makeshift centre back, has actually been playing better than Dragoson these last 2 months, which is not acceptable. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, with you saying all that, you've got Norman Lamont saying, if Levy sacks Ange, then it's obvious Levy is the problem, not Ange. Jimmy Hotspur says, remember, importantly, Levy is still Levy. He ain't having 15th in the league and will replace Ange when the window closes. Perfect excuse in his world. Inner Hype says, we bid 15 million for Richard Rios. Palmeiras want 27 million. Profits get distributed in April. Money saved now means higher shareholder payouts in April. Miss Bunny is agreeing with everything you've just said, Dan. Inner Hype says we've scored a 30. Good morning, the cough's here. Ben's here. Says morning, everyone. Good morning, the cough. Paul Van Beek says, I think Ben Davis plays better at centre back now. He seems to be one of our better centre backs. And then you've got who's that down here? You've got Archer says, notice Dragoson's got to be agent has been very quiet for a while. You have to put in excellent performances to back up what you've been spouting off, and that's probably why he's gone quiet. In a Hype says they won't suck Ange because it's 45% tax added to the contract payment. Ben says Spurs fans were asking to compete for Dorgu as well, another player who doesn't fit whatever system this is. Spurs fans don't know what they want. Smithy says, can't agree more with what you said, Dan, my brother. And then Inner Hype says it makes more sense to put that cash on transfers. So move that one away from there. Right. So yeah, at the end of the day, like I said earlier, for me it's the chicken and the egg. There's a lot of different stuff that's going on at the club. And I just think that I had a feeling right before Paratici before Langer came in, I felt that we were going in a direction under Paratici, and I did feel that we were going in a direction, and I could see the wood from the trees, and I could see semblances of us doing things, but that's all changed under Langer for me. But the one common factor, and it has to be said, the one common factor that's been with us pre-Paratici, post-Paratici, with Langer and everything, for me, the one thing that's been there is the board. The board have always been there. They're the consistent in this over a longer period of time. So when you're looking at sample sizes, the sample sizes you've got sample size. If you want to look at managers, you've got the sample sizes. I don't have to give you all the dates. You've got Ange, you've got all the other managers. The sample sizes were the amount of time they were at the clubs for. The players that we've had at the club, the sample sizes, the amount of times they played for us for whatever seasons. The results, the sample sizes, we can see the results season in, season out. But the people that are the paymasters that dictate all of this, so the way that we're going to move as a club, whatever philosophy we've got, whatever we look to do in the next 5 years or 10 years, when you're building your plans and stuff like that, the only people that have all this and the commonality is Levy and the board. Now, some people will turn around and say that we're being facetious by saying that the board don't back the managers. But then if you look at it on paper, they've spent money. They have spent money. It's not as if we've been shy of spending money, because we've spent money. It just seems to be we've spent money really badly over the years, not just now, over the years. We spent money badly. And we've lost a lot of money whereby we've bought players that haven't been what they were worth. And then you either keep them too long or they're so bad, the players, that we can't then move them on and shift them for any money whatsoever. And then they end up leaving on freeze and stuff like that. So, you know, at the end of the day, something has to change. And the way that we operate hasn't changed. It really hasn't changed. Now, I turned around and said a few weeks ago on a members show, Tigara, you were with me on the show, and I can't remember who else was on there, but I turned around and said, could it be? And I just said, could it be? I'm throwing things out there. And I said, could it be that there's a power struggle at board level? You know, that in the board level, they don't all agree with each other. So when I say board level, I'm talking about Daniel Levy, Rebecca Capelthorne, Donna Marie Cullen, can't remember the other fella's name, and you've got Scott Munn. You've got 5 of them there now sit up there. And all of them are financiers, apart from, don't think Scott Munn's a financier, but the rest of them are all financiers. And I just thought to myself, and it's a wild one, so please don't shoot me, but I've always said that I think there's something going on at the top. Behind the scenes at the board level, there's something going on. Now, it could, I don't know whether it's the fattening the cows because they want to sell the club. I don't know whether they want to get investment into the club, or plainly that there is some infighting out there whereby maybe, because Daniel Levy is always purported to be a Tottenham supporter, for a lifetime Tottenham supporter, could it be, and I don't want to get shot because everyone then says to me, yeah, but Levy gets the final say. I'm sure he gets the final say, but he does listen, ironically, to the board members that he's got there as well. Now, could it be that Levy wants to do a little bit more to help out, right? But the rest of the board are saying, no, don't bother. Let's just rake the dividends, and we won't do nothing at all. I just think that behind the scenes there's something going on. And I think, I mean, apart from it being rotten to the core on the football level, at the board level, I just think there's something going on there, and we're just not privy to it at the moment. I'll let you come in on. Let me just say hello. You got Jess. Jess says, "Morning, Jose and panel." Jess, I hope that you are feeling better than what you did yesterday, because I know that you're not well, and I hope that you're on the mend, and I hope that you are feeling better than what you did yesterday. Miss Bunny says, I don't care what Ange comes out and says about transfers. There's no chance in hell he can be all right with no signings. Jimmy Hotspur says 1 trophy in 25 years. The 8 richest clubs in the world is nothing short of disgrace. Levy would sack Levy with a record long ago, ironically. Ben Kaufman is saying they see this as the first time we have been. So they see that this is the first time we have been this low in the league under this ownership, and they want a change. They aren't going to back a failing horse. Nita then says, imagine after 24 years of ownership, we are sitting at 15th in the Prem. Levy seems okay to spend the money, but lacks passion and desire to make Spurs a winning club. Sorry, I wanted to read out the comments before you lot carried on with what I was saying. And I don't know who was it you that came in first?
No apologies, mate. No apologies required. No, I was just going to say in relation to your board comments, particularly around, you know, the instability, which is obvious. Like you'd have to be nuts to know that there's not something going on behind the scenes. You know, there was all this talk about Catwoman coming in to invest in the club. And sorry, Amanda Staveley, but you do look like Catwoman. I'm sorry, with someone with that much money of yours, you should get better plastic surgery than you do. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't care if you're watching. Hate me. But then the club go and buy 11.7% of their own shares. That sort of circumvents any potential investment from a third party. I honestly believe that they're looking to sell, and I think they've checked out. Mentally, with the club, with the football, they've checked out. It's all focused on this hotel that they want to build, and they're all their bloody other things, and they're looking to what sort of, like you said, dividends can we get out of this? It's pathetic. It really is. And this is not about Ange. I've said it before, and Dan said it. We all said it. Like I said, we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. Like we're cutting off our nose to spite our face. Yeah, if you wanted Ange out, do it now, or do it do it 6 weeks ago. Like Man City saw they had a problem 8 weeks ago after we beat them 4-0. They went, oh, geez, we're going to have to make some changes here. So what did they do? Pulled their finger out and started making some changes. And we're still here with 6-7 days to go in the window, and we're still twiddling our thumbs. Like I said, the board have checked out. Something's in the wings. We'll never know what it is until it happens. But yeah, in terms of the investment in the club, a load of rubbish. Like you don't buy 11.7% of the club unless you're trying to get some sort of financial reward out of it. That's all I got to say. An apology to Amanda Staveley. I was sort of joking, but not really. You look like Catwoman. Like, get it fixed. Looks like it was done in a bloody shipping container in Colombia.
I don't know if Dan's with us.
Yeah, I'm in, man.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Have you got anything further to add on what was in the comments I made about the board?
Oh, well, we know they're useless, mate. Well, Tom Mitchell said it how many years ago? My dream job turned into my nightmare job. That's what Paul Mitchell said when he was sporting director at Tottenham Hotspur. So, like, literally, you can only do so much. But I was looking at some of the signings Blanche done at Aston Villa, Josie. Some of them weren't as bad as what I thought they were, but some of them weren't good. But he brought Eddie Martinez to the club. He brought Matty Cash to the club. He brought Ollie Watkins to the club. Bertrand Traore was a flop. Morgan Sanson was a flop. Ross Barkley was pretty decent. Yeah, that was the loan spell. Obviously, Barkley's back there now, and he signed Philip Coutinho as well. Philip Coutinho was obviously a flop at Villa, so he's had a few there that have been hits and a lot there that have been misses. So I can't. So his talent ID. It's not great, but it's not. Obviously, Eddie Martinez has been a huge hitter at Aston Villa Football Club. So if you look at it, that's a massive signing by him. Ollie Watkins has been a massive hitter as well. Matty Cash as well has been pretty decent there as well. There's players like Philip Coutinho, Morgan Sanson, players like that have been a complete waste. They're the signs that make his spell there look really, really bad. Like players like Coutinho signings. The signings like Watkins and Martinez. If he pulled every sign out of the hat, he would have been applying to there. But like you say about the owners, mate, the owners they do spend cash. They spent cash the last few years. We spent a lot of money the last few years here. Underhand, we spent quite a lot of cash. They just don't spend it in the right places, and they don't spend it on the right players, which has been a problem at his football club for how many years now? To the point where we can spend 120, 130 million pounds, and we still not even really improve our squad. We spent what? How much did we spend in the summer? Over 120, 130 million pounds. Solanke and 65. Ray was 40 million. Odegaard was like what? 20, 25. We're talking what? 130, 135. We didn't really improve our squad that much in the summer, did we? With that amount of money we spent. Other than what we basically look at, Solanke. The Archie ones with future. If you look for actual players that were going to play for our first 11, Solanke was the only player we signed in the summer who was going straight into the first 11. One side. So this stemmed from the summer. It's now going into January as well. So you've been left to hang out to dry as well. Your tactics have played a part in it as well. But he's been left to hang out to dry as well this season with the crap summer transfer window we had. And now the neglecting this January transfer window. But is anyone really shocked? This has been, 27 years of Daniel Levy just doing this every year. To the point now where, like, even a lot of fans who used to stick up for him, yeah, are finally starting to realise that this guy's holding back our football club. He's been holding back our football club for too many years now. Sorry, mate.
Right, so it's all right. Peter Kagais starting. He's on fire this morning. It's his morning. Let's get Poch back. Lord Rodney says Levy don't back succeeding horses, so I don't swallow that. Ben Cochran says get a competent manager. Peter Guys, we can have another 5+ years of Jack Shite. He won't come back here. There's no Kane or Son in their prime. Kev G, good morning to you, Kev. Kev says Levy and Langer have shat on Ange from a big height. Ben says that Enoch have no interest in selling whatsoever. Jimmy Hotspur says City dropped 150 million on 3 signings before they may get a transfer embargo. Along with a massive fine, in my opinion, we'll soon see. Kev G says Langer is utter shite, director of football. Peter says, relax, Ange will get sacked and get your 1 million. Have a nice holiday on a Greek island and leave us to wallow in our own shit. Paul Van Beek says, I think they bought a small stake in the club. They overpaid for the stake, so they valued the club at something stupid like 8 billion.
8 billion.
To the person who said,
sorry, mate.
Says to the person who said, I want Poch back in other comments section rather than talking to me. I don't want Poch. That ship has sailed. We need a manager who actually wants to build a project. Kev G then says, how can a DOF not get the right players in for the right positions or improve? That's his flipping job. Right, sorry. Nita says, Tottenham Hotspurs has more history than Levy and his entourage will ever have. It's so sad he has forgotten he bought a football club. Step aside from football, Levy. Right, what I was going to say is, from what you guys have been saying, right, from what we're talking about, with the stage and stuff like that, right, what I was going to say is, when you go, so in Enoch's mind or in Levy's mind or whoever's mind, right, if they wanted to sell the club, right, what are you doing? What are you selling? Because are we a club or are we an enterprise? So when you're selling, do you sell the football club on its own, right, and you keep your hotels and you keep all the infrastructure, you keep everything, and it all belongs to you, but all you're selling is the football asset? Because the football asset on its own is not going to be the value of the asset if it was with the hotels and everything with it, right? You've got to remember as well, when thinking about this, is that the asset being the football club, right, you're going to get match day revenue. So the asset just being the football club, if it's not the concerts and shit like that, all the money that gets generated from the football is part of the club asset. Everything else is the enterprise asset. So when people are talking about the 8 billions and the 6 billions and stuff like that, that would be the asset itself with everything involved, packaged. But as a football club, we're not worth 8 million. If you look at the football package, if you look at the football package on its own, what would you say, Dan? Would you say, Johnny Tigara, when he comes up, how much do you say that we would value the club at without all the further assets? So just on the footballing side alone, no hotels, nothing else, just on the footballing side alone, how much is Tottenham valued at?
That's an hard question, Jose.
Yeah.
Oh, it's taking out all the stadium and all the, obviously, all the commercial side of it. Like,
well, you can,
Dan,
you can take, like, we're all separate anyway. Like, he's split Tottenham Hotspur up, hasn't he? As I understand it, the stadium's under one separate finance. The squad is one separate finance. All the bits and pieces are all separated. So I wouldn't know how to. I don't claim to be a financial genius either. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't like to put a value on a squad like that. Just on the football.
Can I just confirm? I class the stadium as part of the football.
Yeah, but the stadium's not part of the football, I don't think. It's separate, isn't it?
What I'm saying is anything to do with footballing activities, because otherwise you're quite right, you're opening a big can of worms up, aren't you? Because the stadium, you need the stadium to play football.
Yep.
Right? You need your team to play in that stadium.
Yep.
But with the other enterprises that go on at the club, they don't just have football events at the stadium, they have other events. So this is what I'm trying to say. When you're trying to sell the club off, what are you actually buying if you're selling the club? Because if you're selling the club and just a football enterprise alone, then the value of the club is going to be far lower than if you sold the club and all its enterprises, i.e. all its hotels, everything else, the whole kit.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct there.
Right? If you sell the whole kit, then it's going to be a higher value. But to me, it's you're quite right. I mean, it is. We're not financial experts here, but if you look at the stadium itself, could a deal be done? I mean, I don't know. Could a deal be done where you can sell the stadium? Sorry, sell the football club, right? And the stadium's part of it, but only the match day revenue for football events count towards it. But then the ENIC will still retain the events that happen outside of football. Do you see what I mean? It's a hard one to look at because selling it lock, stock, and barrel, it's going to be worth. When people are talking about this 8 billion, I don't know what it's worth 8 billion, but it'll be worth more than the club being sold on its own, right?
Yeah.
And then it's also as well, when you end up selling something like this, if you're ever to do that, what they're going to factor into any price that they've got, they're going to factor in what the potential revenues would have been or are for years to come, which may increase the price even more. I don't know.
Well, see, if we were just going by obviously we didn't just go by the playing squad, obviously, but the playing squad side of it, like that side of it, the stadium is the big game. Pretty much a lot of buyers now are going to be buying the club for the stadium. If you listen, they ain't buying the club for the playing squad, I know that. Because right now we've got one of the worst playing squads Tottenham have had in probably the last 10, 15 years. The valuation of that squad is not really, really high. We've got some players and there was some decent, but the stadium is the selling point to that football club. Obviously, the stadium goes with it as well. Like you're talking like about the stadium, about any stadium you had, you're just selling the football club obviously, and it might look a massive commercial freak of a stadium. Yeah, we're not even getting £1 billion for this football club. But we'll see with the stadium and with all the commercial side of that, yeah, we're getting easily over like £3 or £4 billion if you add it all together. But the stadium is the centre point now to the football club. That's the commercial game changer now for the football. Any person who's going to be buying the football club, yeah, is going to be looking like how much revenue does this stadium make me a year? They're not buying. Obviously, they're buying Tottenham for the football club as well, yeah. But right now, they're going to be a lot of owners are going to be looking at this football club. Yeah, is the stadium is the game changer for buying the football club. Yeah, so with that all together, and also you're talking, I reckon about 8 billion is well steep in my eyes. But I don't think we're worth nowhere near 8 billion, even with the stadium and all the commercial side of it. That seems more like.
But Dan, if you look at 1 year alone, right, and I don't know because I haven't got the finances, but if you look at 1 year alone, if you look at the amount of revenue, let's say, I don't know, this year isn't 50 Cent and people like that all playing at the stadium this year, something like that. They've got these gigs already lined up. You've now got that boxing fight between Ben and Eubanks. So you've got all these non-footballing events that are happening at the stadium, right? Which they have to apply to Haringey Council for licensing and that. And the amount of outside of football event days has increased dramatically. So there's a lot of stuff going on. How much money, if we say that on a match day, on a football match day, right, you fill the stadium up and they reckon it's about 1.3 million in income on a football match day. I think the income for the non-footballing events, I think they make even more than that 1.3 million, because if you look at a concert ticket goes for a lot more money than a ticket to watch a football match goes. And all the merchandise that you have to buy for these superstars, it'd be so much more money. I just think there's loads of money to be made. And if you times that event money, right, how many events do you need to get to £1 billion? I don't think you need many at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium to get to £1 billion. You see what I mean? Where I'm getting. So when you're looking at future revenue, right, that you can bring in from these events, you know, something like Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, what's it got? Has it got a shelf life for a lifetime, or do we think that Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is only here that someone's going to build a better stadium than us, and someone's going to, someone's going to end up cornering the market that Tottenham currently have at the moment? I can't see it in the very near future. I think Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, a bit like Wembley, the old Wembley, For years and years, it was decayed, decrepit. It needed revamping and stuff like that. Yet people still did events at Wembley Stadium. I think the same is going to happen at Tottenham. So therefore, the amount of money that brings in will continue to be that going forwards for years and years to come, which then makes me think that the enterprise itself is going to be valued. I think 8 million might be even cheap. I think you could probably get more than 8 billion for it if you looked 10, 20 years down the line.
Yeah, you're right there, Jose.
If you look at it that way, mate, because I would say about the NFL don't like their plan stadium anytime soon. They put a lot of their time and effort in helping Tottenham build that stadium. Yeah? The NFL look like they're in there for the long haul. Definitely. So I definitely think the NFL games are going to be there for the next 10, 15, 20 years potentially. All going sorry, mate.
Yeah, someone in the chat, Dan, following on what you said, someone in the chat has actually turned around and said that they believe that the stadium will be bought by an NFL franchise, is what they said. Someone said that in the chat earlier.
I'll be more going down that way because of like how much interest the NFL showed in the stadium in the last 5 or 10 years and how much effort they really like. It seems to be like they've built their merry-round around making that stadium their symbolic stadium like NFL football in England. So I can't see the NFL going anywhere anytime soon. Obviously, the Formula 1 thing's only for like 5 or 10 years, whatever. But the NFL seems to be there for the long haul. So, like you said about potentially making revenue potentially year by year by year, but eventually a lot of these stadiums in this country are going to catch up. Yeah, so this is a money-making machine. And a lot of these other teams are going to start building these mega stadiums in this country as well. To a point where we're going to start fighting over here who's going to be hosting these events soon. Because even though Everton's stadium isn't on the slim top level, yeah, a lot of these stadiums are starting to take their architectural examples from the Tottenham Stadium as well. Because they can see we built a nice stadium. They can see we've taken advantage of how the times have changed, the commercial times as well, and we're really jumping into that market. So a lot of other football clubs will go. But I feel like we've created that connection with the NFL. They'll stay around for the long haul. You know what I mean, mate?
Yeah, I think
they were in with it from the start of us building the new stadium. It seems to be that Daniel Levy has created quite a good relationship with the NFL guy.
Yeah, because all the stadiums that are being built at the moment don't carry 2 pitches. And one of them being a full-on NFL pitch, retractable, which becomes a full-on NFL pitch. No other clubs that are building stadiums have done that. So, yeah, this has all been well thought out. It's been pre-planned. You know, it is. Just want to catch up. You got Archer says, how can you sell a football club on its own when the stadium hosts all these other events and activities? Someone's put in there, Jimmy Oxford says that he reckons if it's the club alone, it could be circa 2 to 3 billion. Vindaloo, not going to read his comment, but he did pop in trying to wind people up, and he's left already, but he's hit the like button. Paddy Hartnett says, money is siphoned from the club into other parts of the club tree. The club have lots of limited companies under the Tottenham Hotspur name. Who else we got here? Because there's some funny things going on. Levy ain't going nowhere, we know that, but there is enough business there for him to keep busy elsewhere. Step away from the football. Another third upload says last season 23-24 Spurs bought in 549.6 million. So that's $500 million right in one season. How much? In 20 years, if you times that by 20, that's giving you more than 10 billion already.
Yeah, so, plus the inflation.
Yeah. Miss Bunny says concert tickets can go for very silly money. Jimmy Hotspur says, isn't it amazing how they can arrange all these events well in advance, but can't do the same with transfers? True. This is where it started getting funny for me. Look, Archer says the Rolling Stone gigs will cost a fortune. Levy will get a lot of satisfaction from that. But
he won't get the money from the concert tickets, though, Jose.
Yeah, but no, but did you miss the part? Satisfaction. Rolling Stone.
Oh, sorry, Jose. That was a bit of a shit joke.
And then Jimmy Oxford then turns around and says he'll be painting the town black.
Hey, Jose, That Rolling Stones thing went right over my head, mate. I'm too young for Rolling Stones.
Well, yeah, the Town Black is.
You know what, Dan? It went over my head, bruv, and I'm into the Rolling Stones.
I'm too young,
While we're all sitting here thinking, give me shelter.
Oh, yeah. And then it says, Live Nation are the ones that make the money off the ticketing and merchandise. Stadium is just hired out as a venue. It does make money on corporate tickets, but general sales go to the promoters.
Yeah.
Kevin G says a lot of the Premier League stadiums already hold concerts, but the one we were saying is that they don't build, American football pitches that are retractable on them. Tottenham have done this, or Hotspur Enterprises, whoever, they've done this because they saw all this coming, and they did all this.
Jose.
Yeah, they did all this for exactly these reasons. A pitch alone is the exact width and length of an NFL pitch down to the inch. Lord Rodney says in 10 years there'll be 2 or 3 of venues at least. And Feld Upload says each year goes June to June. A very early good morning to you, Mr. Daigle. Says good morning everyone in the chat and the lads on the screen. Have a great day, Coys and Levy.
Right.
Good morning to you. I hope you're well. It's very early for you, I know. Lord Rodney Trott says it would be deluded to believe that we will have cornered the stadium grift for the next 20 years. Now, what I was saying, Lord Rodney, is that somewhere like Wembley Stadium, right, people were doing concerts. So people were doing concerts back in the 70s in Wembley Stadium, and Wembley Stadium was falling on its arse, and it needed revamping, it needed rebuilding and stuff like that. And yet they continued until Wembley Stadium was renovated again, in the early 2000s. So for at least 30 odd years, Wembley Stadium was being used and it was falling to bits. So that's what I'm saying. The stadium grift can be at least 20 years, if not longer. And Wembley Stadium's been built, and now what's happened? They're still doing concerts at Wembley Stadium. But we seem to be, I don't know whether we're getting bigger artists, but I seem to be hearing more about Tottenham Hotspur Stadium doing gigs than what I do Wembley at the moment.
Yeah, you're bang on there.
Archer says, sorry, I know it was a dad joke. I don't normally do that. I just couldn't resist. Archer, I caught it straight away, and that's why I said some funny things are going on. And Lord Rodney said, we are the first mover and have the first mover advantage. They'll be looking to sell and at an unstable price. We have another person. Hello.
Me another. It's me, Corey boy.
Yeah, I know it is. Hello, you right?
Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of the convo. Obviously, been sorting my son out all morning, but isn't it a fun time to be a Tottenham supporter when we can't even pull a transfer out of our arse yet?
True.
25 days, like you guys have all said, 25 days in, still no new players, can't get anywhere. We'll be finishing 4th from bottom this season. And I don't see us winning tomorrow. I see us losing, like I said earlier. I thought we'll lose 2-0.
Mr. Positive.
You think we'll lose 2-0?
Yeah, honestly do.
I don't take the piss.
I honestly feel like we'll lose tomorrow because I just don't have any trust in the manager anymore. He has about as much tactical knowledge as a baked potato.
Oh, that's bullshit, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's
injuries.
Well, everyone has an opinion on the manager.
I do agree, brother. I do agree.
Liverpool game sort of says that he does have something else. So, yeah, you got to be fair. I understand. There's been a few games where he cocked it up completely. I agree.
Yeah.
Completely. Not immune from giving him a click when he needs to, but to say he has none, a bit harsh, man. Bit harsh.
Injuries. So it happened at Celtic in the second season, players dropping like flies. This guy has a track record of, in the second year, most of his players end up crocked. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if he can sort it out and get some back, yeah, but do you really see Levy putting his hand in his pocket? He doesn't really do it in January, or hasn't really done it for a while. We went nearly 600 days without signing players a few seasons ago to build our stadium. We took nearly 80 days to find a new manager. So what's going to change if we sack Ange? Nothing.
Well, correct, but again, that's not an Ange problem. That's a Levy problem, and we've been stuck with that problem for 23 years.
Two different arguments there, isn't there?
His key point when he first come in, I'm here to make money.
And we're just going to be here we're just if we're all around, bless and hope that we're all around in 25 years' time, I'm sure we'll be having this same conversation. Yeah, you remember when we were on that podcast, back in 2025, and Jesus Christ. It's just on that note, boys, I'm about to run out of charge. So going to love yous and leave yous. Thanks again for having me on. I appreciate you all. All the best to everyone in chat. Like, subscribe. Yeah, Jose, you're a bloody legend, mate. All the best. And I'll see you when I see you. All right, take care.
Take care, Ty. Good night. Have a good kip. See you later.
See you later, man.
Bye. Drew is here, says afternoon all. Good afternoon.
Drew.
Lord Rodney says it's my belief that within only 10 years, other Prem clubs will build stadiums like Tottenham.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, there are some stadiums like that in England, but you're looking at Old Trafford's falling apart. If they fix that up, they could probably generate some interest to go there. But no one really wants to book it because the stadium's falling apart.
Right.
Most people post in London because of the airline and travel for London. So other clubs in London, if they can find the space to build a stadium like ours, is great. Chelsea aren't ever going to get there because there's nowhere really in West London to build something like that.
So you've got Lord Ronnie says 2 or 3 at least, likely Everton will be one, and within 20 years there'll be half a dozen. But Lord Rodney, what I'm saying is, with the foresight that these people had, they had a plan, they had a vision, and to build a stadium with a retractable pitch to give them an NFL pitch as well, so 2 pitches so your pitches don't get damaged and that. There's no Arsenal when they built the Effeminates didn't do that. I don't think Everton have got any plans to do that. So when we're saying exactly the same kind of stadium, no, I think Tottenham's idea, or the idea that the board had, or the people that had the brainchild of this, was before its time. And I don't think, unless you're getting to get other people that are like-minded, when people build their stadiums, I don't think they're going to build it with the NFL in mind. Asper says, Ange is the worst manager I've seen in Spurs in my lifetime, and he's 33.
I'd like to be 33 again.
He
I
said,
turned 40 in 2 months. I've seen enough bad managers in 35 years of supporting this club. So,
and you got, he said Sherwood was better, and that's something. So just finishing off the.
I'll leave Tim alone.
Has his comments. Lord Ronnie Trott said, let's say the stadium revenue is billions over 10 years. Are we that naive to believe that other billionaires won't look on that and work out the pros and cons with 20 other teams? Will be certain. Miss Bunny says, can anyone confirm if this injury thing was actually a problem at Celtic? Because I've seen Celtic fans saying it wasn't a big problem. As people say, it's just the narrative against Ange. Rinketic says, big up all. Good afternoon to you, Rinketic. And Archer says, Christian Gross was better than this fraud.
I'm not sticking up for Ange, obviously, because I don't think he's the greatest of managers. But Christian Gross, come on, man! I think it was 1998. Yeah, I think we took game day 37. Yeah, to stay up. Yeah, it took a 6-2. It took Jurgen Klinsmann scoring 4 quick goals away at Wimbledon. Yeah, to keep us up. Yeah, Christian Gross was about to relegate us.
Wimbledon down, wasn't it?
No. Wimbledon got relegated. I think a couple of years. I think 99 or 2000. But it was the year before. It was the year before I was the mascot, because I was the mascot the 98-99 season. So the 97-98 season. So I just missed out on meeting Klinsmann by a couple months. That Christian Gross, literally, we were in the relegation zone on game day 37. I remember I was 8 years old. I was panicking we were going to get relegated, and it took Jurgen Klinsmann scoring a quick fire hat trick in the space of I think 11 minutes when we were losing 2-1 away at Wimbledon to save our bacon. Yeah. I
was at that match with my granddad and my uncle. Yeah. I remember that.
I know Andy did bad, but Christian Gross was really bad, mate. Seriously, to a point where literally we were on the cusp of getting relegated. Yeah, and there's no injury. Yeah, sorry, mate.
Sorry, you should have met him on the tube.
Less, and yet we're still sticking by Ange. I'm just.
You could have met him on the tube, Christian Gross.
Oh yeah, with his little buddy, his subway car.
Off to the job centre.
People should have realised from the start of that first press conference it was going to be a disaster when he pulled out a subway car. Bloody hell! Should have known straight away what is this guy doing as manager.
Archer says that he was behind the goal in the front row at Selhurst Park at that 2-6 win. Nearly got to pat Klinsmann on the back.
Yeah. It's got me. The
last best game I remember.
Sorry,
I remember a match against Man United where I think Neville got sent off and one of our players got sent off and ended up being 4-4 at the Old Lane. I remember that. It was like early 2000s.
So it says Liverpool and them arse have built, but they have better structure when it comes to footballing matters. I think everyone has a better structure, to be honest, than what we have when it comes to football managers, football matters. Jimmy Hotspurs says we won away at Everton with Ginola scoring twice to save our bacon under Gross, and I was there. So there's a lot of people. I mean, the show was called, I know it's a members show, but I did say it's my Tottenham, your Spurs, our club, and people are reminiscing. People are saying games that they were at.
Oh, do you remember when Tottenham got slaughtered many moons ago by Liverpool 7-0?
That was
with Keith Birkinshaw, and then we come back, didn't we?
The good old days, Johnny.
That's what,
Yeah,
that's what my mum.
that was many moons ago, wasn't it?
My mum and my uncle talk about all these good times, like the Birkinshaw days, like winning the UEFA Cup, all these FA Cups. They went to the 81 and 82 FA Cup finals when they went both to replays. The QPR, I don't know if the QPR one went to replay, but the City one did. When Ricky Villiers scored the goal, the Maisie goal. So they were both them finals, and they always talk about it. And all I've got is two League Cups to sit back on in my entire life. I can't really count the FA Cup because I was 10 months old when we won the FA Cup. I was born in 1990, we won it in 91. So I wasn't even 1 year old when we won that. So I've seen the 99 League Cup and the 2000 and obviously the 2008. Mum's seen 3 or 4 FA Cups, UEFA Cups, League Cups. And I'm jealous, man.
Mind you, we got through that FA Cup, didn't we? The Villa one, the Man City one, just by an own goal. We got the replay.
He scored Man City's goal in that final as well, didn't he? I think he's the first. He's the only ever player to score a goal on own goal in FA Cup final.
Yeah,
St. Hutchinson. St. Hutchinson.
Was the FA Cup match when Gaza scored that beautiful goal against the Scum. I was only 6 or 7.
Kick, man. Past David Seaman.
Isn't hard to score something over the top of Seaman. Just look at the World Cup against Brazil.
I was in school watching that game. I remember I was crying my eyes out. I was only 11 years old when we lost that.
Look, Paul Van Beek's there. You see that?
We're getting rid of
Off your trot, son. Off your trot.
I swear like this might be the 1st of April. Is this the 1st of April?
It might be, Dan.
I'm sure if we're struggling that bad, I'm not sure we can ask Aaron Lennon to come out of retirement to run down the pitch and do nothing, and Jermaine Defoe to get fit.
I thought Timo Werner was injured.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
This is being talked to them.
No, but remember
this week alone we've already had the medical team walk out, haven't they? So
but don't their league start till March or something like that, Dan?
Yeah, but
they can't.
They can't sign him after the window shuts. So their season starts in March. They ain't going to have to sign for the summer.
No. If they sign Werner, right, by the 3rd of February, which is our transfer window.
Oh, I got it.
He then doesn't have to kick till March. So if he's injured,
I understand.
And they're prepared to take a punt. If this is true, and they're prepared to take a punt on him, then it means that we can then cut his loan, and he can go to. He can, if he chooses to, we can then cut his loan, and he can go to New York Red Bulls. If this is true. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember what Aaron said a few weeks ago, even though obviously I don't want him to learn to stay at the club because he's not really any help to us. He did say that no numbers are going to be leaving this club, only numbers are going to be coming in. So unless it's like a plan that there's going to be at least another few player coming in, then he said he said the squad was too light as it was, that no other players would be leaving the football club. So that makes me think that at least another sign is coming in then.
But the thing is though, right, Dan, right? You know the squad.
I know he's no help to the squad.
Yeah, we're all adults here. We all know that you can say something, and people could interpret it and take it different ways. If you've got someone like Timo Werner, and we've all played football, all of us, right? If you've got someone like Timo Werner in your squad, and your eyesight tells you what you can see with your eyes, if there's an opportunity to move the player on, you will move the player on. You're not going to turn around and say openly to the whole world, "Yeah, we don't want him at the club." You can't say that. So you know what Ainge says and what the club actually think. See, for me, if we're going to talk about Timo Werner, my opinion, it's only my opinion, is that I think he was brought in by the club. It wasn't Ainge, but Ainge was told, you get him or you get fuck all. And I think he's accepted it first time round. right?
I
And then
always
I
said
think
this second time round, though.
no, but I think he's then realised. I think Ange has realised he's not good enough, right? And then all of a sudden, you started hearing things about Ange stopped playing him. Ange then berated, openly criticised him and took him off at half time in a match. And I think that Ange has already said, look, this guy's just not for me, but it's all we've got at the moment. So I just think that, any opportunity, the club, or Ange, should I say, Ange would love to move him on, I would have thought.
Right.
So if this were true, Paul Van Beek, if this were true, I would say thank you very much. I'd shake your hands, say thank you for your time with us. Go to New York, probably a better place to live at the moment in New York. Go out
Send
there,
us a postcard.
send us a postcard. Tell us how you're doing. Ed M is saying that Anton Malcolmhorn, who works as sports scientist for us under Potts and Ange at Celtic, was on BBC 5 Live this week. Worth a listen if you want an insight into Ange. Will show that the narrative around Ange is BS. Smithy says, Jose, I do apologise. I want to jump on. The Oxfords kick off in 15 minutes, so I'll have to jump on next time. And for today, come on, you yellows. Love to everyone. Jimmy Hotspur says, oh, God, please let it be true. This is all about the Werner thing. Kev G says,
if it's true, lads, whip around. We'll pay for his taxi to Heathrow.
Yeah, this is good. This is as good as a signing, Jose.
Yeah,
the club.
Kev G says
basically a new signing.
Kev G says the funny thing about the 80s Spurs was that the 87 Pleat team with 49 goal Clive Allen was amazing and ended up losing the final to Coventry. Third in the Premier League, and they reached the semi-final of the League Cup. That was some team we had back then, weren't it? When Clive Allen was playing. Good afternoon. Is it good afternoon or good morning to you, Jordan? I hope you are well. Brian says the club has very often used the line of we need to sell to buy, which has always been utter nonsense. But if we come out with we need to get players out to bring in, I will go bloody nuts. I don't think there's many things that have to be said, Brian, for you to go even more than what you already are, mate. So calm down, mate. Calm down. I know it gets to a
way I look at it with transfers as well, unless you're the big names like the Cities, the Barcelonas, even though they can't afford players, the Madrids, the Bayern Munichs, this time of year, it's hard for most teams, let alone us, to go out and get these top attractions because their clubs don't want to be selling their prize assets in a transfer window in the middle of or towards the end of the season for them.
That's a good point.
We're looking at players on the verge of the cusp of, or loan players that teams are trying to get out the door because they're problem players. If we are struggling to bring players in, we should have addressed this back in summer. We cut the wage bill to spite nose to feet, mouth, and all that business. We got rid of players. I feel Lo Celso going back to Spain, he's become a baller again. Over here, all he wanted to do was play for Argentina, but you stick him in anywhere, any team in Spain, he plays like an absolute god.
Celso just don't suit the Premier League.
Yeah, I know, but then we keep getting players that you knew we were never going to get, like the Calamuane one. As soon as Juve were coming in for him, I said as soon as we were linked to him, we won't get him. He'll go somewhere else. To one of my friends who's like, "Nah, he's coming to Spurs. It's a sure on. And I literally went to him. Who's going to come here and risk getting injured for 6 to 8 weeks and missing nearly 2 months at the end of the season? Well, the way we're going, soon we're going to be playing with the under fucking 15s. So it's just ridiculous, the injury thing. And I have this massive thing right now with if your medical team isn't good enough, why wasn't it good enough 5-6 seasons ago? Now all of a sudden it's now not good enough. They've all walked out because of Ange. And there's something going on there with Ange with the medical side of it. The guy can't coach. He's just there to throw players on and hope he gets a result. Sorry, the guy's a con man.
Mourinho wanted the medical team out, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So, if you knew it was a problem when Mourinho in, why are you keeping him around?
Brian, I know I'm not saying for 1 minute you shouldn't feel the way you feel. I'm just saying it doesn't take you much to go and bubble over. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying, the calm part, mate. I totally respect where you come from, totally respect your views, absolutely everything. I was more for you, Brian, than anything else in the comment that I made, mate.
I'm at where Brian's at. I mean, I lost my faith in this team when Martin Jol was sacked at halftime at Newcastle. Once he was sacked, I was done with Levy. Managers came in and out, made us look good for a few seasons. The season we got to Champions League final, that's where we should have pushed and excelled on, but wasn't invested in properly. Sold prize assets again and brought in absolute mediocre players. We sold Kane last season, didn't bring anyone in to really replace him. Again, we failed there on that transfer window. And then we go out and buy, as much as I've started to warm up to Solanke, one good season in the league doesn't really cut it for me in the Premier League. He's had a good outing for us at the moment with how he's pressing, but he's gone down with an injury. So you've got to look at it. Either it's the medical team or it's the manager and the way he's coaching his team.
Right, so for me, I'm going to give you some names, right? So hear me out, right? So PSV, Club Brugge, Benfica, PSG, Sporting Lisbon, VfB Stuttgart, Manchester City, Dinamo Zagreb, and Shakhtar Donetsk, Bologna, Sparta Prague, RB Leipzig, Girona, Red Star Belgrade, Sturm Graz, Red Bull Salzburg, Slovan Bratislava, Young Boys. They are all the teams that are either out of the Champions League or the teams that are still fighting to get into the top 24. Next Wednesday, it will all be decided. And for 9 of these clubs, they will be no longer participating in the Champions League. All right? I haven't got the Europa League teams in front of me, but the same is going to happen with the Europa League. My feeling is that the market will ramp up next week after the Champions League first phase is finished, after the Europa League first phase is finished. So therefore, what will then happen is that clubs will know that their fate, so to speak, and then some of these clubs will end up wanting to move some players on. And it's not Tottenham Hotspurs, everybody. I reckon that we'll see signings in the final week or the final few days of the window, if there are any signings that are going to be made by clubs throughout Europe, not just Tottenham Hotspur, throughout Europe. Because as I said, everybody will know exactly where they're at. I mean, they're talking about this Brian Broberry. Forget Tottenham. West Ham are talking to him. But Ajax is still involved. So he must be a problem player, like you said, Corey, or something must be amiss.
Brian Broberry, when he was in Holland, was a problem player. And then you think he gets a dream move and hasn't really excelled after his dream move. So you know there's a problem there with a player that just needs right guidance. There are so many... He was at Ajax, yeah. He was in the same year as De Ligt and Anthony, I believe.
He's still they Ajax, were like
killing it. What, Broberry?
Yeah, I think he's still Ajax.
No, I believe
he's Ajax. He's Ajax. No, he's at Ajax.
I thought he got moved to Germany.
No, he's at Ajax.
But then if he's really not getting in the Ajax team, it says a lot for, their prestige as well, especially with how they managed to recycle youth players, playing for a few seasons and make a profit. I mean, they've got a couple of very talented centre backs and a left back. I really like.
Ajax in the Champions League.
Ajax are.
No,
aren't they?
They're in the Europa. They're in the Europa
League. They've dropped off the last couple of years, Ajax, man. This is all going like their fans going mad at the stadium a few years ago, smashing up the stadium. Like Ajax have really dropped off as a football club the last couple of years.
Remember that?
It's the problem with Ajax because they keep selling their top assets and not being able to push on. I mean, the season where we played them in the semi-final, of the European League, that was their golden era.
And that's always going to be their model. That's always going to be their model because their academy just pumps out future generation of talents and always going to be a selling club. Most of their top talents are around in top divisions in the leagues. It's like the league has bounced around from club to club. I mean, you've gone from Bayern Munich to Manchester United. I would have stayed at Bayern. I'm sorry. Yep. I would have stayed at Bayern. A pretty easier league to play in, and you don't have to run as much. Like I was saying about Bobby, though. Bobby, this season has been awful. 3 goals in, 29 games for a centre forward? That's trash. The last 2 seasons, people were going more about his last 2 seasons, but I think he scored 22 goals in 44 games one of the seasons. And one of the seasons he got like 19 in 41 games in all competitions. So he had a
it's easy to be.
Yeah,
It's easy to be like that when you're a young prospect because most of these teams aren't really know about him, are they? So
Holland's Holland's a very, very weird league to also judge strikers on as well. It's a league that Troy Parrott has got, I think, 10 or 11 goals in this season. We're going for a player who scored 8 goals less than the player we just got rid of in the summer, who we didn't even give a chance.
Ask him for a loan back?
Yeah, we should probably just sign Troy Parrott back if we're going for Bobby then. Basically, just go and get Troy Parrott back if we're going for that sort of type striker from Holland. But like I was saying about Holland, it's a very weird league to get a striker from because I've even seen Kesman banging goals for fun for PSV and come to Chelsea and flop. It's a very hard league to get a striker out of and watch them succeed in this country. We've been burned before from getting a striker from Holland in Janssen. He comes to this country and
Janssen wasn't played to his strengths. He was in a pivot up front. He was a 4-4-2 player, not a 4-2-3-1 or not a 4-5-1 guy. He was a 4-4-2 classic striker. He wasn't the hold up, pass the ball off. He really didn't get his chance. But then when he went back, you saw him become the player he was because he was in the 4-4-2.
Yeah, that's true. You understand it? You get like a 20-30% strike rate with like forwards from like hot Dutch league because it's a weird league to sort of like judge players on because a lot of players banging goals for fun there. Look at Weghorst. Weghorst scored goals in Holland. I think it was either Holland or Germany and comes to the Premier League and struggles. So a lot of these players like banging goals for fun, like Bad Dost as well scored goals for fun in Germany and Holland. Struggled elsewhere as soon as he left the country. It's a very weird league to like get a striker from, especially a striker who's struggling to score that league to start off with. That's why I'm just turned off.
We were linked to that guy from, was it PSV? The striker? I can't remember his name now. It's going to elude me. But then you've got
Vincent Janssen. No, it was the. I'm going to get his name now.
I was talking about it.
It's really going to.
You're talking about one from Feyenoord, Jimenez. Santiago Jimenez. The Mexican striker.
Jimenez. It makes me wonder about his real excel to leave that league because he looks godly in Holland, but would he fare outside of Holland?
Yeah, I like some of his attributes. Obviously, scoring. He scored twice against Real Madrid in the week in the Champions League for finals. Obviously, he's a very, very clinical player like the last couple of seasons, but he does a lot of off the ball but for a striker as well. So he's one of the ones that I might be like more prone to saying, yeah, maybe give a chance for someone from like the Dutch league. But he's still, like you said, he's still like a 50-50 hit rate as well.
I mean, if my scouting department was any good at trying to find players, I watch a lot of football when my son isn't home with me from around the world. I'm up to like 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning some mornings. There's a young Uruguayan striker called Matis Arezzo. The kid is fire. For the last 5 years, I've been a huge fan of Thiago Almada, a guy that moved from Argentina, ended up playing in America, and is now
Atlanta.
He's now on loan in France at Lyon.
Yeah, I know he's talking about. He's pretty decent
player there. Another very good young player. If we're seriously looking for good young players, why aren't we sending our scouts out to the more obscure leagues like Brighton does? Now, I'm from Brighton, and I've seen the business model Brighton have had in the last 15 years. I've seen my hometown team come up through the pyramid using a structure that has stabilised them in the Championship, got them to the Premier League, stabilised them in the Premier League. Now they're pushing for the top half of the table, trying to get back to Europe. Brighton are going off and finding these gems like Matoma at like 2-3 million, and then other clubs like, oh shit, we should have signed him.
Like Balbea as well.
Pardon?
Like Balbea, the midfielder as well. He's quality. I don't know how
Bart in goal. Vararugan, I can't pronounce his name. He's a very good young goalkeeper. Again, picked up from an obscure team in Holland. And I just sit here like everyone, I think it was some Chelsea thinks he knows it all, sort of like YouTuber going on about, oh yeah, Brighton are an abysmal club doing football the wrong way and he's a Chelsea supporter. Is it Rory Jennings? This guy's name, and he was bashing on teams like Brighton, Brentford, Fulham, smaller clubs doing football the right way. Yet he's probably a football fan when Chelsea became good with the money. That's why I look at Rory Jennings, and when he's bashing off teams that are doing it the correct way, like the Brentfords, the Brightons, they've got the correct scouting systems. They've got scouts in good countries that people would even send him, like sending players to obscure countries like Venezuela, for instance. You might go and find like this Venezuelan wonder kid. You never know. It's like when we found Caicedo at Brighton. I mean, like I said, I watch a lot of football. And when Caicedo was linked to Brighton, I was like, that's going to be interesting. I wonder how many more teams would jump on board on that one. And Caicedo went to Brighton. 2 seasons at Brighton, 100 million to Chelsea. Thank you, 98 million in the bank. That's how Tony Bloom's thinking. He is a very shrewd, good businessman, and he's a good football fan as well. So he knows how to get these players in. He knows how to get the best out of them, either keep them or sell them on for a profit. And I'm just sat here like, when you're berating teams like Brighton, when you're a Chelsea fan, it's like, ugh. Anyway, we're Tottenham fans, so. But with the transfers, the strikers, who in their right mind are going to let? Because most teams have 3, maybe 4 strikers on their books. So they'll have like their 2 first choices, and then the ones that they rotate with if things are dire. We don't even have that. We've got Will Lancashire, who is supposed to be a hot young prodigy, not getting a chance, not getting a sniff. Did we recall Dane Scarlett back the other day? Are we sending him out on loan, or is he the cover to come back and?
They reckon he's going back out. He's
All right, then. So then bring back Alfie Devine then. If we're struggling midfield, bring Alfie Devine back. The kid is fire. He is awesome. Struggling defenders. Phillips. Again, we brought Phillips, and he's been out on 2 loans. The kid can play football. We got the young lad playing back in Bulgaria or whatever it is, the young lad. That's out and outscoring most teams in the league and as a central defender. Why not? I know he's got to wait until he's 18 due to his...
He's playing with Alfie Devine out in Belgium at Westerlo.
The same club, isn't he? Westerlo, isn't it? Yeah, Westerlo, yeah.
So
yeah, Westerlo.
What if you're struggling for these players and you're not going to go out and sign them? You've got to have a reclaim clause back in loans, and most footballers will have that. It's like you've got to look at yourself now, right? You're not going to sign these players, but you've got these young, good players sitting there waiting for their chance, biting at the bit. I mean, we've had a certain goalkeeper with us since he was young, getting his first chance, and we go out and sign another goalkeeper over the top of him. I mean, I'm sad. Like, I feel sorry for the lad. I'm like, all right, Kingsky is another very good young player, and I saw that and I was like, yeah, that is going to be a great signing for us. He could do the job. But then you're sitting there with goalkeepers that have been in our book since they were kids, and finally you get your first chance against Newcastle. Was it Newcastle we lost? Or whoever it was the other day. And then he got man of the match for being on the losing team, and then doesn't get a sniffing. So you're like, what's this kid have to do? Does he have to move heaven and hell water to get into the team? Or if you're at 25 and you've only had 1 senior appearance at your club, do you go, right, that's it, I'm done, I'm moving on to a team that will want me? You've really got to assess your key there. Like, it's just getting too much now. I've been a Spurs fan since I could walk. Did have a choice in the matter. My granddad, my uncles, my cousins, all Spurs supporters. Didn't have a choice. So... And now I'm suffering just like everyone else is with the way we've been basically handled in 25 years of these guys owning us.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about 25 years of shit, innit? There's a good comment there by Rodney Trotter. It's mental. We aren't bedding in Lancashire.
Yeah, we've got so many good young players. I mean, Mikey Moore should be getting more of a shout to really show what he's about.
I think Mikey Moore will start playing a bit more now because he come on quite early in the second Europa League the other day, like, and he made quite a difference in the Everton game as well. Like, and obviously he didn't play a lot in the last few months because of health reasons.
Injuries,
we didn't know about that. Yeah, we didn't know a lot about the health reasons. Lancashire one I don't really understand at all because Ange can be partly to blame for running Solanke into the ground these last couple months. Having to basically, I think someone brought up a stat the other day. Since September, he's played at least 82 plus minutes in every single game he's started, which means he's not been subbed off. So that means It's like we've been in a game where and I think there's been games where we were winning away at Man City 3 or 4-0, like with 20 minutes to go, we could have taken them off, given them a rest. There's been games where we could have taken them off early, and we decided to keep them on when the game's already done. And we've not had, and this is where Richarlison was still out. Yeah, so we didn't have Richarlison available, and we literally had Solanke, and he's decided every single game to literally play 82 minutes plus before bringing him off. Some games he played the whole 90 minutes, where you see him at the end of the game, he's literally on the ground, gassing for air because he's that. And the way he plays as well, he's not exactly like a striker who just goal hangs and just stays in the box. He presses a lot as well. He does a lot of dog's work for the team. Yeah, so
he does a lot of things that Kane doesn't do, but Kane was an actual natural goal scorer, whereas Solanke will press and pound a defender, the goalkeeper. He will press and press and press until his legs have fallen off, and he will still be pressing on his kneecaps. You know, he's like that night out of Life of Brian or whatever it is. Come on, I'll bite your ankles off. That's what he reminds me of. He's a fighter. He's a warrior. He will press the ball, but at the end of the day,
the way he plays, the way he plays,
10 goals. I'm like,
the way he plays, he's going to zap up a lot of energy. That's just his style of playing. So you're going to I really don't understand why Lancashire's not even been bedded in for like 15, 20 minutes at some end of some of these games where he literally played the Galatasaray game, got sent off, and then hasn't played barely at all in like 2 months. It's like it was a punishment for getting sent off.
November, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like he got punished for getting sent off. I've barely seen him in any sub appearances at all after that game. And he might have had a little niggle, couple of injuries after that, where he didn't play for like a week or 2 weeks, but he was available, and he barely got off the bench. And man just not managed Solanke's minutes enough where he could have rested them up. Yeah, I'm not saying it could have avoided this injury, but me and Josie were talking about Solanke should have maybe got dropped, not dropped like because of his performances, but rested even before Solanke got injured. So me and Josie were talking about this last week, saying that he looks like he's starting to run Solanke into the ground. Solanke's getting run into the ground a little bit because
he's running all the players into the ground, man. It's his system, his coaching, his training. It's everything that this manager is doing is.
Well, I'll back him up a little bit because I'm not going to back him up a lot because I'm not going to agree with his tactics. But this injury crisis has not helped. He's not been able to, in a situation where he might have put Spence at right back. Yeah, but then where Odegaard's been injured, he's now had to play Spence at left back for the entire time, which then means he can't really drop Porro because he can't even really play Archie Gray at right back because he's had to put Archie Gray at centre back. So this situation where he's not been able to drop Porro for a while, is not really his fault. Well, people say he might have caused the Edoji injury because they're 2 non-contact injuries. But what I'm trying to say is about the way back, he's not been able to drop Porro from the squad recently. He's not really been able to because he's been able to basically be forced to play Spence on the left, where he could have basically dropped Porro for Spence and then still had Edoji on the left. But he's not. So his sort of situation sort of made him have to play these players all the time. So I sort of give him a little bit of leeway on that. Because the player on the bench, he's really got no options at all really on the bench where he can bring to play at right back. If you look at it, who can he play at right back if he's not playing Spence? He's playing Spence at left back and he's playing Archie at centre back. Who's playing at right back?
There aren't the options, but with the defenders, again, if we were going on about why bring in a player like Phillips if you're just going to loan him out for 2 seasons? For a good 3 years now, we've been hearing about Alfie Dorrington coming for our youth ranks. He is an incredibly gifted young defender, not given his chance, sent out on loan to a tin-pot league. If you're going to want to see him progress, send him to a league that is stronger than Scotland. He's not really going to get up there, is he? Anyway, welcome, Brian.
A very good morning to you, Brian, because it is early for you. You're not working today, obviously, are you?
Oh, no. So that doesn't stop me. That doesn't stop me.
Just Brian don't sleep. Sleep time for you. Brian don't sleep. Yeah.
No, I slept well, and it's another day of talking Spurs. I feel like we're in the Big Brother house where we just go day 25 in the transfer window. Spurs have yet to go to the diary room.
Daniel was still sitting on his wallet and refusing to get his checkbook out.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen your
Brian. You're muted.
Brian's talking. He's muted.
Oh, I was going to say I've seen Brian's. I always comment on it. Brian's Twitter page with the bingo of excuses for the transfer window. Have you found any more gems? Because I saw your last post. Is he muted?
He's muted. Brian, you're muted.
I'll message him on WhatsApp quick.
He's not muted.
Okay,
Is it
well,
outside?
Okay. He's going to come back out and come back in.
Oh, that's a great one, isn't it? The Big Brother house. Day 25, and Daniel was still sitting on his wallet and checkbook. While the fans are demanding more. Oh, we've been demanding more for 24 years, Mr. Levy. A nice, shiny new stadium with a go-kart track underneath it isn't what we wanted. We wanted a new stadium and better players.
Yeah, right. That's Dan back.
That's Danny Boy back.
Press the wrong button, don't I? Press leave instead of going on the chat.
Told you, Dan, you're working too hard, brother.
No, I know.
It's YouTube, my love. I don't have to make you work. Oh yeah, right. Yeah. So Brian's obviously got something to say because that's his way. He's come on, so I'm just waiting to see what he's got to say.
Josie,
I've got a lot of time for Brian.
I was doing predictions. Looking at the predictions last night. I didn't realise the first game started at 1 o'clock today. That's why I rushed them through last night.
What starts at 1 o'clock?
One of the bonus games starts at 1 o'clock.
Oh, does it? Okay,
yeah.
I didn't realise that. I
didn't realise. I was going to do them obviously when I got back from work today at 2. Obviously, I've done half a day anyway. But I was going to do them obviously after I got back at 2. And I've looked at the fixtures and I realised one of the games started at 1 o'clock. I was like, oh, I think it's the Greek game. I think.
Okay, if there's anyone in the chat at the moment that hasn't done their predictions, go to yesterday's stream. The fixtures are all there because other people have predicted already. Get your predictions in. You've got 15 minutes if you want to count from the first game.
Yeah, because you done was it Napoli? You done Napoli Juventus. That game starts later. I know that for a fact. Then you've done the German game. That game starts at 2:30. And then what was the other 2 games you've done? You've done a Greek game. And then what was the other game?
As a Spanish match, I've done the Mallorca match and the Ajax Athens match.
Yeah, I think it's the Greek game starts at 1 o'clock, and it must be the Spanish game starts later. I remember one of them started at 1 o'clock. I was like, Mark, I was like, I'm going to have to put them through late last night. That's why I put them through at 1:30.
All the Premiership games start at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
That's what I thought.
I won't be going over my mum just yet. Let's put it that way. It's Brian Everton.
I thought your first game was at 3 o'clock, so I was thinking, I'm having enough time to do it when I got back from work, and I've looked at the fixtures, I looked at the bonus games. Oh, one of them starts at 1 o'clock. I was like, I better do it yesterday and obviously rush them through.
Okay, so Mallorca Real Betis starts in 15 minutes.
That's it. That's the one where I got the wrong one. I knew one of the 2, that's Spanish and Greece games. Yeah, I knew one of them.
Mr. Dago.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Big up, mate. Big up.
The whole switch it off and switch it on again works once again. As you were saying, Jose, very quickly. As you were saying about bingo, there's no bingo as of yet this morning, but I'm adding a new twist to it next week. So as of next week, every rumour that comes out, I'm going to be placing bets how long it takes ITK or Sky Sports to say it's nonsense. So I'm going to add a bit more fun to the game. And then once transfer window bingo ends, I'm starting a brand new game, which is called Guess How Much Levy Gives Himself as a Bonus. So there's a lot of fun and games coming from my Twitter. It's all it is now. It's just fun and games.
Because Levy lottery.
Because if you talk about this football club, or business club, it will drive you mad.
Yeah, it will. And fans are suffering, aren't we, for the lack of heart that these owners really, truly have for this club. Oh, wow, you've built a shiny stadium. Thanks.
People will know
the Levy burnout.
People will know I don't really use share apart for shows. And that.
Yeah.
But I do read what's on there. But yours does. I read yours all the time because it really does amuse me. And it brings a smile on my face. It really does.
Oh, mate, do you know what, Jose, this is what it's become. I don't even look at the links of the player. I don't even look at the player. I don't look at that. When I see a thing or something gets sent to me, I scan it for the buzzwords and then I stop reading. That's all it is. I mean, yesterday we had a brand new step in concrete. We were having very concrete talks, so that's the fourth step in concrete. It's
Spurs
just
are a good game. They really are.
it's hysterical. It's hysterical, and literally this one yesterday with Brian Bob, whatever the bloody hell his name was,
Mr. Blobby.
Well, yeah, mate. Listen, Johnny, I will say to you, this is the team that went for Bruno Fernandes and got Gedson. So don't rule Mr. Blobby making an appearance. We'll go for robbery. Well, don't rule it out. Do not rule it out. It's just nonsense. This
is my favourite thing on Facebook. There's a thing called Tottenham Hotspur Daily, and the bullshit that I see on there every day, and I just comment until I see them hold the shirt or Sky Sports confirm it. Stop putting shit. They've just literally banned me on Facebook because I said stop chatting shit.
Yeah, well, listen, it's like I said with the Dan Juma deal. I said that was because we were so scared the Porro deal was going to fall through. They couldn't have a window where we didn't sign anyone. So what we acted like is a pack of hungry hyenas going through the desert or the jungle, begging for scraps, and they found Danjuma. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing right now. Brian Brother, let's start trailing the dregs of the footballing world rather than bringing in Will quality, and we'll bring them in just for the sake of bringing them in. Now there's no plan. There's no. They've had. You said something that I said on We Are Tottenham TV about bringing in the big stars like the concerts and everything. Said last week and was saying for a couple of weeks. Whenever it comes to the transfer window, they have months and months to prepare, and then within a few days, we're looking for opportunities. Yet months and months and months and months in advance. Exactly. 50 Cent, the Rolling Stones. I started thinking that the stadium event should be handled by our transfer team, where in the summer they can look for opportunities, see if Jedward wants to make a return, and have Jedward at the concert. Go look for ex Pop Idol and X Factor stars, and see if they want to entertain us in the entertainment complex. But they don't. But with the football players, they go as low as they can go. And the one good thing is now people are seeing it. I don't care how long it takes people to see it. Don't get me wrong. I wish they would all see it, and then we might be in a very strong position. But however long it takes, but this time, a lot of people have opened their eyes or had their eyes opened, should I say, and seen.
People starting to wake up now.
Yeah, big time.
Some people starting to wake up now. Literally to the point where literally this was finally the one opportunity where Daniel Levy could have shown. I said it earlier. This injury crisis was happening in November. We should have been still planning for this January transfer window as soon as we knew it was going to tits up here. We had enough time to get signings in. Beginning of the January transfer window, I said a serious football club would have had at least 2 or 3 signings in by the 2nd or 3rd of January. A serious football club would have gone into the start of January with a sort of substance to this little injury crisis. We could have sort of probably have had this nightmare January. So the point is where now there's no plan. There's no plan at all. He's shown here to me now yet he's not had 1 ounce of care about this football club here, where he is. I didn't think he did anyway, but he could have at least proven a little bit to at least try and give this guy some tools to work with this transfer window, yeah? So the point is where even if he does try and get anyone, yeah, this guy still lives off Van der Vaart moment. He still thinks he's going to fall out of Van der Vaart on deadline day, yeah? Every bloody year, yeah? They still thinks this is bloody 2010. The only reason why he got Van der Vaart, yeah, is because the Bayern Munich deal fell through, yeah? And Ramsey wanted to get rid of Van der Vaart on deadline day. That's the only reason why Van der Vaart ended up at Tottenham. Van der Vaart fell on his lap, yeah? It's not like Daniel Levy done anything for that deal. This is going to be one of the worstest neglects ever of a transfer window in since they've ever been here. Yeah, 12, 13 injuries. Dominic Solanke is now out for 6 weeks. Yeah, we're now putting all our eggs in the baskets on Richarlison, who's basically been out for 6 or 7 months himself over the last year. He's unreliable himself to say he's going to stay fit. So the point is where now it wouldn't even surprise me if it gets to the last 4 or 5 days of the window, yeah, and Dane Scarlett don't get loaned out. And Dane Scarlett stays at this club, and there's another option because we don't get another striker. So I find it quite surprising. I find it quite surprising that Dane Scarlett got recalled back. Was it how many days ago? Is it 4 or 5 days ago?
Thursday.
Usually, what happens is when a player gets called back because a loan spell don't go well when they don't get enough minutes, The club usually has a contingency plan to send him on another loan spell, usually the next day. Usually it gets announced usually the next day straight away. That dude's gone to another championship club for the rest of the season. I find it quite strange that we just got Solanke injured, yeah, and Scarlett's still not gone out on another loan spell. Because the only thing he can either do is go out on another loan spell or play for Tottenham now, yeah? I think that's the scenario.
Yeah, that is the scenario. Clubs in England is the thing. But if he was to go on a loan to a foreign country, to Europe or America, and that, he can still be recalled to be played.
If he plays one more minute, though, if he plays one minute now for Tottenham, though, he can't go out on loan. I think that's what the rule is. So if he plays a minute now for Spurs in the Premier League, that means he would have played.
He won't be playing for Spurs. He won't be playing for Spurs.
So he's been out on loan.
He's literally going straight out. He's going straight out on loan.
Yeah, that's what I think. I'm thinking that's what they're going to do, but I'm sitting there thinking it's a bit strange because usually a lot of teams, after they recall back a player when the loan spell don't go well, they usually have. Well, this is Tottenham we're talking about, so we ain't got no contingency plan really, have we? But usually a lot of clubs, sometimes they have like another championship club for them to go to the next day or two. I find it a bit weird like after the Solanke getting like the injury and then they're still like, obviously, yeah, it makes sense for Scott. Obviously, Scott Liverpool is going back out on loan, but yeah, man, I said to Brian before, like, I lost faith in Levy the moment he sat like a manager at half time when he sat Martin Joel, and I was a teenager, and that was when I was 17, 18 years old, 2007 against Getafe in UEFA Cup. And literally, Martin Joel was like one of the only three managers that I really love for this football club. I've got Martin Joel, I've got Harry Redknapp, and I've got Pochettino. Yeah, they're the three managers that I've enjoyed in my entire time since I've been a Spurs fan. Yeah, the only three managers I've enjoyed watching. Them three managers, Harry, Joel. Joel was the one who started this little good turn for Tottenham. Before Joel, we were useless, man. And then Pochettino, and it's what I mean. What he done for Joel, that day, not even showing him respect, to not even do it after the game, but doing it during the game as well at half time. That's Joel having the respect to still finish the match, to still manage the rest of the match. That's what Martin Joel is. He's a proper decent bloke.
That's called being professional, Dan. That was
being professional. Yeah, obviously
the most unprofessional thing of that is you're in the middle of a match. It's a really tight game that was against Newcastle. We were losing.
Tough it was, wasn't it?
And to basically come down at half time from your little box when you're away from home to come down as your owner of your club and go, right, there's your P45, get out. Me, mate, I would have been right. Make a few hundred subs at half time, really screw the team tactic up and everything, and capitulate that match. See him lose heavily, but Joel stuck to his guns on that one.
Yeah, but then you see with Poch as well. He had a dynasty where literally he had a good squad there. We were 2-3 players away from potentially winning a Premier League title. He hid behind the stadium excuse for too many years why he didn't sign a player for 18 months. We then signed Jack Clark as well.
530 days that we didn't sign a player for, and over 4 months until we got a manager in the last time round. I'll be right back. We then signed Jack Clark as our first player in that time as well, which was like another young player for the future who never made it as Spurs as well. So but if you look at it, he let Poch down as well. And the point is, I don't completely defend what Andrew's doing this season with his tactics on the pitch and everything as well. He has to take some of the blame here as well. But you cannot take the blame for this transfer window, and for the neglect that we're leaving him to Liverpool. He has no real fit. He has one striker now, He doesn't have his first choice 2 centre-backs. He doesn't have his first choice goalkeeper. I know that we signed a goalkeeper, so I can sort of maybe let that off a bit, But we're set to a situation now where literally we had an awful summer, and this is coming back to bite us on the arse now in January. What top 6 club, literally can have an injury crisis like this until, we're seeing Bournemouth still pick up results, Bournemouth have a similar. Obviously, this is looking more on Andrew's side. I won't use Bournemouth as an example, but what other top 6 clubs?
Danny, I'm going now. Love you, geezer. Love you, Brian. Love you, Corey. Love you outside.
Johnny,
everyone.
We'll speak, brother.
Cheers, Johnny. Sorry. Have a really good day to you, Dan.
Sorry, Dan. I had to butt in.
I think that's all good, mate. All good, mate. Nice one, mate.
Right. Take it easy, brothers.
Johnny, you, Danny, and the girls have a good day, mate.
Cheers, brother. Ta-ta.
Take it easy, Johnny, mate.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I was just saying about the top 6 clubs. What other top 6 clubs don't have at least 3 or 4 top quality, like 4 decent centre backs? Where as soon as they lose 1 or 2, they don't fall apart, man. I don't think whatever players we get now between the end of this window are just going to be drips and drugs, man. It ain't going to really improve the squad. We're just going to get cast-offs left in this last window. This is Daniel Levy's fault, man. Like, I can't blame this transfer window anything on Ange. It's not like Ange is telling him not to sign me any players.
Dan, do you know what? Say, I agree with you for about 95% of what you said. Ange does need to take some responsibility, because if we look at him through this window, it started off with we need to bring in bodies and we need to bring him in early. And he was like 3 or 4, and he was set. That was what he said. It was like, yep, that's exactly what we need. Ange do it. Then it was help for the Richarlison is on the way. Sorry, for Solanke is on the way. When it was going to be Mwani. Obviously, we know that didn't materialise. As Postecoglou has had a habit this window of backtracking on everything he said, and only yesterday did he go public and say, "Do you know what? We're playing with fire if we don't get anyone." The mess that we are in, which Ange has brought on himself with injuries, but the players aren't good enough anyway. The players are overworked, which is his fault. The way the players are trained and breaking down is his fault. But to only come out, listen, if I was a manager of Tottenham Hotspur, in the state I was in, and you just know, like other managers, he's been given assurances, but then when the push comes to the shove, and it's clear that Tottenham Hotspur need players. Listen, I want the manager gone now, and I turned on him after Arsenal, and I've never turned on a manager. This is how bad things have got. As Postecoglou, who, as you've seen, could be quite fiery himself. He's a very proud man. He should have been demanding a lot more, a lot sooner, knowing the state we're in, but only to come out yesterday in an interview and say, listen, if we don't get... He's also been saying that he thinks we're in 100% better condition as a club than when we left off. Now, when all the players are fit, that may be a case in point. But I don't know how you could say that when you sit 15th in the league compared to when you took over, we were in 5th and finished last. And listen, Daniel Levy, I will blame that it's snowing outside. I will blame Daniel Levy for it being cold in Canada if I can. But as Postecoglou and the managers, apart from Conte and Jose, who were prepared to stand up and call it out, have just sat there and allowed it to happen. And
yeah, I understand.
Listen, Dan, what you have to say, the sad thing is, if Ange had come out and said anything, we know what happens. Like Conte, goodbye, you're gone. But Ange Postecoglou during this window, listen, we don't know what's going to be behind closed doors. Closed doors, he could be seething. He could be seething behind closed doors and going absolutely nuts at Levy for all we know. Or Lange, who is getting away with this big time. Johan Lange. Listen, I speak to a few people very, very regularly, and I've looked at this now, and as much as Levy is the number one problem, the whole board are an issue. Cullen, Conrad, and you go through them. There's not one footballing person on there. They're all financial backgrounds. That's all they know. That's all they care about.
They care about crunching the numbers.
That's what I'm saying, Corey. But when it comes to, listen, like I said, Dan, I'm with you that Levy once again has let the manager down. Once again, we had to wait for FFP, then PSR, then this, then that, and it's good. Every penny goes back into the club. Blah blah blah. But Ange came out yesterday and finally said, we're playing with fire right now. And it took him 25 days and the window shuts Monday week. But it took you over 3.5 weeks of just over a 4.5 week window to say, do you know what? This ain't right. And you look at it now. I've said this before. If you look at it, last season, when we opened this window, I said to myself, I don't care about how much we spend. All I want to see to see a change in the way we do things is bring in players early. And to Daniel Levy's and Tottenham's credit, they brought in 2 players. And I said I wouldn't go mad about the quality of them, or I just want them in, or the money. We brought 2 players in early in January. I was like, oh, do you know what? Maybe this is something new. The season before that, we waited 31 days to get Porro, who we knew we wanted on day one. The season before that, we brought in Kulusevski and Bentancur right on the last day when I was protesting at the training ground. But they missed the Chelsea FA Cup, Carabao Cup semi-final, both legs. These players, even if they come in now, They could have come in at the beginning or in the middle, whatever, because the money is there, the wages can be paid, and maybe we're not 15th. And maybe we're not 15th. I don't know where we were exactly when the window opened, but I do know November the 7th or November the 6th, we were 7th. So in 2 months, we have slipped down to 15th. Now, that should be, I mean, the owners should have been saying from the second the window shut, right, let's prepare for January. Let's get January ready so when it opens, we're ready to go. But no, we don't. Then the injuries started, but now we're 3 weeks in, whereas every single thing always lies at Levy's door. The fact Ange hasn't been more demanding, more vocal, but he's started to now, it's too little too late, because when these players come in, it's going to take them, 3-4 weeks to get up to fitness, or to try without getting injured, to Ange's fitness, to get to know the game plan and the style of play and the patterns of play. So you're looking at about March before they actually feel at one with the team, feel comfortable. Even though they are professionals, they should do what their job. But again, it's wasted time. It's a whole lot of wasted time.
Yeah,
I've
had a funny thought for the last 10 minutes. So, do you guys remember a TV program called Scrubs?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, do you remember like the episode where JD's talking about how Dr. Kelso's handling like requests and that as he's sooning down to retire? I think that's Daniel Levy sitting there in his office like that with a shredder on the door, and they post their requests through like a letterbox. He's like, "Thanks, I'll just look into that," as it's shredding in the background. That's all I can see Daniel Levy doing. I just had that like thought of Dr. Cox, not Dr. Cox, Dr. Kelso, and that that's how I feel like he's handling things right now, and that's how he's been doing it for 24 years, just sitting there in his office room with things getting shredded up all the time.
You know, Paddy's comment just there is absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. This is a whole. It's not. This isn't. Look, if you look at that breakdown, forward, manager, players, fans, the owner is responsible for the downfall of this football club. The managers aren't backed, or this particular manager hasn't trained the players right or adapted. The players simply haven't been good enough, and we don't pay the wages, and they can't stay fit. That goes back to the manager and the board because of the quality. And then the last one, the fans. Now, we are so divided. We are so divided. Like I did a video yesterday saying that Spurs are finished as a football club. And went on. And of course, Jose, you probably don't get it as bad as me because of where I stand on things. The comments come in, and some of the comments that are anti-me or rude or go support another team, the whole stream was about how the fans are belittling each other on both sides. They come in, you go check and do a deep dive. They've never commented on anything ever before. But all of a sudden, they know where to find Tottenham on tour and leave a comment. It's fake trolls, it's bots, it's social media teams from the club that just go in, ruffle feathers, and people fall for it. And my biggest thing was I used to snap back at them and get into it, and it made me look bad because I bit back and tried to. This fan base is just. I thought it was bad during Conte when I was standing outside a club shop week in, week out, or a training ground. I look at it was 3 years ago. Okay, 3 years ago today that I did that. And then obviously Kulusevski and Bentancur came and we got Champions League. Then that season, obviously, Antonio Conte got the £150 million windfall. And that was deemed like we have won the Euro millions and we're the richest club in. That's what Liverpool and Chelsea spend on one or two players. But we've got this war chest that we only spent 100 million of. Then we went through all the managers after Conte left and all that nonsense. And we're here. And if someone had told me after those training ground protests and after Conte that, you know what, 3 years' time, it's going to be oh so much worse. And still, this fan base will be even more divided. I wouldn't have believed you. But it's what happens. And as long as this football club at the top keep doing the things that they do, he is sitting there. Corey just mentioned something about in his office. And he is just sitting there guaranteeing you, I can guarantee you, just going, I can't believe I'm getting away with this. I can literally do anything. And rather than the normal crowd, which is growing, going for me, these just fight amongst each other. That's all they do. I can do anything I want. I'm just waiting for him to make it black tie before you go in the stadium. We'll start doing a dress code. You can't go in the South Stand unless you're wearing a shirt and tie, because you're not allowed certain things anymore. He will do anything and everything to just keep this fan base bickering. And what goes on that pitch for 90 minutes doesn't matter about amongst a majority of this fan base now. It's proving that you were right, I was wrong. You're up here, I'm down there. And this is what it's become. And social media is a massive part in it. A massive, massive part in it. When people wanted sugar out, there was no social media. There was no hostility or bickering and bantering. It was thousands of people met on that high road, well planned, without social media, via telephone, whatever method it was back then. Thousands turned up for wanting the club to go in a different direction, and it worked. But social media, as good as it is for us to promote our shows, our channels, put our thoughts out there, and other people can see it, whatever. For every one of me and everyone that is against what I stand for, there's also about 58 to 100 trolls that are just in there to cause trouble.
Yeah.
And it just literally, this cocktail is just boiling over. And I don't know how this is going to change, because every single time this man does something, every single time this guy does something that should infuriate fans, like literally, he is there announcing concerts, announcing boxing, announcing that we've sold 40,000 tickets for Saracens.
Coffee partnerships.
Yep, the coffee partnership. All of that, which is to generate money for this club, like he said in that interview, when it's not. But during the trial, and this fan base, and it's a massive, massive if it could unite.
But what will be the straw that breaks the camel's back with everybody getting
Corey,
it's going down a rabbit hole. I'm with you on the same situations, as you know. We talk quite a lot, me and you. But some of these fans need to realise now, before we end up the running joke of the league. We're already that at the moment. But hearing my mates, especially in the Man versus Fat football group that I'm in, always ripping on me for being a Tottenham supporter. Last Monday, before I did my knee in, one of the guys, there's about 6 Tottenham fans there, an old at, his name's called Pablo, he's like humming Tottenham are on their way to Wembley. I went, we ain't going basically, we're not going fucking nowhere, so stop whistling. He goes, oh, you're an Angel. It's like, I can't surprise how you're not. You've been a Tottenham fan longer than me, you're older than me, and you don't want this guy out. You don't want Angel. Why? I've seen man sacked for less.
Corey, this is the thing. You've got to remember with this, and I come from this part. There are people that want Ange to stay in. Like, before I finally final domino fell, I was solely Ange in right near the end before I changed, because I didn't trust Levy with the next manager. So there's so many people. I wanted a project to work. I wanted a project to last 4 years. And there are some people, fair play to them, that are like, nope, I'm sticking to my guns. I want to see a project go through. Now, miraculously, these players could come back, and miraculously, everything could click, and miraculously, we could shoot up the table for the rest of it. Not saying Europe or anything, but it could happen.
Yeah.
And if it does, Andrew's got a lot of people to say, what were you saying? And I'd be one of them.
I'll probably be that as well. But at the moment, I don't see it. Hope.
It most probably won't happen. God knows what happens tomorrow. I'm not hopeful. But if people have stayed there, like I said, when the hate I've got for saying Angel is ridiculous. When I've had people actually reach out to me on social media this week, going, Brian, you were right all along, or words to that effect, something in that effect, or I want to apologise for going at you. You've seen this for a long, blah blah, whatever the wording was. And I'm like, first of all, massive respect for you coming out and saying that, because you could have just stayed quiet and not said sorry for the grief I gave you, whatever. But I'm like, welcome aboard. Come join us. Come join us. But if you say one bad word, these people got it's and it's not just Levy out people. I'm saying people. This is what happens now. This is what happens now, and I understand. I find it hard now to understand people that are Angie.
Yeah.
If you base it on league position, the injuries that keep happening, the contradicting things he's saying in press conferences where I don't think he's realising he said something exactly the opposite a few press conferences earlier. There's too many things that have stacked up now that I can't defend it. But if people still want to, then that's their prerogative. If they want to stick to their guns because they don't want Levy to try bring another manager, because I guarantee, even though I'm Ange out now, the very second Ange is sacked and we hire a new manager, I am going to start a countdown for 18 months on my phone, and I guarantee by the time that clock gets to 0, we are right back where we are right now, talking about the exact same thing with the next guy in charge, and it will just keep repeating itself. So I get where some fans are coming from. I don't agree with them anymore, but I've got to respect them for saying, you know what? That's why. Listen, I've been Levy out when he got us to a Champions League final. I've been Levy out when we were second in the league. I've been Levy out when we had Pochettino the whole time. The greatest time, or one of the greatest times of me being a Spurs fan.
I think most of us say that with Poch as well. The greatest time.
But that's what I'm saying to you is I've stuck to my guns with Levy. Even when people said, "Oh, look what Levy's done," I'd be like, "Yeah, all right. Let's see it continue." Like it will take years and years and years of him proving me wrong for me to go. Oh, do you know what? Maybe I need to. But I have stuck to my guns non-stop. So when people do it on the manager, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not going to. Oh, you goddamn idiot! What? Because people support their team, whatever and if that's what they do, then that's what they do, and that's why we have another divide in this. Because if someone says to you, "Oh, I'm Angie and back a manager," I'm like, "Listen, I don't agree with you, but you're right." But others will go absolutely for the jugular with you and get as abusive and as rude and as condescending and patronising as you can think possible, and it does more damage than good.
Yeah, I mean, we can only bang the drum this over and over so many times before it's really truly heard. But it's just got to a point now where I've been breathing Tottenham since I could walk. I have seen us lift the FA Cup, the League Cup. I've seen us do well under certain regimes and not so good, you know. Sugar wasn't great, but at least he came in and saved us when we needed it. Otherwise, we were on our arse. And I've seen us, in my lifetime, get to a European Cup final. That is the season, or the season after we got to that final, that is when we should have gone hell for high leather and got the players in that we needed to really go. But like for nearly 500 days while that stadium was being built, we didn't sign a player. Then we found, that's it, nearly over 3 months until we found a manager. We go and get Nuno. We sack Nuno after 10 games. Jose comes in, steadies the ship. Conte comes in. They both speak their mind. Jose gets us to a cup final, gets sacked. They both speak their minds. Conte comes in, speaks his mind, gets sacked. Why can't some of this fan base see it needs change here? We need to get on the ball. We need to be united. But with every fan base, you know, there's going to be this group and this group. And there's always going to be arguing. And there's a group in the middle. I'll be like, that's the way it is. You'll always have the group in the middle clapping and being happy. You've got this group here supporting Levy and everything the sun shines out of his arse. You know, I can't see why people support that. He's built a shiny stadium. Let's put it that way. When he came to this club 25 years ago, his mission was, I'm here to make money. That should have been red flags and alarm bells then. Not 25 years down the line and we're all sitting here arguing as a fan base. I mean, if Arsenal can get their fans together to rally to get aboard the sell or do better, why can't this fan base do the same? It's mind-boggling. I sit up there some nights till 2 a.m. reading through things on Facebook, on Twitter and everything about Tottenham. I shouldn't let it control my life. I've got to the point now where either we sell up, they move on, and we can ride off into the sunset and be a successful team, or like what was said earlier on, 25 years down the line, some of us still might be here, might not be here, still arguing about the same shit. And it's just frustrates me that as an avid football fan, Spurs fan, I want to see better. I want to be successful. I want to see an improvement in the club, in the players, in the staff, in the coaching team, in the medical team. The whole thing comes together as a whole instead of this bit. Let's argue about this bit. Let's argue about this bit. It's a whole. The whole thing needs to be talked about, debated properly, protested, everything. I mean, I'd kill to get to a protest. I'm an avid get this fucker out the club, but every weekend, as you know, Bri, it's me and Theo time. I mean, in a bit we're going to the park because at the moment they're fixing the swings down there and they're not open till like 3:00. So once the park's open, me and him will be at the park. But it's like the time that I spend watching Tottenham this season. I mean, I kid you not. First 5 minutes of the match on Thursday, we scored. I turned the game off because I knew where it was going to go. We'll end up winning, and it'll end up looking better than what it did. We won 3-2. I knew Hoffenheim would score because we just haven't got the players to keep it and whatnot. And then I just sit here and I'm like, we've had a goalkeeper on our books for over 15 years. He came for our youth academy and he's just sat there and done nothing. Finally gets to show what he's about because our main keeper gets injured. Then, like, as we're playing him, we go and sign a young. Okay, he's a very good goalkeeper, Kingski. I've watched him a lot, and I've sat here. I was like, when we first signed, I was like, yep, that's going to be a good signing. But what about X, Y, and Z? We've got these young goalkeepers still 25, ready to play him. And I'm just sat here like shaking my head on that one. Defenders again. I mean, I said it earlier. We signed Phillips, quality young centre back, sent out on two loans since having him. We've got the prospect of Dorrington being the next Ledley King, the next Sol Campbell. I don't know. I'm not going to say that name without feeling sick in my stomach, but we have these young good players coming in, and they've been sent out on loan, knowing that we needed players of a certain level to come in and play. We've got another youngster that we brought last season who is a very good centre back, tearing it off in his division, and he comes back to us next season at 18. But then what happens to him then? He's going to go back out on loan again. He's not going to get a chance to play. So either something needs to be addressed here at the academy level as well with the players that we're looking at as they're going through the youth. I mean, one of your favourite players, Alfie Devine. If you knew you're going to have
not one of my favourite player.
Well, it is your favourite player since Gaza. But like, he's tearing it up. Why not recall him back off loan? We need midfielders. I mean, it's not brain surgery here.
Yeah, but some of these loans that are out there may not have a recall clause at all in there, and therefore it's just a non-starter straight away. We don't know what the clauses are and what the loan deals were, but I presume that quite a few of them would have been no recall clause on there at all. And if there is, then it's not worth entertaining.
I was about to say, you look at it, as much as I love my Alfie, and I love him dearly, and I can't wait to see him in a Spurs shirt and then show what he can do, and it'll be a glorious day for me. The second Levy sells the football club, the very first thing I do is buy a Spurs shirt with Alfie Devine's name and number on the back. The very first thing I do.
Well, not Devine, but
if he does come back, as much as I'd love to see him, record, I have to think about it myself and say, do I want to see him come back and just sit on the bench and do fuck all? Because that's all he'll do. He'll be a number. It doesn't matter. You're not going to play. Or do I want to see him for the rest of the season playing regularly for Westerlo and earning some experience, getting minutes in his legs and having a full season of football behind him? And I would choose the latter. Because I don't think Alfie would get the game time. I just think he would be there. Like, just look at Will Lancashire. Yes, Graham Bergvall have got in and played. I think if Alfie Devine was to come back, you're looking at another Will Lancashire who's just going to sit on the bench and may come on the 87th minute. Yes, the training will be more of a higher standard, but then again, it's more intense. Will he pull up? It's all coulda, woulda, shouldas. But if someone said to me, you can have Alfie back now, but you don't know if he plays, or Alfie Devine stays at Westerlo, gets experience, gets minutes, as a regular football season behind him, I choose the latter.
Okay, that's a good option on that one.
You got to wait up. Listen, if it's come to the point now where to save our season, we're recalling players that may not get games just so we got numbers, then the problem's even bigger than you think. It's like you can't say, look, there's people took Manor Solomon, who's having a banging season for Leeds. He's playing. The point is, Corey, he's playing non-stop at Leeds. He had 4 surgeries at the season at Tottenham. Didn't play from October. But he's gone to Leeds and plays week in, week out. And the Championship is more games, more regularly. Play. No problem. So why do I want players coming here at that young age that could risk that? It's madness, and people can't see it. You literally, he is playing non-stop for Leeds and doing very well there. Ashley Phillips for Stoke. Ashley Phillips is going to be a great defender in my eyes. Play regularly for Stoke. No injuries. Why risk bringing them back? And then what happens if we recall them and they're the only ones and they get injured?
But then we haven't really got the quality to say, right, we need this now. We're trying to get players in on loan like Skriniar, which you know is going to end up at Galatasaray or at Juve or a bigger team. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. When we were linked to Koulibaly like 2 weeks ago, I was like football trainer. I was like, my mate was getting all excited because we're going in for him, and he won't come to us. He'll go to a bigger team that's doing better things. He was like, why are you so negative on us? I went, the way we're run, the way Tottenham do things, and you think we're going to go and get a World Cup, not a World Cup winning, but a guy that's in his national team, banging in goals for fun when he was at Frankfurt, playing at PSG, not getting his minutes there, but he's going to go to a club that is pushing for something in another division that will want that quality up front. And then what happens? He joined Juve. My mate was like, "How do you know? How do you get this shit right?" Because I know how Levy operates in that situation. Given the choice of being able to offer a player more money, so that he definitely comes and signs on the books for you for 6 months, or do you just keep doing the same thing? And Levy is just going to keep doing the same thing. Leopard never changes its spots. That is Levy.
Right. So a couple of points I wanted to make. One, I'm going to let people know I'm Anjin. And the reason why I'm Anjin is purely because I've never, ever in all my lifetime of supporting Tottenham Hotspur have I ever turned on a manager. So regardless of thick and thin scores and whatever, that's the only reason. So I'm Anjin. I remember having Santini, Gross, Nuno. Yep. I can name you some managers that, for me, that were, I saw what they were doing, and I didn't agree. I'm not going to say that I agree with everything I see now either, but I've never ever said no to a manager, and I'm not going to start now. So I'm Anjin. The other thing I was going to say is what you said, Brian. Sometimes social media can be, very few times, let me say that's very few times can social media be of a benefit to society for different things, right? More often than not, it's negative and not a positive for society. Back in the day, and you've been supporting Tottenham for many, many years, and before social media started, Brian.
Yep.
Back in the day, if you met up with people, you saw the whites of their eyes, and you met up with people, and if you got people that were being, I don't know, iffy or unsavory against you, whatever you want to call it, you could flush this out because you see it in the face. However, with social media, we have people that can hide behind keyboards and that. So you're quite right. You could be putting something into social media, and then you can have these, as you called them earlier, bot accounts and stuff like that. So people that are hiding in the wings that you can't see, and they could then start picking because they've got buzzwords to look out for and stuff to look out for, and they could start going against you. So you're quite right. It was much easier back in the day when you could see the whites of people's eyes. But now that people can hide behind keyboards, yes, it's very difficult to try and to do things. Like I said, for me, social media has had a negative impact on society.
Oh, yeah.
And a very small positive. So stuff like GoFundMe stuff and stuff like that you get traction for certain charities and stuff like that. I think it's been a blessing for some of them, but in the main, for me, social media has been very negative on society and doesn't help out. I mean, you can see we're talking about just a football club, but you've got countries that people have said that through social media it's swayed results in their elections in their countries because, you know, so it can be infiltrated. It can be used as
a weapon.
A weapon to go against people. So, you know, it's quite difficult to try and unite this fan base. Is going to be very, very difficult. And
how many more straws on the camel's back does it have to break before everyone says, right, we're on the same page here? Because 24 years of the same shit, repeating. It's that old age quote of the definition of insanity. That's all I can think.
What I will say with you is exactly going back on the social media thing you said. There's some wonderful things. So put it this way: if it hadn't been for social media, Ilana and I wouldn't have been able to keep in communication when we lived in separate countries, and I wouldn't be married to the love of my life for 10 years now if it hadn't been for social media. So reuniting with and all that. But what I will say, do you know how I kind of put the analogy with social media? My dream dog is a Rottweiler. I am absolutely obsessed with them, love them, blah blah blah. And you know all these big dogs that are these dogs that obviously can be quite vicious. You know when people say it's not the dog, it's the trainer or the owners. That's exactly what social media is. It's actually an incredible, like VAR. It's an incredible bit of it. It's an incredible bit of a gift to the world to be able to use and share good times and everything. But unfortunately, you have some people that since social media have come along are like the people that get these dogs and train them to be fighters or train them to be vicious and train them to attack. Rather, they go, do you know what? I mean, social media is in the right hand, social media is brilliant. Like I said, what it's done for charities, what it's done for awareness, what it's done for reuniting old friends across the world or old school friends, older than us, like my parents' age. And they're in their 70s now. It's an incredible tool. Just unfortunately, there are loads of people that like to misuse and abuse it. And it's just such a shame. It's just such a shame that this happens. And like I said, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, talking about it in the Tottenham Hotspur community around the world, as in social media, that is a small fraction that we see to what actually goes on in social media. But it's just a shame that it's come to this, when no matter who you are as a Spurs fan, all you want to see is some armpit hair of the players going like this. And all you want to go back and relive the days that our parents or grandparents or whoever it may be saw. Yet those days are very, very far away, exceedingly far away.
For some of us, even ourselves, we saw.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, I remember.
I'm older than you. I'm not, and I've seen Tottenham win quite a few things.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Well, there's been 6 trophies in my lifetime, 3 that I've been of age to remember and witness and see. But those days are so far away, so far away, and everything is there ready for it to be where we should be, or not where we should be, but rightfully challenging for these things. Tottenham's name should always, the way we're set up now, and the funds that are available, and whatever's going on, we should be in that bracket where when people start the season and say, right, who's getting Champions League football, who's challenging for the title, Tottenham's name should always be around that conversation. Always, with everything that we've got. Yeah, for some people, I look at it, mate. I've got a dossier where since Pochettino left, and I wasn't even on YouTube when Pochettino got sacked. I was watching Ben and Sim, but never on because of work and everything before COVID. But after Jose Mourinho, after Poch, they said, right, we're fuming. Whoever comes in, this is the last chance saloon for Levy. I've got a list of 125 names, or it might be a little bit less than 125, but it's over 100, where every manager since that last manager is the final straw. This manager is the final straw. So we've had 6 final straws And this is what happens. People want to say something because it's hip and it's the time to say it, but when it comes to actually say, right, Joe, what, this is unacceptable now. Whether you want to say this is my last chance, it's unacceptable. If this was happening to something important to you, I mean, outside of Tottenham, right? If you saw your one of your daughters, your sons were being treated like this by a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever, or a boss, by now you would have stepped in and gone, right, that's it. And Tottenham Hotspur is your first love. Outside of your parents and everything, the first thing you actually ever fall in love with properly is your football team. And when something you love is hurt and wounded, the normal thing you do is rally around and go, what can I do? How can I support you? What can we do? How can we fix this? Yeah, there's just, what can we do? What can we do? This is Spurs. Don't worry, next summer will be a better window. Don't worry, the next manager will do it. Don't worry, every penny's going back into the club. Don't worry, we're going to challenge for. We are wounded. It's like we're in a hospital bed, Tottenham Hotspur, and the people on the doctors are going clear and putting the charge things on to resuscitate us, and still, oh, don't worry, I'll get it right when it clicks. When it clicks. Because apparently when every player comes back, they're going to be on top form, going to play every minute of every game, not get injured. It goes on to the next manager. Then, oh, don't worry, this is a project. We need to give it time. Let's be patient. We'll start this again. We're a wounded animal that needs help and resuscitation to get back to our former glory. And yet,
family football women love it.
And yet we're here. We are here where we are right now. Again, even in a worse state than we have been in previous managerial eras that haven't gone as well. In fact, they've gone better and they've been sacked. And here we are.
It's difficult. It's a difficult one because on social media, and I mean every platform now, not just one platform, the narratives that you can spin in different directions is just unbelievable. Because when you go to the stadium, and I mean I haven't been for a while now, but I know people same as you, but probably all do know match day going people. When I went to the Everton game, and I spoke to, obviously I bought a ticket, first time I've ever been to the stadium, and I bought a ticket and I was sitting around people that I don't know who they are, because you just buy one, you just get a ticket, you're sitting with people you don't know. And I, at half time before the game, and that, you know, I'm an amenable person, I say hello to people, and now I'm just having a chat with people in general. And the majority of the people that I spoke to on the day are not on social media. And what I got and what I heard from these people was vastly different to what we get on social media. So it seems like I'm stuck in a parallel universe. I'm getting one thing from the stadium, and social media gives me something totally different. I'm not going to turn around and say, and I'm not naive enough to say, that the thoughts of people's thoughts in the stadium at the time are exactly the same as what their thoughts are now. I think they would have been altered slightly, but you know, it's just hard because if you're trying to, you gave an analogy just now, Brian, about, you know, if you saw your son or your daughter going through this with their partner, and that step in and get involved, and you're quite right. It's quite clear as a parent myself. Yeah, I would do, but some of the stuff that goes on at our club, and that has gone on, and it's the same rinse and repeat cycle, for want of a better word. It goes on and on and on, and you're quite right in what you said. You just, like, you know, we always wait. We get spun the same story over and over again, and we just wait for it to happen again and again and again. But in reality, if it was something that was happening to one of our own, we would have dealt with it by now, and we would have done something. So you're quite right. You're quite right. But it's difficult because, as I said, real life for me, and there is real life to this. Real life is one thing, and social media is another. And unfortunately, until you get both to combine together, people are always going to be at fractions and wars.
Mate, can I just say, is this real that where it says you've been going live for 4 hours?
Yeah.
Mate, I'll tell you what, honestly, I try and come on your channel as much as I can, Jose, with work.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
always, I love you dearly and will always support you in your channel and help you any way I can. But people need to like and subscribe to this channel and Jose, because not only is he a brilliant person in the community, not only is he a great friend, but the shift he is putting in on these things deserve likes and subscribes. So if you haven't, please do so. Jose, you're a top dude, man. Top
Thank you.
dude.
Now this is it's a member show, and I try to do a member show every week because then it gives an opportunity for people to come on and have their say. So I'm quite happy to do them, and I'm quite happy to let people just rattle on and have their say, because at the end of the day, it's not just about me, because it's the channel belongs to me that I should do the talking. Everyone is entitled to opinion, and I try to make it as fair as possible for everybody to come on.
If everyone's got one of these, they can use this thing in front of their face. So if everyone can talk, speak, and think and articulate themselves properly,
I do, yeah, but some people as well though. Some people as well don't like coming on and speaking and that, and they'd rather put things in the chat, which I understand.
Oh yeah,
but it just gives an opportunity for people to come on and have a chat and have their say. Quez is saying good morning. Sorry, Quez, good morning to you, mate. I'm not sure whether you have done, but the first kickoff of the first bonus game has already kicked on. So if you haven't done, or you're going to do your predictions, Quez, you've already missed out with Mallorca Real Betis, which only leaves you 13 games. But you'll have to leave it on yesterday's stream. Sorry. And whilst I said that, look, Peter Gagais has gifted 5 channel memberships.
nice one, brother.
Thank you very much, Peter. It's very kind of you. And they've gone to Rob, the Reptile Keeper, Villa 1982 James, Chris Agambar, David and David Clark. So you guys were recipients from
Number
Peter.
1 Agambar.
If you get to see this, then if you come in, you can thank Peter yourselves. Archer, thank you for your kind words. Says Jose and Brian, you're so dedicated to the cause and it's greatly appreciated. I wish all fans were as passionate. I think everyone is passionate, but just people show it in different ways. You know, everyone's got opinions, and like anything in life, all our opinions differ. Ever so slightly, we might have subtle differences, but that makes a different opinion, and we've all got that. The one thing I always say to everyone is, the one thing I can say, the real people and the majority I've met on here and in other chats from other people's channels are real people, and one thing that we share is we want Tottenham Hotspur to do well. We've got different opinions and different views of how we get there and how we're going to go and do it, but we do want Tottenham Hotspur to succeed and do well. And you know how we show it and how we say it, that's down to ourselves, but it's what we want.
You're spot on, Jose. You're absolutely bang on the money. This is the thing. Listen, I know through managers gone by, players gone by, even through the ownership, people have been very opinionated, outspoken. Whether it be you back the manager or you don't. In this, let's use Ange in this case. As you know, I said I had never ever turned on a manager in my life, but things have got so bad that unfortunately, I'm not going to be going to sack the bastard, sack him now. I'm not. That's not going to be me. But I don't think he's the right man for the job anymore. And it's not because of what he's done. Well, the way we're playing, the injuries that have occurred, but the main reason I know it's not going to work for him is because I believe Ange Postecoglou, to play his correct way of football, the way he wants to play, like we did the first 10 games of the season, which were fantastic. I was at the 5-2 Burnley game, and I'll tell you now, I've never seen an away crowd like that so early into a manager's career. It was one of the best atmospheres I've ever been in as a Spurs fan, especially on away days. But I think to play the Ange Postecoglou way, he needs the exact player he wants. So if he wants it's very, like when Chelsea with Conte, when Conte came in at Chelsea, not Spurs, they lost to the Phil 3-0, and he said, right, that's it. I'm going back to my system, a back three. He had 10 players that could play, and he had Victor Moses. He said, right, Victor, we're putting you there. and thankfully that paid off. And then they absolutely walked it. They played great football. They destroyed it. They had 10 players that were tactically aware and had the footballing brain and mentality and influence and experience. We had to pull that system off. And then Victor Moses was actually a shining light for them in that.
Who never got into the team? Who never got into the team?
Exactly.
And he was a winger. He was actually a winger, a different position. And Conte asked him to play differently, and that's the only way that he got shoehorned into the team.
Exactly. And I honestly believe for Ange Postecoglou to play that football from the 10 games we played, if he says he wants player A, it's not okay. Let's find a younger version. It's not okay. Let's find someone the equivalent because he might be a bit difficult to get out. He needs that exact person. Do I trust Daniel Levy to go out and go, right, Ange wants X, Y, Z, A, B, C, blah? I do not trust him one. I don't trust Daniel Levy to tell me the right time. So that is the reason I have gone that way. And as I've said, and the main reason I've stayed in as well is I don't trust Daniel Levy to get the next manager right. So I'm doomed either way I look at it. I really want to listen. I backed Ange more than most and for longer than most. But it's not an Ange thing. Ange, I don't think, has covered himself in glory in January specifically, but he is just another manager that has been let down by Daniel Levy. And because this January to me is probably the worst we've ever had for injuries, for results, for players coming in. But you'll never hear me go sack the whatever now. You'll never hear me bring his nationality, his weight, his culture, his experience, his whatever. The only time I will bring in his experience is doesn't matter wherever he has gone, he is going to be the hat-trick of managers that have come to Tottenham, that have won everything, are born winners, and failed to get it over the line at Spurs. Now, once with Jose, you could say, my God, how could Jose not win anything? And then you get Conte, and you think, right, okay, that's two managers that have won everywhere they've gone, but have also been backed with everything they needed. And then you bring Ange Postecoglou in. Now, whether it's Japan, Scotland, whatever, I don't hear Arsenal fans going on about, well, Arsene Wenger only won in France and Japan, and then he came to Arsenal. Why? Because he changed the football, and he came at a time when football was, everything was 4-4-2, everything was let's go on the piss, let's go smoke it. He came in and absolutely revolutionised football in England. Absolutely, he found the English, but he knew the French market, came in, exploited it when he could. Arsenal backed them, and you got to remember back then when you signed a Vieira for 3.5, and you signed it or whatever it was, and Henry, they were big signings at that time, not just in name, or not even in name. You didn't know them apart from Henry. We knew Vieira, Batiste, didn't have a clue. Anelka, Silva, Perez. He got them all, but I don't hear Arsenal fans going, when he first came in, maybe, but he soon shut them up. But yeah, he can go and win in France. I think he did win something in Monaco, but definitely in Japan. They didn't go, oh, well, look, he's only won things in Japan. This is the third manager that's won everywhere he's gone. And it'll be the third manager in a row with this that has come to this football club and has not been able to get what he wants, to do what he wants, to implement what he wants. So I can see Peter in here. And Peter, obviously Australian, great supporter on my channel or our channel, Tottenham on Tour. Wonderful, always used to come in whenever I'm live and he's about, he'll always come in. And I saw him leave a comment on Tottenham when I did a We Are Tottenham, say, Brian, disappoint me. And I think that's when I first said I'm doubting the manager. And he can say that. I don't hold any. That's part of football. It's agreeing and disagreeing. But every single time, Peter knows where I'm coming from. It's all about Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy has let Ange Postecoglou down. Daniel Levy has, I mean, even if he's a businessman. When you're 50, if 15 people call in sick at Enoch or Tavistock, whatever one that you want to use, and that department is low, on start. What does he do? He'll call an agency and replenish them immediately because those phones have to ring or those buildings have to go up. Here at Tottenham, we'll just ride it through. We'll see what happens. We're not going to support you. We'll say we're going to back you. You're our guy, but we're only going to talk. We're not going to act. We're just going to say you're our guy. I do believe we need a new manager. I do. If we hadn't had these serial injuries, do I think things may have been better? We would have been higher, absolutely. Absolutely. But I just don't see any. But again, I'm contradicting myself because I already know I'm actually going to. Do you have it? All of you seen Brewster's Millions? That wonderful. There's a brilliant movie where when
Richard
they say
Pryor, Richard Pryor, yeah, I do.
yeah, when they say vote for none of the above.
Yeah, well, he says he starts the election. He goes into the election to spend money, and he just says vote for.
Yeah, but his whole campaign is don't vote for anyone.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
And they all voted for him, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's what I'm going to do when we get when Ange does go whenever that may be. I am not. I really love Thomas Frank. I love him. I think he would be brilliant. But if they go for Thomas Frank, I'm going to start a campaign that says Thomas Frank say no to Spurs. I want every manager to say no to Spurs because it doesn't matter what happens before the ink dries on your contract, you're screwed. Yeah, you are signing. You are putting a black book. I can't. So this is where we are as a football club. And like I said before, Jose, I admire people that are sticking by him. I try to. I've tried. And it's only because of the man upstairs that I've switched on the man below. But then this is how bad this football club is at the moment.
Yeah. Sorry, Corey, I didn't know whether your thing was.
Are we working? Hello?
You've gone really faint, quiet. That's why I thought I went like that to you.
Hello?
You've gone, yeah, it's really faint now. I don't know what's happening.
What I'll do is I'll unplug my headset and plug it in.
Dan, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, no, because I wasn't sure.
I was just doing something between us.
Oh. Okay, fair enough.
I was just preoccupied to go just take care of something good.
Okay,
cool. I was listening to a bit of it.
It doesn't. Jose, listen, it doesn't matter. I need to go in about 5 minutes anyway. So I'll just say people have to realise whether. And the other thing I'll say, actually, what I'm getting fed up with these Spurs or the home go match day going Spurs fan, I'm getting very, very annoyed with people saying it's the tourist and international fans. I'm getting sick and tired of that line being used when I know people around the world that feel very, very, very much aligned with myself and where this football club is. And if they had the chance to just get a train to London or they were in commuting distance of London, they would go to the stadium passionately with all their heart and all their might, let their frustrations be known, compared to the people that are in the stadium who give this, but then when it comes to it, don't act. And there are so many people around the world. Like tomorrow we kick off at what?
2 o'clock.
So that's a 9 a.m. kick. That's not too bad for me. So, but I've still got to get up at 6, 7 a.m. Get up, get breakfast, get showered, whatever. Make my way to it. There's people that literally where Peter is, Australia. It's Monday morning. These people have got to go to work the next day, but they'll go to bed early on a Sunday night, or they stay up the whole way through and go to work knackered, just so they could be with their football team, support it, chant it. And then we have people in the back home that go, yeah, we got to get this manager out, or we got to get this guy out, or we got to do this and that. And then they go to the match, and like I said, I've grated cheese and they've made more noise than that stadium. It's a really, 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 and like I said, I'm talking about the match day go. I'm not talking about everyone back home, but I'm saying there's a lot of people that want to blame the international and tourist fans. And just you talk about the Korean fans. Do people realise that right now, the money that comes in from them, whether it be in-game or through merchandise or whatever, that Sonny brings, and we're acting like we do now in a transfer window. Can you imagine when he's gone? When that day comes and he's gone, now Young Min Shook is here, and obviously that will generate. He's nowhere near. He's not in the same stratosphere as Heung-min Son, and people think we're acting bad in the transfer market now. Wait till that career money from those loyal, passionate, dedicated Koreans that pump so much money into this football club. Wait till that evaporates, and then the chief leader goes, "Oh yeah, well, money's a bit tight right now," and you think this is bad. You think this is bad. It is going to get much, much worse once he's gone. And Spurs have absolutely decimated him. You look at Liverpool. Mohamed Salah is the guy. Exactly to Egypt what Salah is to Korea, the god of football, a messiah. He's getting older. He's still churning out all these numbers. Still able to do it. Why is he able to do it? Because there's a Gakpo, there's a Diaz, there's a Nunez. I can keep going on with the stars. Then in mid, all stars around him, all diamonds around him to help the workload. He could be rested. He could be rotated. He could be. It's not if we don't go to games and say, do you know what? If Mo Salah turns up, we win. Because they got another 8 or 9 players. If Trent turns up, if Robertson, if McAllister, if at Tottenham, if Son turns up.
Yeah, there are levels. There are levels.
And like I said, you look at Heung-min Son and the numbers he got around Poch. It's because he had a Harry Kane next to him. It's because he had a Dele and Christian Eriksen behind him. It's because he had a Musa Dembele and Wanyama behind him. Then you go back and obviously I could go through there was diamonds everywhere. Everywhere. And you look at it, when Vertonghen went out and Wimmer came in for that first campaign against Leicester, Wimmer just plopped in into that team, had the stars along the back four, and did brilliantly. Now what do? We put Archie Gray back here. We'll put Spence here, or here. This is where we are. This is where we are as a football club. And like I said, I don't mean anything bad about the home match day going fans, but what I do get moaned about, what is getting me now is when people want to blame the tourist fans, the international fans, and to me, when they say that, they're only talking about the Koreans, because you could be sitting next to a white guy, a black guy, whoever it may be. You don't know they're international unless they open their mouth and you hear their accent. That's it.
But you don't have to be international by speaking a foreign accent either. You can be blessed to speak multi-languages, and yet
exactly.
I hold a British passport and I can speak multi-languages, but that doesn't make me a foreigner.
That's what people got to remember. But this is what we do as a fan base. We'll go at each other like that, rather than we'll go at each other like this, rather than going like, let's do this and look up there, and go for that, man. And what a parting gift! I've just preached world peace. I will let you go. I'll let you go. I am going to leave on that note because I've got a couple of things I need to sort. Jose, Corey, Dan, always a pleasure, brothers. Everyone in the chat, have a great weekend. Don't let Spurs ruin it, which result-wise they will, but don't let it get to you. And as always, Levy out.
Bye, brother.
Did I, bro?
I don't know if you guys can hear me now.
No, I don't know what's happened, but we can hear you. No, Corey, we can hear you, but you're very faint. It wasn't like before where we could hear you clearly. You've now gone really faint as you're speaking.
I understand that then.
I can still hear you. But just about, but you're just faint. So carry on, talk, because people can still hear you, just faint. That's all.
Backwards headset because I'm using my backup one while my son uses my main one on the Xbox.
You've come back now.
Oh, there we are. Hello.
Now we can hear you. Properly.
Hello, this is the voice of the Mr. Hans. Yeah, I've got a lot of respect and a lot of time for Brian. I mean, him and Kuva and Ben have been a massive help for me the last year and a half with things that have gone on in my personal life. So I've got a lot of time, a lot of respect for Brian and the guys. Got a lot of respect for Tottenham fans in general. I was called a plastic fan on a guy's stream a few weeks ago because I had a different opinion to a guy that is Anjin Levian I was like, you got to pick one or the other. It's either one or the other has to go, and you have to got you got a gun with one bullet, and you got to choose to shoot one of them. You have to choose to shoot. Backing out. And I will always say it is Levy's fault the way we are arguing between ourselves. Why this fan base is so fractured and divided. Why we're trying to find some level ground between inners and outers. At the end of the day, we all support this club in our own way. We are all passionate. We are all fans. There's no such thing as an international fan. If you're a fan, you're a fan. I mean, I've got my guilty pleasure is I watch Borussia Dortmund a lot. I've been an avid Borussia Dortmund fan since I was a kid as well. And there's another reason why I'm a Borussia Dortmund fan, which is kind of crazy. So, again, would I be called an international fan by their fan base? No, I'd be called a fan because I support their club. I think the argument comes with the whole international fan business is because Levy has priced out the average going fan like myself, my granddad, my uncle. My granddad and my uncle have been season ticket holders since they were, in their young 20s. And, I was at that last match at the Lane when my granddad looked across at me and he goes, son, I've had this seat nearly 40 years and it feels weird that I've got to give this up and then someone else is going to be sitting in my place in 2 years' time. And with that, my granddad was like, I can't afford to do this anymore, I can't keep coming up to this stadium, blah, 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 blah. So, I've had my away days with my granddad and my uncle, my cousins. I've had my home matches. Fans are fans to me. But we've got to get on the same side. We've got to understand where the problems lie, whether it's managers or not. I mean, I was trying to caveat with the whole what Brian brought up with wherever certain managers have been, they've won stuff. But when you look at the CVs of Conte and Jose, they have won top prizes. Not I've walked into Celtic and look at me go. There's a difference between winning a trophy in Scotland to winning it in England or across the rest of Europe. Hang on a minute.
Mr. Colin.
Hey, big up,
Anyway,
Colin.
welcome, Colin. Oh, yeah, I'll go. Sorry, my son was asking me a really deep-winded question and about when can we go.
Joseph, can I have a little 2 minutes? Because I think I've been quite patient, like listening for a while. So I can have a little 1 minute just monologue about the little situation with fans, and I feel like everyone's in their right to really spend their cash how they want. If that's in the stadium, outside the stadium, because people are going to take their kids to football matches, and it's naturally going to be a thing. Obviously, in general, some people will just it's going to be a natural thing that a kid's going to want some food and a drink when they're inside the stadium. It's like a natural thing to buy food and drink. So that's something that people just going to do whatever inside the stadium. So the way that this fan base may really get out of the time with me. I don't want this to happen. The way to finally wake up is the only way to finally see these fans maybe wake up. It's a scary thought of relegation, because it seems to be like it's never been in the championship since 1970s, since the 70s, been relegated out of the top division, and it might be the only thing that finally makes the fans who don't
say in my 35 years
who don't want to really put any pressure on him, put more pressure on him. But I'm not one for really saying to people you have to, because to people it's their own way how they want to spend their cash inside the stadium.
Yeah. I mean,
outside the stadium, I would personally never tell someone else how they should spend their own money.
You don't. That's just rude.
That's how they earn their cash, and that's that. If they want to spend it on what they want to spend it on, that's up to them. That's just my way of thinking. But I think personally, I think all Spurs fans, we all want the same thing for this club, man. This club's to be successful. We do not want to be constantly the banter club of football, surely. As football fans,
I mean. I totally get you on that. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all fans in our own right.
To have our rivals taking the piss out of us, and starting to feel sorry for us now, That's not a good feeling when your rivals
What
start
gets
feeling
me
sorry
is
for you.
when you see
Yeah,
fans of other clubs give their perspective on our club, and you're like, "Hang on, mate, you're a Man United fan." There's a lass that does it on YouTube. She goes, "Well, the problems with Tottenham are." I was like, "Us Tottenham fans already know the problems. Love, just we'll focus on Man United. We'll focus on our club."
I think I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
she's an attractive lass, but let's get past that. She's like going on, these are your problems. No, our problems have been 24 years of Levy.
big up Colin. Big up Colin. You good though, mate? Yeah.
Colin. I mean,
doing good, Dan. Good to see you, man.
Nice to meet you, my American brother.
Yes, absolutely. Nice to be here. I joined in the conversation late. I know that you guys are talking about, Daniel Levy. What else is on the books today?
Daniel, right? Anyone got any medical expertise? Because we need a new medical team by the look of it.
Yeah, no joke, man. That's not good.
I
saw on LinkedIn
outrageous because of what Brian said about like with managers and that, and I had to caveat the fact that the two managers before we had this one, Conte and Jose, are proven winners in top divisions, not Tim Pot Scotland League, not Tim Pot J League. France, when he brought up the whole with Arsene Wenger, he did it in France, and at the time, the French league wasn't as strong as what it is now, but it was still a tough league to win something in. So obviously, Wenger did miracles in France, and he came to England. He took a left-sided midfielder in a guy called Thierry Henry and turned a guy that used to play out on the left wing and stuck him up front and became pretty much a Premier League god overnight. I mean, I'm in awe of him and Dennis Bergkamp because Dennis Bergkamp's first touch was impeccable.
Bergkamp's a freak. That guy's.
But he didn't like traveling away to play games because he was scared of getting on planes. So.
Yeah, and he also didn't like to run very much. Didn't like to.
No. But back then, you could stand a yard offside and play the ball into the box, and you wouldn't be called offside because they gave the benefit. That was it. The benefit of the attacking player was a yard or so offside before it was called. So back before VAR, football was more free flowing.
The good old days.
I've got a question I can quickly ask you while you're here.
Go on.
Leicester tomorrow, big game. Potentially, if we don't beat them, if we do lose to them, we can go 5 points ahead of Leicester, where it could become a sticky situation. Win against them, really. The situations really, we don't really have to work. I don't think we have. I'm going to say about relegation because we're down 15. But personally, we should not be getting relegated. But it should be. This is the perfect game where we can sort of like end that little relegation talk this weekend. What's your thoughts on the rest of this transfer window? What's your thoughts on the rest of this transfer window? And because I'm someone who's not personally a massive fan of Ange, but I'm going to sit and say like, if he's going to stay with Ange for the rest of this season or even past February, you're going to have to sign in players, yeah? Because no manager should go into the rest of the February with basically 12 or 13 players out. So it's not really fair to ask him, if you're going to back him, then you've got to back him in the transfer window as well. Because if you're not going to back him, then sack him then. That's my motto. Because you're basically putting Ange in a situation now where, even though his tactics I don't fully agree are the best, I don't really believe his way of playing is the best, you still have to give him players, yeah, to try and do what he wants to do, yeah. And right now he has not got players for the next 3 or 4 weeks at least to get him out of this situation. And we've got at least another 10 days to try and salvage this next 4 or 5 weeks. Because we've got to go to Anfield the second leg, yeah, to our bare bones. If we even add 2 or 3 extra players to this Liverpool squad with potential Van de Ven and Romero coming back, it makes it a little bit more of a potential better chance. And right now we do want to win a cup. And the European, I think what's keeping Ange potentially in the job right now even more longer is that we're going to get through to the last 16 of Europe. And Levy's going to see that as a carrot to get into the Champions League still. So as long as we stay in Europa League and the Premier League position don't go completely tits up, let's say he starts getting us up to like 11th or 12th or 10th, somewhere like that, and we're still in the Europa League and he gets to the last 8, I think Levy's going to keep him in the job on that basis that Champions League qualification's still on through the Europa League. And that's what Levy's obviously one of Levy's main aims is as well. So I feel like the Europa League's going to play a massive part now in keeping Ange in the job on top of his league form. Because as long as the league form keeps continuing like this, he will not keep his job. This Leicester game, I think if he loses this Leicester game tomorrow, man, I do think he's gone. Because then I think it comes a situation when then we get suffocated into where Everton win, they could be a point behind us. We could be 16th basically. So I feel like the Leicester game is a situation where he can get himself in a situation where he can get himself away from like this relegation talk tomorrow, and then it's focused then on to the cups. Somehow getting a result at Liverpool, which looks very, very tough on paper, but you never know. You can't. There's still a chance. It's never out of the possibility, but it's going to be hard. And then the Europa League is probably what's going far in the Europa League now is probably what's going to keep him in the job further down the line, because Champions League qualification. The only way to get the Champions League now is through the Europa League.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no way to get back into the top four.
So I just wanted your thoughts, like basically on like the Leicester game tomorrow. How big of a game it is for the rest of the season, like not just for like the rest of this, not just for Ange's spell, but the rest of the season as well. Because if we get dragged into like a relegation battle, then if we lose against Leicester, then the situation does really become sketchy. Because we're starting to lose against clubs. Yeah, we're losing against basically everyone. Then we're starting to lose against even the crap of the crap. We've lost against Everton, Leicester back to back, home and away. It's then becoming on the situation. Then when it's becoming past unacceptable. Even if you want to say, the injuries and everything like that, we should be picking up some points. We're picking up hardly any points. That's at the situation I'm at now. Like even a couple draws during this situation where I was in a bit of a better situation where I'm now. We've literally just gone from like 7th to 15th in the space of 2 months, and we haven't won a home game. I think in the league since the 3rd of November, which I don't remember ever as a Spurs fan ever not winning a home game for that long in the Premier League. Even when we were pants, like 2 months is a long. It's like nearly 3 months. We're nearly in February. Bloody hell! This year's going flying already. It's February already.
It is.
Yeah, big up. So that was a long monologue, so you probably don't really know what to take from that. But I ain't talked to you in a while, so it's like I just wanted to like say your sleep. But big up for your sleep. What happened a couple of weeks ago? Just leave that in the past, sort of thing. You know what I'm talking about, innit?
I got you. Yeah,
big up.
Like I said that Brian was saying you've been on for 4 hours. I said because it is a members show, but like I said, I don't mind doing them because you're members, and it's important. You may not get a voice. You might just be in the chat, just chatting all the time, and Dan will know. It's a lot easier to verbalise something than write messages out, because you only get a certain amount of characters that you can write, and then you have to write another message. So, but Colin, listen, I'm getting used to this. Starting to see you on the screen nearly every day, mate. I'm getting used to it. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm sleepy. I just woke up, but I was gonna do my predictions late, and then I was like, "Oh wait, Jose's on right now. What?" And so I jumped into the show.
You've missed the game. You missed the Spanish game has started. It started at 1 o'clock, so you missed that.
Yeah, the Betis game.
And we've got a game that starts in 22 minutes.
Germany. Yeah, I'll get on them. I'll make sure they're commented.
Where are you then, Cole? Welcome to the show. Where are you? What have you got to say of yourself today, mate? Have you heard of anything that we've talked about so far? We've talked about absolutely everything in 4.5 hours.
Yeah, whenever I first popped on, Daigle was Daigle was on, and he was talking about how Ange, in his opinion, needs the exact players that he needs. He says he wants somebody, he needs that player, and then he kind of likened it to Conte at Chelsea. So I heard that part, and I thought that was great. And then I've jumped in, and then Dan's been talking about how a loss tomorrow puts us makes the whole relegation thing a lot more of like a real threat, a real possibility. And kind of just asking, I think a win tomorrow is imperative. We have to win tomorrow. This is a
6-pointer. This is a 6-pointer.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think we will. Is that a bad thing to say? I don't really believe in like good luck, bad luck, none of that. I don't think it's real. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we should win tomorrow. I really do. Do you guys know? Do we have anybody coming back from injury or that's available for this match that wasn't available previously?
Well, I know Romero's in light training, and I know that from what I've heard as well that BDV's kind of on the mend, but not there yet. But we've got no one of real ilk coming back at the moment.
I think. So just to confirm to you, Colin. Sorry, Dan. Just to confirm, Romero did a little bit of light training with Tottenham on the day that they were flying out for the Hoffenheim game. He's back. They're keeping these players. They're trying to get these players' fitnesses up before releasing them on the football pitch for any period of time. So Romero,
seems like they should have done that before.
Because it was light training, he was allowed to engage with the squad before going to Hoffenheim. Mickey van der Ven is due back on the grass next week. And as far as I was aware, I think the week after, Odebert will be back on the grass. That doesn't mean that these players that I'm talking about will be ready to play first team football.
They won't be ready for a good 2-3 weeks after that.
I say a month. I would put even a month on some of them with the amount of time these guys have been out.
Yeah,
especially with hamstrings, you can't rush them back.
Van der Ven is going to make that Liverpool. Yeah, so going to make that Liverpool game. Or that's the one game I wanted to make.
We've lost Sarr, Bissouma, and now it looks like Spence to injuries that they sustained in the last football matches that they played. So they probably won't be tried tomorrow. The players that got coming back in tomorrow from the squad that were eligible on Thursday will be Kinski, Kinski, Reguilon, and Min-hyuk.
Wait, is Spence not available? What's wrong with Spence?
Spence took a knock in the last game that he played, and
bullshit.
Postecoglou said yesterday that he doesn't believe that he'll be ready. He's got a niggle and he won't be ready for tomorrow.
Well, that's absolute horse crap. This has not been a good season. I think they'll write a book about this someday. The season where every single one of Spurs' players got injured. And
how to not do a season 24-25.
Exactly. Maybe the players are doing it on purpose. Maybe they just want paid. They don't want to play. But no, I'm kidding. And
I've got a theory on that.
Do you? I mean, I'm down to hear it. I just want to know. This is just a crazy amount of injuries. Like, absolutely. I thought it's been bad in other seasons. You know, we thought we've had it bad before. This is the worst I can remember in my time as a Spurs supporter. So since like 2009.
I'm older than all of you, and I will say to you, this is the worst I've ever seen for injuries in one season at Tottenham.
Well, even Conte called it out with the medical team, didn't he? So.
And for any club ever that I've ever seen. But what I will say, Colin, is like I said the other day, for me, the amount of injuries that clubs now get, not Tottenham Hotspur, I'm talking about all Premiership clubs get, is off the charts and has been in the last 10 years. I didn't know, beyond 10 years ago, it was tough to find a club losing 3 people in a season to hamstrings, ACLs, and stuff like that. You know, things that people are getting nowadays. You never heard about 10 years plus. You never heard of teams losing players for great lengths of time. And the medical and the sports science is far greater now than what it was back then. But now, all teams, I mean, Bournemouth are into double figures. Newcastle were double figures last year. There's a lot of Premiership teams that have got a minimum of 4 players out. So 4 is the minimum, and Tottenham have got the highest amount at the moment. But we never.
Makes you wonder if there's something in the water.
we never saw this. Beyond 10 years ago, we never saw this. So where'd you go from there, Carl?
Exactly. No, great question. And I'm tying this back into something that's happened. I've noticed in like actual, like my life, which is small town Indiana life. But basketball is really big here. Basketball is huge. Indiana, we love it. We love playing basketball. And my school, the girls team was really good at it. Really good. And would go to state, like the state finals every year and all that stuff. But anyway, about my like second year in high school, girls just started like just tearing their ACLs left and right. And they brought in a doctor like to our practices to like watch them to observe. Sorry, my cat's making awful noises, but they brought in a doctor to observe and all that. And they couldn't come up with anything, but they did have this insane stat that from one year to the next, ACL injuries went up like 300%, and it's still happening. They haven't stopped it. It's still a really common injury nowadays. When, like you said, I didn't hear about it before. It wasn't something that was a part of, you know. So I'm not sure what's changed. Yeah, and in the knee there, and I don't know what, you know, if training is more intense now, and this is with everything. You know, I'm back to Spurs. Don't know if training's more intense. And I'm sure it is. I mean, you know, we started with Pochettino, I think, is when the real intense trainings that I can remember started. So is
under
it training that's doing
Pochettino, I've
this?
seen our players back with Poch look the fittest they've been in 20 years. I feel under Poch we had a pretty good training system with Poch. He'd work his players, but not to the point where they're fucking heaving, choking, and
barfing on the
it
sides.
makes you wonder if Ange's coaching team behind him are actually of the level that you need to really be in high-end sport. It makes me wonder.
I don't know.
I said, I have a theory on this whole players getting injured. We've had so many things go wrong this season, and I have this theory that the players aren't really enjoying the system that Ange is playing, so they're just playing but not playing to their potential. Like they're trying to force the manager out, kind of thing. That's just my theory on the whole Ange, the players, and the dressing room atmosphere.
If that's what they're doing, then they've all lost a lot of respect from me.
But a lot of teams and a lot of players have done it throughout the years. I mean, you think before Jose and Conte turned Kane's head back around, he down tools for a bit before Conte went, "Come on, look, what's going on?" Conte got Kane playing again.
Sure.
I mean, there were even times at Arsenal when Arsenal players were doing it. Liverpool have done it. United have done. All the teams have done it if they wanted to get rid of a manager. They're down tools, play to get their wage, but not really play to their potential. But then you got to look at.
The problem is that if they're down tool in their way to a relegation battle, then that's where I've got some serious questions with the players, because players like James Maddison in that team have been relegated before. Like, that's not a mentality to have. Like, if they're literally playing a roulette to try and get the manager sacked that way, then I understand. That's what players do. They stop playing for the manager. That's their way of getting the manager sacked usually. That's the way when the manager usually loses the dressing room. That's usually the end.
It's towards the end of Conte as well. The players did that towards the end of Conte as well. They stopped playing for Conte. You look at it that way.
But if they're doing that right now and not realise it's got to a situation where they should be grasping up and trying to get some results, because it's getting to a panic situation now. Where we're on 24 points, come out to February.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is it 24, 25?
24, it's around that. It's around that.
Yeah. It's like basically 8 points above relegation. I know that. I think relegation on 16. We're on 24, 20. So it's about 8 points. I know that. So it's a situation where if we lost back-to-back games on the next 2 games, we literally would be in a relegation battle with
24.
one of their teams in relegation, picks up back-to-back wins as well. We literally would be then in a relegation battle. It would then become a very sticky situation. So, like, I can't.
Just reading that stat there.
Yeah, I can't really. What's not helped Spurs, what's not helped Ange this season as well, is last season as well, if you notice, Colin, as well, a lot of players started going down about November. Van der Ven went down, Maddison got injured last November as well. So people will automatically go to last season, you had a bit of a mini-injury crisis. It was nowhere near as bad as this one. Like Jose said, this is one of the worst. Like Jose said, this is one of the worstest ones in football. Like in any club right now that they've had this season, I don't know if the Spurs having a crisis when as soon as you think one player's going to come back, you get another story of another one getting injured again. Like the space of a week, we had who's got injured? Sar's got injured. Spencer's got injured. Solanke's out for 6 weeks now. It's like more numbers are just getting added to the numbers that are already out. It's not even like numbers are coming back. It's just like numbers are just. There's a point where you can look at and say,
this is at a massive.
Point when you can start saying, this is partly to blame on Ange. But like, man, this is mad. I can't just say this is one individual. Yeah, you have to look at the one.
I was going to say this is on Ange and the medical team when we had it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The one focal point for this year, perfect example, is the medical team. The misdiagnosis of players coming back from injuries as well, when you don't have a time frame of when they're going to come back. Like Odobert, some of these players got Solomon last season. Solomon got injured after the third or fourth game. He didn't see him again. The rest of the season. And literally players like Odobert, I think we've seen him a few times at the beginning of the season. Every time he's come back, I think he might have broke down again. But then I start asking the medical department, what are they doing? Why do these players keep breaking down when they're coming back as well from these injuries in the first place? Like a lot of these
players aren't given enough time to recover. And I've always stated this as well. Other leagues across Europe have that winter break from December, middle of December, like the 14th or 15th, till like the second week of January. I believe the Premier League should be looking at this now and going, right, these players, they're human. They're, they need to have this break. They're playing close to 80 games a season. Why not give them that 2-week break and extend it 2 weeks more past May? Yeah, I know it's that, Colin, but I mean, if Germany can do it, if Spain can do it, France and Italy can do it, we're supposed to be the biggest league in Europe. Why can't we do it? Money or not, these guys need that break.
It's all to do
Agreed.
with
No,
boxing.
I fully agree.
Right. Colin, it's all to do with that Boxing Day football. We won't give up Boxing Day football in this country because it's literally there.
It's an institution in this country. Boxing Day, hey, merry up after Christmas, pissed up with the lads.
It's their money maker. If you see how many TV games are around Boxing Day, and how much commercial money they make on Boxing Day through like revenue, it's just like Boxing Day seems to be their one day that they, even during the COVID years, during the COVID period, they made sure they had the Boxing Day games as well. They will never refuse to give up the Boxing Day games, man. So like the winter break thing just doesn't, and it's always been a thing that stopped the English national team as well. This winter break thing, because all these countries successful like Germany, Spain, Italy, all have winter breaks here, and it always seems to help their national team when it comes to summer tournaments as well. But England, just play all year round basically, but sometimes don't have any break and just go straight into a major tournament. And it doesn't, and they look gassed by the time they get to that tournament as well. Like the last Euros, they play pants, but they also look gassed as well.
Well, you've got to look at like players that we've had in the past, like Owen. Owen could have been the next fucking Pele, but we burnt him out in 2 years as soon as he started.
It's just a situation where like
ruined his
the winter break,
ruined his knees, and that was it for Owen.
Winter break don't just affect the club teams; it affects the international football as well. I mean, don't really like the Spanish. The Spanish have always had a winter break, and it's no surprise the Spanish are quite decent in national football, as Jose would like to remind me.
The Spanish national team, but like. It's ridiculous, but this is what I've always stated, that the Premier League should look at what the leagues around the world do around winter. Especially, you think about some of these guys are playing like -2, -4, running around. It's not good for the muscles to be running around that fucking kind of weather, man. It really isn't. These players, even the players have said they're playing too much.
It's a minimum of 25 degrees in Spain, so they're all warm muscles, and that's why they do so well.
Yeah, and they get to have siestas, mate, until like middle of the night. So you know what I mean.
Hey, I got my predictions in, Jose. By the way, just wanted to throw that in there.
That one in the summer, mate. That one in the summer hurt, man. Because it was like we lost against Spain, but then I had to think, I have to see Jose's based on the YouTube. After we lost against Spain in the final, he's half and half.
I just posted him on the predictions.
But then I've got to look at if Jose had a problem with the medical team back then. Why didn't Levy sort it out? This is coming from Joe saying the guy knows what it takes to win. It's not just about the players. It's about the medical team, the scouting team, even down to the woman or the blokes cooking in the cafeteria. It is a team thing. The whole of it needs to be running from top to bottom like a well-oiled unit. With Spurs, we've got... Well, we don't even have a medical team, but for God knows 10 years of players constantly getting injured, come back 2 games, injured again. Then you've got managers coming in, not getting the right backing from him upstairs. Mr. Daniel Levy and Enoch and co. This should have been a red flag to us 25 years ago when Levy and Enoch turned around and said, we're not here to really do anything but make money. Like, come on, if that isn't a big enough red flag for you as a fan back then Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but I've covered this before, Corey. I've covered this before by saying, and exactly what you just said now, I've covered it before by saying, with all the shit that we were going through in Civil War with Sugar at the time, and before your time, because you're not as old as me, but before that we had Irving Scholar, and we went through shit with Irving Scholar. We nearly went bankrupt as Tottenham Football Club of Irving. Then with all the civil war that we had with Sugar, Venables, and everything that was going on at the time, the minute that he sold up to Enoch, Venables, Sugar just said, well, you lot wanted me out. I've sold it. Better the devil you know type thing. And when Enoch came in, they did turn around and say quite clearly that they're an investment company and they're looking to invest to make money. They did say that at the very start, but I think that our judgment and our thought process was clouded because of all the infighting that we'd had with the sugar before he sold it. And obviously, for people of a certain age, could remember the crap that went on with Scholar as well. So, oh, yippee, yeah, we've got someone new that's coming, but we haven't opened our ears to what they've just said.
Yeah.
But they clearly did say that. So
Yeah,
it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone because they did say that from day one.
I mean, I've been Levy out since Martin Yole was sacked, probably a little bit before then, but the day Martin Yole was sacked, half-time at Newcastle, I was done. I've not bought a single piece of Tottenham merch since. I've not really been able to get to matches because I've been priced out of matches. Being a single parent, I've got lucky if I could scrape 2 pennies together some days, you know. I make it work being a single dad, but it's one of them things. But I've been priced out by ever being able to go out and watch my team play ever again because of Levy, because of a price of a match day ticket. And I could go and watch Brighton play for half the price and enjoy the football. But I'm a Spurs supporter, so it just.
So I think the whole thing. I mean, if you really think about it, the injury crisis, all of it, it falls down to being, I think, Levy's fault. Perhaps. I mean, everybody could have told you. I could have told you. Anybody could have told you, beginning of the season or going into the season, we were light. We needed more players. Had we adequately, beefed up the squad and got it to where it needed to be, we would probably be in a better spot regarding some of these injuries. I mean, I know that obviously you can only, we ran into problems with registering players in the Europa League. I get that. But if you had quality backups in positions that were ready to go now, I feel like we would just, I mean, logically, we would be in a better place.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, a lot was done this season to bring the wage bill down, to bring everything into alignment of what they want as a business. I feel like others feel this was all brought into alignment so that they could sell the club, sell these players off. I mean, Lo Celso, I love Lo Celso. The guy was always injured, but he's gone back to Spain. He's turned into a baller. Always thought there was a good player in there. It was like Reguilón. You don't become shit overnight. Reguilón, again, another player that hasn't really been given the chance to shine, but when we signed him, he was one of the hottest young left backs at the time, Porro, we're going to end up burning that guy out. In the 2 seasons Van der Ven has been with us, he's been injured more than what he was in his time in Germany. In Germany, he had one major hamstring injury all the time. He was at Hoffenheim, wasn't it? Let me remember, Hoffenheim. And he's been with us 2 seasons and he's had 4 hamstring injuries since being with us. It just goes to show that under this manager, under these tactics, under this system, these players are getting injured more often. And I sit here and I do truly believe that partly it's the medical team and partly it is Ange and his tactics that have completely ruined some of these players. I mean, if Ange gets the sack, I mean, I think I was on or watching the coffee company's stream the other day where he joked about if I was Van der Ven, I'd be suing this manager if he got the sack because he's ruined my career with my hamstring injuries. I actually had to giggle at that one. But then
apart from Bournemouth, right? We play a game. So last year, Newcastle played a game every 3 days, right?
Yeah.
And they ended up with 11 injuries. So they weren't prepared for it. They weren't one of the usual suspects in Europe. And they ended up with 11 injuries and they got decimated. We play every 3 days. We've been decimated as well. Bournemouth don't play every 3 days and they've been decimated. So to me, I think there's variables to anything. To any argument, there's always going to be variables. And to me, I think it's a bit about style of football that teams in the Premiership play now. I think VAR hasn't helped. Stop starting.
That is a killer of the game.
It's getting better. It's not as much stop starting as what we had before, but there's still stop starting. You've got that, and you've got the amount of games that you play as well without rotating players, because we flog our players. We haven't rotated them, so we flogged them. So I think there's a lot of variables as to why we're getting our injuries. To be honest, mate.
I mean, a lot of stick last season towards Højbjerg. I was on that bandwagon. I didn't think it was good enough, but at least he was a leader. You want those kind of players around, or to be able to bring on a player like Højbjerg to settle the game down and steady the ship if you were 1-0 up or 2-1 up. You need those kind of players to come off the bench. We haven't got anything like that at the moment. All of our players are injured. We're relying on backups to backups. We're putting players square pegs into round holes. Players playing out of complete position. Archie Gray is not a defender. He's a defensive midfielder / ball carrying midfielder. We've got Basuma, who is completely played out of position. From my time of watching him at Brighton, he is completely played out of position. He's not one of these to defend. He's one of these to carry the ball up the pitch. He is press resistant 99% of the time, that guy is. You play Basuma in the right position, you're going to see a different player. Hatred toward Basuma at the moment is staggering. Seeing people going, I'm glad he's injured. Mate, I could tell you something that happened about 4 seasons ago when Basuma first come to Brighton at Asda, where some lady couldn't afford to pay for her shopping and he just reached over. I didn't know he'd signed for Brighton that day. He tapped the card and goes, I play for Brighton, love. Next minute, I'm off to watch Brighton with my mate because he's come over from Germany. And Basuma's on the pitch. That guy was just in Asda buying a girl shopping, you know? The guy's a nice bloke. Okay, he's had his problems. He did something stupid at the start of the season, but he's a young lad.
I wish everybody would let that go. The balloons thing, man, that needs to die. People didn't give Hugo Lloris this much shit for drunk driving, and you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's not like he's gone out and done a line of Charlie like they used to do in the back in the days, you know, with fucking Coco the Clown. Like,
they fucking still might. I don't know. Lasted in your system for 3 days.
I know we say about Basuma, obviously. I know we say about Basuma, obviously, being out the wrong position. I do get that because at Brighton, he definitely played different than how he's playing at Tottenham, 100%.
Basuma played higher up because you had back then.
Press resistant, 100%. But when I see in the North London derby, when I see him on near the throwing near the touchline, near about the halfway line point, lose a silly ball, and we lose, and it completely just creates like. There's sometimes when even him playing out of position, and sometimes when he has to use his infield intelligence. Like Tottenham, it seems to be he's completely become a different player since he left Brighton and he's come to our football club. Like I was one of his big fans. I was really a massive fan when we signed him, and I thought, yes, we're getting the Basuma Brighton. Yeah, we're getting one of the best midfielders in the Premier League. At the time, we were getting one of the best midfielders in the Premier League. Yeah, a lot of teams were jealous that we signed him. A lot of teams were jealous that we signed him at the time. Yeah. But a lot of teams don't
played
really
under 2 different managers, 2 different systems, and both systems they've stuck him further back when he's a player that should be playing alongside Kulu and Johnson and getting up the pitch. He's not.
What do you guys say? He's more of a Dembele. He's more of a Dembele than a defensive midfielder.
What his biggest problem is right now is he might be playing a bit like deeper, and what he's doing is he's becoming too confident in his press resistance, and he's getting caught on the ball quite a few times. And the times that he's getting caught on the ball, but when he's having to then do stupid things like put a player back and get a yellow card or it's causing a goal, and where it's getting some of them are getting camouflaged, like causing errors that are leading to goals. That's why people like me, who are big fans of Basuma, are looking at things like that. And are starting to even look at his strong points now, and are starting to think, well, I don't care about his strong points. He's conceding too many errors that are leading to goals and to leading to things like he's indisciplined. Like, there's nothing about him playing in the wrong position, like where he didn't have to do that foul against Chelsea. Why is he giving away that penalty against Chelsea? Him and Son, both them penalties against Chelsea, were stupid penalties to give away. He didn't have to do that tackle, that was about to either go out for a goal kick or you make the player have to make a decision. You don't go in for you don't make a decision for the player, where he can then go over your foot and get a penalty, because you've dangled a foot out. And that's what Basuma's done, indiscipline at time, for a senior player in our team now, he's 26, 27. That's why I look at Basuma and I criticise him more, because a lot of them players in that squad are 22, 23. He's one of the senior players who was experienced even before he comes to Tottenham. He played for Brighton, So this is a Premier League proven player. So when I see him have over a year now where he's been average, that's where I start calling him out. He's still he has qualities. He's still a player who can boss a game. You've seen in games he can boss a game, But it's like he decides. It's like he decides now, when he wants to boss a game, and too many games now he's getting missing, and too many times he's getting caught on the ball in that central midfield, where it's becoming a big problem for me, That's my biggest criticism of the Super right now.
Like, I mean, again, like I said, Dan,
you can't deny that he is great press resistant. That's always been one of his strongest points. It's like he's too confident in that, and it's like he plays himself into trouble too much.
Well, at least with Brighton, he was in that double pivot with Gross, wasn't he? I mean, at Tottenham, we were playing him in a 3 and asking him to sit further back, where
be the deepest guy in the
he
3.
should be Archie Gray, the one, because he actually at Leeds played defensive midfield, so he knows what to do. He can put a tackle in. Where you say, but if you ask any Leeds fan, they'll tell you where Archie Gray's best position was. It was a CDM / the central midfielder. Now, Basuma's strongest point is getting that ball and carrying it, not coming back and making a challenge. If you ask, it's like me as a goalkeeper. You're telling me to go and play up front. I can't fucking strike a ball.
You might be able to play sweeper. You might be able to play sweeper though. You know what I mean? It's it's not like
the other day at Man versus Fat, I got because one of the guys he got a bit banged up. He goes, "Do you mind if I go in goal?" I was like, "Yeah, fuck." They put me up front. All right, I managed to score 1 goal, but Jesus Christ, am I slow? And that's against other fat guys, you know. I'm like that. I'm fucking running after a fat boy, like come back kind of thing. But I'm sitting there like,
I'd be the same.
You're asking a young lad putting all that pressure like on Gray to say, right, we need you to play here. The only other possession this kid hasn't played yet is a fucking toilet cleaner. You know, if you ask Archie Gray to go and clean the toilets at Tottenham, he'll go and clean the toilets because the management have asked him to do that.
Because he's a good guy. He's a model professional. I think him playing.
We should go sign his brother. He's a goalkeeper.
Sweet, let's do it. Hey, we need a couple of those. I mean, actually,
we got 7 of them already, but
right. What's number 8, 9, 10? But what I was going to say was, wow, where'd we go? Oh, Gray getting minutes to me is huge because Gray. Let's be honest, he wasn't going to start. He wasn't going to be one of our starting 11. I don't think in theory this season. But the fact that he has been kind of thrown into there, I don't know. I think it's only a good thing. I think it's only from a couple of different standpoints. I mean, it'll boost his confidence because he's been playing well. It'll boost the manager's confidence in him, and it'll also get him more acclimated with the rest of the team. I think to understand, I think defense and midfield are 2 positions that overlap quite a bit. And I think the fact that he's played in our defense and that he understands how that's supposed to operate will help him whenever he does finally make the transition back to midfielder.
I agree with him 100%. Like, with Gray, this is a guy now who's played over 75 games of English football now by the age of 18. So it's becoming a very experienced, and you feel like every more game.
18 years old. 18 years old.
He is definitely. When I look at how the situation's been for the last couple of months, he's been one of the positive things that has come out of this last few months.
Him and Bergveld have been some of the most positive things.
When I look at it, I'm like, he's sort of like been one of the players who stood up. He's been asked to play anywhere. He's played anywhere. The one position he hasn't played is the position he probably signed to play for. When he wants to play where he wants to play, central midfield. But literally, I watch. That I like. Obviously, I watch a bit of Leeds as well, so I like the Leeds a lot. I wanted him at Spurs in the first place. I wanted him at Spurs place. I wanted Spurs to hijack the Brentford deal as soon as I knew Brentford went in from. As soon as I knew he was available. Sometimes you just know there's an opportunity to get one of these future really good. Sometimes you spot a player and you just know the player's going to be as long as.
Well, Real Madrid wouldn't come sniffing around, would they?
As long as the future goes well for them, sometimes you just know a player's going to be a good player. This player, as long as his future goes to what I predicted to be, he's going to be a very, very good player because his IQ on a football pitch for an 18-year-old quality, man. What he's been asked to do, the mental toughness that you can take from this period as well might actually help him as well. Having to experience the lows this early in his career as like a youngster and having to play like centre back a lot. And at times he's been guiding Dragerson, and Dragerson's is the actual natural centre back. It should be Dragerson guiding Gray. It's been the other way around.
Dragerson's 4 years older than him as well. With that, take that.
A high line. Right. Dragerson's a natural centre back, not this play on the front foot attacking kind of defender. He's a defender that, in the old-fashioned sense, is a defender.
But he's someone from Romania, Dragerson, who I noticed steps up for Romania as a leader. Like, I've not seen it too much like him being the defensive leader in that team for Tottenham at times. But it seems to be like Gray, even at 18, is like the one who's been standing up for the more consistent period during these 2 months. So, he's been definitely a positive. Bergwell's been a positive more recently. I think Gray's been a positive for the longer period where Gray's been Bergwell's stepped up for since before the Liverpool game. But now Bergwell's becoming I can see Bergwell's qualities now. Rye was one of the first people who thought we might have to loan him out. Where I think he's becoming like a player you can definitely see why teams like Barcelona wanted him as well, because he's got some qualities to him, man, on the ball as well. You can definitely see like he's going to be a player who's, as long as he has the right environment around him, and he doesn't do any like stupid stuff, and like he just like doesn't go for these stupid tackles all the time. Sometimes when he's on a yellow, because he's disciplined. He's going to learn his discipline over the years. He's gonna be a decent player, man. So I can see why Barcelona like looked at him and thought, yeah, they could like he's quite a good technical player as well. Got a little technical ability about him as well. So I can see why someone like Barcelona were looking at him for like their La Masia as well. So like,
for him to have someone like Becky as well on the team, you know, their national teammate.
That's why, yeah.
You know, he's going to have that easier settling in possession.
Decky played a massive part, obviously, in why we got him over Barcelona. He must have, because having his countrymen there, like, obviously, Barcelona just like, actually, Barcelona at this time are not going through their, but as a club, they're starting to be like, a bit more better, like, on the pitch, but off the pitch, they're still not going through their best periods. So, like, as a youngster right now, you don't really know where like that club goes, because every year they can't seem to register players when they sign a player. It takes them about 10 weeks to be able to register a player.
Oh, seeing as they took a certain player from Germany, and now he's a free agent. So
yeah, I remember
like
they took Olmo.
Colin, you're muted, dude.
They took Olmo. They took Olmo, and then they couldn't sign him back because they took weeks to register him. And it was getting to a point where he could have become a free agent if they didn't register him in time. So they had to get a special suspension, and they managed to fudge around to a special rule to manage to register him. But they do this every year when they get themselves into a situation where they have to like they're a mess, Barcelona. So I can see why maybe he picked us over Barcelona for like the longer term right now, because you don't know where Barcelona, because they don't seem to pick the right presidents.
The only reason why Barcelona is still in that league is because of how that league is run. If put it into potential, if they were over here, Barcelona, if they were in our league, they probably would have got relegated right down to the lowest tier because of what they've done.
Jose would know more about obviously Barcelona. I don't remember the actual owner, the one who was the dodgy one who got them to like loads of crap. He was the one who left them in a mess. I don't know his name. Yeah. It's not Laporte, whatever his name is. It's the one before. I don't know what his name is, but he's a dodgy one. And he's the one who left them in a mess.
Whether you're at Real Madrid or whether you're at Barcelona and you're the owners or either of them, it's all dodgy. So.
Yeah, no, but he's
Barcelona around Madrid like state run or like
he's the one around the time just before Messi left. I remember he was the one who proper left Barcelona with this little mess that they've been in for the last like 6 or 7 years, but they've never been able to get themselves out of it. But they can't register players every year. They sign about 3 or 4 players, and it takes about 3 months to be able to register them.
They need to get like 10 players off the books before they can register 4. They have, like Chelsea, they have a very, very big squad, but not enough room to be able to actually put those players onto a team. It's like when you hear players being linked to Chelsea now, do you really think as a player, do I really want to go to Chelsea? Do you think I'm going to be registered to play? Nah.
Am I going to be loaned? Am I going to be loaned? Yeah.
Am I going to be loaned out 5 years in a row and be sold off to a profit? I still remember they brought a defender back early in 2000. I can't remember his name, but it's been they voted him like Chelsea's worst ever signing as a defender. But the season before, he won the Champions League, and I can't remember his name, but he came in and I think he played like 3 times in the 4 years he was on his contract. I went asked, yeah, that's it. When asked, do you want to leave? He goes, why should I leave? I'm on 55 grand a week. I don't have to do nothing for it.
He's the famous player who just chilled on 3.5 years of his contract. I remember. Chilled on 3.5 years.
It's like him. You don't become a shit defender overnight if you've won a Champions League for 2 different teams, man.
Dutch defender. I swear he's Dutch. Pretty decent. He's played for Barcelona. He's played for Barcelona as well.
He was also Juve or Inter because he won the Champions League with them and with Barcelona. Then went to Chelsea.
Yeah, Winston Bogarde. He's one of the first ever. I remember he's one of the first ever ones to say, "Well, yeah, FU's." Then I'll just chill for the rest of my wages. Then
I still remember that player that conned his way into a football team, and he was like David. What's his name? Weir's like cousin or something, or one like someone famous.
Yeah, he tried to say Weah. George Weah was his cousin.
George Weah, that's it. He said he was like George Weah's his cousin. He played like 20 minutes.
Bolton. I think he played for Bolton. Right?
Yeah,
No, I brought out. I remember I brought out in a comment up the other day. Like this was taking the nick out of Ange. I said Ange is the biggest fraud in the Premier League since Ali Dyer. Ali Dyer was the one you're talking about, and he played for Southampton. And Graham Souness was the manager who fell for it. He got a call up. He got a call up from some guy pretending to be George Ware, and said, "Oh, my cousin's a really good footballer. Can you sign him?" And Souness fell for it, and he took him on, and he brought him on for like 15 minutes. Realised he's not even pub level. Was like, "What the hell is this?" And then took him right back off again. And I realised he'd been mugged off by some. Scam artist guy who only played semi-pro football before. He never played professional football.
I remember that.
He literally what he done is he literally just done what me or you might do, yeah. Just ring up like Spurs and just like try and say we've got a famous try and pretend we're someone and pretend we're gonna we're really good and try and earn ourselves 25 minutes playing for Spurs before they realise we're pants and they take us off.
I wonder if this guy thought he was actually going to make it. I don't know. There's a whole story to be dug into here. Like, did this fella actually think
someone like Graham Souness as well? Graham Souness is the legend of football. Is like proper had a world good career. Yeah? So someone like him who's like
Souness as well.
I can imagine how angry he must have been as well. He must have been really angry. He got done like that as well. Souness is he started at Tottenham as well. He started at Tottenham's academy, man.
He's kind of a.
So did David Beckham.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, Beckham was mad. He used to turn up to Tottenham training like Man United shirt.
Graham Souness is the mustache guy, though, right?
Yeah. Graham Souness is a massive legend at Liverpool and Rangers. But Beckham turned up in what was it, Tottenham training, like his Man United shirt, and his granddad's a massive Tottenham fan. That's why he went to Tottenham during that. Remember when he's in the MLS? He went to Spurs on loan. And sort of fell through. He was coming over and training with us. Do you remember? I can't remember. Was it like 2000? What year was it? About 2009, 2010? Might be around then years. It might have been a bit
10, 11.
Yeah, it might have been around then years. But he was training with us. It looked like he was going to go through, didn't it? During a little MLS promotion season, he was going to come on loan. And for some reason, we didn't loan him. But I remember he was training with the squad. That was all to sort of do his granddad a wish or something. Because his granddad wanted him to play for Tottenham in his career or something. His granddad was a massive Tottenham fan. I think Posh's side to Arsenal. I think Beckham's side, some of them are Tottenham.
That's awesome, man. Yeah.
It's your football history right there. David Beckham.
Exactly. And the Oracle is not even here today. Adrian, the Oracle. We're still
the Oracle, they're all nicking my name. Look at that.
Well.
They're all nicking my names. I called him the Oracle. Now look at everyone's calling him the Oracle, eh?
The Oracle, Adrian is the Oracle, mate. He is the Oracle, mate. He can literally, mate. You can learn, mate. You can just sit there and just listen back and just learn the whole history of Tottenham from Adrian, mate. Literally, he knows everything.
Man, it's just crazy, isn't it? You think about these things in the past, like where players could have played for.
I remember we could have Rivaldo back in the day. I remember years ago when we nearly signed Rivaldo. I was well hyped. So I was about 12 or 13, and then he nearly signed for us. I was like well hyped just after before he went to AC Milan.
And Ian Wright was on the books for Brighton. Brighton said he was too. Ian Wright, though, he was too short to play for Brighton. So was Roy Keane. He was on the books at Brighton. They said they were too aggressive.
I remember, even though Morientes didn't do well at Liverpool, I remember how close we were to sign Morientes back in the day as well. Stuff like that, we were actually well close to getting these players, man. And I feel like some teams, I know you get some of the players that get linked with now. Some of the players now are not even a touch of the players that used to play in the 90s and the 2000s, man. You're talking about Kluiverts, Morientes, the Aries. Oh, man. Yeah.
Kluivert still plays now.
Well, obviously not Patrick Kluivert. Obviously, Justin's pretty decent. He's actually, I never thought he was this decent until this season. Obviously, at Roma, he was never this decent. He's really stepping up, man.
Justin, who scored more goals than his dad in the Premiership.
Yeah, well, I've got to say,
something crazy. Gareth Barry's still playing football. Hurstfield Point FC. He was at the Brighton youth setup as well. Gareth Barry.
I remember him. Holy snap! Was he at City when I remember him?
He was at City, but he was at Brighton. He was at Brighton youth training. Well. Okay, Gareth Barry was a few years above me. He was in the Brighton youth setup and brought by Villa for 1.2 million.
I was in the youth. Yeah, he definitely at least did play for Man City, so I'm not crazy. That's where I remember.
He was decent at Man City as well, but I just remember he was at Aston Villa for years. He was really good at Aston Villa, man. quality
He was
player.
good at, he was good at
He's
Villa,
actually
but he
pretty
was great
decent.
at City.
Yeah. When he played for England as well, he was pretty decent for England as well. That little period he played for England, he's
Yeah,
actually
he
a
was
pretty decent player
insane
for
for
that little
England.
period as
He
well.
was insane for England. Barry. He was reliable as well midfield.
He used to do a job. He used to protect that defence as well. He used to do a really good job, man, as well. He's a good,
for some reason, he reminds me of Milner. Are they similar players?
I still can't believe that 38 Milner's still playing.
But James Milner's just like he's just an engine, mate. He's just like an engine. He just keeps sending out like he'll never stop until his legs.
He is a nice bloke as well, James. He lives like 20 minutes down the road from me, but when you see him out in Brighton, he's always got time for everybody, man. You know, with some players, they get pissed off, kind of like, leave me alone, I want to get on my day. Milner would be like, oh, yeah, man, come over here, picture.
I think James Milner started playing for Leeds when Leeds were in the Premiership before they got relegated the first time.
Yeah,
they were in the Premiership that first time, yeah, and they were down for like 17 years. Then they come back up there, coming back in the league for 3 or 4 years, then gone back down, and he's still playing. You're talking 23, 24 years later, and he's still playing. Like he has literally been playing for donks, mate. I think he's been playing. I think when he started playing, I was 11 or 12. I'm like nearly 34 now. I'm 34. He's been playing for 20, 21 years. I've seen hardly any of the actual Tottenham. Like I've not seen the FA Cup, so I've literally seen the 2 League Cups. That's why I'm so desperate for success.
I was lucky enough to see 3 cups in my lifetime. 91 FA Cup, 2 League Cups.
I'm at a point now where even like I don't really want to see the League Cup because the only 2 I've seen before. But I will take another League Cup now. It's not that desperate to see trophies, but I do want to win the Europa League because I want to win the European. I'm so obsessed with the European trophy. And I feel like the Conference League has made the Europa League more advertising now. Where people used to look at the Europa League a couple of years ago as like a joke. And now people
the Mickey Mouse Cup, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and now where people still have to realise that it was UEFA Cup. Yeah, back in the day, that was a very serious competition. And like, I feel like the Conference League has made people appreciate the Europa League a bit more now. So like, I look at competition as like, it takes a bit more prestige if you win it now compared to like if you won it 3 or 4 years ago. People used to look at it as a trophy tournament. Where the Conference League has made people appreciate the Europa League more. Everyone's like, right, they actually.
With West Ham, dude. Like I was having an argument with one of my other Tottenham supporting mates. He's a bit of a sometimes, but like one of our mates supports West Ham, and we were debating if it's a good thing for West Ham to win the Europa League. Sorry, showing my age now. The Europa Cup, the Europa League, or let some team from Italy win it. I was like, as much as I hate West Ham, I'd rather see the cup come to England, even though it's not with Tottenham, and give this league a bit more prestige. It brings over more players. More players want to come and play in this league because they might have a chance to play for these clubs, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, nah, fuck West Ham. They're shit. They don't deserve it. It's like, mate, I'd rather West Ham win it than some team from Italy. He just wouldn't get it. Poor old Ryan. I love him to bits, but poor old Ryan. Like, I'm sitting there like, oh, mate, shut up. Well, then I want us to go and win it this year, but I can't see us winning it.
What's that, Europa League?
Yep, won't win Europa. We're not going to win any of the cups, and we'll be changing.
It's one of them competitions when you look at it like.
Colin, even with all of our players fit, we still can't win. So
stop it.
It becomes a situation where they're 2-legged ties now, where it's not just one straight up. So you're going to have like 2-legged ties all the way to the final. So if we did have a bad first game, we can sort of. I was sort of favourite
with the League Cup.
I was sort of favourite. Us more.
Can I just say, sorry, you made me laugh earlier, Corey, so I'm going to do it again. Right. Take it as you want, but everyone knows her. How you describe her? It's down to you, but everyone knows her in one shape, guise, form, or another.
I love Ryan. He's been on all the other Tottenham channels as well. He's Tottenham forever. He's like pretty much everywhere, Ryan, because we were doing a bit for a while, like trying to make
I remember running your channel.
But Ryan's having a bit of a rough time at the minute, so that's why he's not really been about. So I don't blame him. I mean, I talked to him for the first time last night for the first time in about 3 weeks because he was checking in with me because of all the wind over here. I was like, mate, I'd rather go and get a kite and go and sit outside.
Yeah.
Bloody wind. I live in Brighton, mate. It's always windy down there, 100 miles an hour. That's like a normal gust to me.
I'm 33 miles away from you.
Oh, what, London?
No, London's about 90 miles away from you. I'm in Bexhill. I'm in East Sussex. You're in West Sussex.
I'm in Brighton.
Yeah, so you're West Sussex, and I'm in Bexhill. I'm East Sussex. I'm
Oh, I'm
33
East
miles from
Sussex,
you.
mate. I'm in the centre of Brighton. I live in Whitehawk.
I've always had Brighton down as West Sussex. Well, we class Brighton as West Sussex.
Well, yeah, it should just be Sussex at this point. No east, no west. It's just
Yeah.
fucking confusing.
But I play football with loads of the Brighton boys down here because obviously the nearest local club to where I am is Brighton.
Worthing, isn't it?
No,
Oh,
I'm Bexhill. Yes, I'm in between Hastings and Eastbourne.
Oh yeah, you're that way, aren't you? So you're West Sussex.
East
That
Sussex.
way.
We're east.
That's East Sussex.
West.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're east.
It's when you get to Hove, that's when it starts becoming West Sussex.
So that's north for me. That way's north.
That way, wait, France is south.
And
Scotland's
then
north.
That would make you guys very, very east.
Far away.
Yeah. Very
Mate,
east
you're
for me.
Indianapolis.
Okay.
You're in the middle of the land, my friend. You're in the middle.
You're
There's
right.
nothing
You got
but
that
farms
100%
in
right.
Indy, mate. I've got friends from Indianapolis. I mean, I'm a massive
Oh,
NFL
man.
fan myself, so. But like,
Oh, sweet, dude.
I know my geography
Colts.
of America, and you kind of like live in the heart with farms around.
It's the worst part, honestly. The armpit of the entire country. But
for anyone wants to know any of these fantasy football league updates, oh no, they've just scored.
Dude, I had a bet.
I was going to say in 90, it's 90 plus 8 minutes. It's Mallorca nil, Real Betis nil, and I was going to say the only person to predict the 0-0 was Gus Parker, but somebody has just scored.
That happened to me in the Spanish league yesterday. I was watching. Hold on, I can't even tell you what game it was.
Did Mallorca score?
Let me have a look. Who scored? Let me see what Dan Coyes has got.
Kansas is worse.
I ain't got that score.
Kansas is worse.
But I got thingy to win.
Okay, so you're not going to get a point at the moment. You're
down.
Us lot are a point up.
So
Scotland score, make it 2-0 Leicester, then we were right.
Oh, I had Mallorca to win, man. I looked at the league table. I thought they're ahead of better, so I'll go them to win them.
Yeah, but if you look, they're only ahead by about 4 points. But if you look at the goal difference of both teams, Mallorca actually had a player sent up in the 73rd minute. Now that I'm looking into it, and C. Bakambu has scored in the 90th plus 6th minute.
So yesterday, in the Las Palmas. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Sorry, mate. I was about to say my excuse is that I done them at like 1:30 in the morning. Yeah, so my whole brain was scattered. I don't even know why I was up that late because I had to be up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to go to work at 6. So Josie's messaging me in like another channel like, "Are you drinking as well, Dan?" Like, Ryan, the wonder why I ain't seeing Ryan today. He's still probably in bed.
Well, I was going to say, Ryan was pissed. Ryan said in the stream, he said, "I'm pissed out," and I was like, "Fucking hell."
But yeah, he probably went and had another 7-8 days after that. So he probably didn't see better about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. Ryan, mate, he's still going in the morning. He's quality, man.
If he was pissed at 2 in the morning, had another 7 or 8 beers, he ain't getting up by 11.
He's still sleeping, mate. But like I'm about to say, Josie's messaging me. I was about to say, I think, why am I still up at like 2 o'clock? I have to be up in 3 hours. So my whole brain, my whole predictions were quick and probably scattered, yeah? So my excuse is if I get 6 or 7 points this week, I've had 3 awful weeks now in a row about 3 weeks.
He's here, look, he's here. He's here, look. Lee, I was in Lee Gunners until 6 a.m. in the morning.
Madman.
Man, what were you doing in there?
He didn't get to sleep till about 8 or 9. He was on one last night.
I'll tell you what, Lee Gunner is the only Arsenal fan I'll watch, apart from when Arsenal have a bad match, and then I watch AFTV for a laugh.
Ryan, what time did you get up, mate? Because I spoke to you I messaged you about 1:45 in the morning, and I went to bed because I didn't realise that. I found it weird that Tony was on at that time of night because I just finished updating all the predictions that people had left on the stream. So I updated it all, quickly scanned, saw that he was on, went in there, and all of a sudden I saw Ryan in there. I saw Dan in there, and at 12:30, he got up at 12:30 today. Well, tell you what, if you've been drinking and up until 6 in the morning, you got up at 12:30, you've done really well. If I'd been drinking up until that time, there's no way that I'd be awake at 12:30.
Nah,
Anyway.
I'll be in bed till about middle of the evening.
I don't really drink like
wake up
anyway,
to the football, then go back to bed.
All Premiership games are now kicked off.
I don't really drink like that, so I'll probably be knocked out for bloody days. Because if I
The
jump,
reason
like,
I've not gone over to my mum's
more
because
than
I was waiting for the
4-5
Brighton
beers,
Everton match to like kick off, and then I'll go over to my mum's later on for dinner with my son.
I'm sort of hoping. I've had 2 awful weeks on predictions, yeah. So me coming out, I'm going to come out here now and say I look like a right muppet. Coming out early in the season and saying, "Oh, I'm going to win this, and it's going to be comfortable," because it's looking like I've done like a proper downward spiral, and I've taught myself
Dan, you said
like,
this last season, not just this season. You was telling us last
all
season.
right.
Wait till next season comes. You said to us, wait till next season comes. I'm going to play from the start, and I'm going to win it, and I'm going to win it. You said it last season.
Well, I actually rose for a little bit. Come on, surely. There's a little period for like 2 or 3 months where you're like,
Dan, I led predictions last year. It was between me and Totspurs all the way through, and I led it up until about 5 weeks before the end, and Totspurs overtook me, and that was it. I couldn't claw back.
I put myself in a position where I talk too much smack, and now it's really backfiring because I've seen how it's gone the last 2-3 weeks. I had awful weeks. I think I had like 7 and 7. So I've gone from like getting 15, 21 points in 1 week to getting 14 points 2 weeks combined together.
Oh yeah,
so I've completely like a downward spiral.
And then says he likes Northside, and look, people are bantering you now. Look, Nick's saying I took the first 8 weeks off to give everyone else a chance.
Oh, man. No, I'm getting bantered, man. It's come back to like probably bite me. Like I really have to like maybe keep myself stum until like February, March next time. You know, I have a leave.
There's an AFTV.
What's going to happen is
Sorry.
If I get my lead back, I'm going to have to play it cool this time, yeah, and just not start talking. Just play like a
keep it zip the lips, my man.
Play it humble this time, yeah. I'm going to have
a few seasons ago.
As Haaland would say, stay humble, huh?
That's exactly what I do. I never say nothing to no one. But Dan, you say to Drula, you could take tips off me. You started saying that to everybody. You lot can take tips off me. So you've dug yourself that hole, mate. You have.
A few seasons ago, when Brighton beat Arsenal down here at the Amex, you know, when they're doing their like AFTV thing outside the stadiums and all this business. Yeah. We should be beating these. We should be beating these like that. It's just me and my mate in the background pissed up like, well, you fucking didn't know. At the top of our voices, you can kind of faintly hear it in the fucking video on AFTV. That's awesome. It's so funny. They're like, oh, look, there's that Tottenham prick. Come down to watch Brighton. I went, yeah, I got a free ticket.
You should have, yeah, that's good stuff. I love AFTV after a loss, obviously. Why would you subject yourself to that in any other?
Mate. It's on the internet.
You don't like watching other people crash out and just go nuts?
Prime AFTV is the whole reason why I started watching YouTube, mate. I didn't even start watching YouTube until I was like, what is math videos on YouTube? Arsenal fans getting mental. That's the whole reason why it started about 2014, 2015. So thank you, Prime AFTV, because if it weren't for them, I don't think football YouTube would be massive from the start. Because they were the ones who started like the meltdowns, yeah. And I sort of want them to get back to that period again, where we can witness weekly Arsenal meltdowns to a point where they're literally losing the plot. On like not losing the plot like to the point where you know what I mean, like where it's like it's rant after rant after rant every week, where it's not Wenger out this time it's Arteta out. I want to see that every week for the next couple of seasons. So I enjoyed that for a couple of years because like they really turned on Wenger where he got really toxic, yeah. But it was prime A-star content. Watching that for a couple of years, watching their fans lose it about Wenger for 2 or 3 years because he weren't getting sacked. So they're going to get a point with Arteta soon, but they're going to be like out of Arteta. So
at least their fans can get behind each other when they want a manager or someone out of the club. We can't even rub ourselves together to get a manager out.
I agree with that. They're doing much more better than us. But right now, yeah, they said in the summer, yeah, they said all the last 2 seasons they've used Pep Guardiola as the excuse for not winning the league title. Oh, we can't beat this Man City side. They're too good. We can't beat this Man City side. Well, Man City fell off this season, yeah. Man City have given you an invitation this season to try and win the Premier League. And Arsenal have watched Arne Slot come in his first season and potentially win this league title while Arteta is sitting here after 5 or 6 years and is back to win sweet FA other than that first FA.
But have you seen every time City go off, they do their reset, don't they? So the season that Liverpool won the league, City reset themselves. City have
I
done
think Arsenal
poorly this
fans-
season and
yeah.
resetting themselves. City are
think
going to
Arsenal
dominate
fans have
again
to
for another
start-
5 years.
Yeah, I think Arsenal fans have to start realising now that Arteta's not a get over the line manager. I think that's what he's not. He might be a manager who can build them to that place, but he's not the one who's going to take them to that paradise land. I think they need to get over the line manager, and Arteta's not that line. You're watching 2-3 title races now. He can't get over the line, and he's what Pep sort of took a year off this year, and Arteta's not been able to take advantage. Liverpool have clearly been the best team in the Premier League this season, and the only way I'll see Liverpool not winning the league this season is if they have a massive collapse from here. Because I can't see Arsenal even outpointing Liverpool by what 4? Well, if Liverpool win their game in hand, they'd be 9 points clear. So what theoretically going to have to gain 10 points from Liverpool between now and the end of the season? I can't really see Arsenal doing it. You can't rely on Arsenal. City are too far off. City, 12, 15 points behind? If City had a few more games and got back on like a good run, you might be able to say, City might be able to get back into it. But they got to win 5 more games than Liverpool and hope that Liverpool lose 5 games. And I don't think Liverpool have even lost 5 games this season, have they, so far? They've lost, 2 or 3?
Right, Lord Rodney, your comment here, Lord Rodney. I've been saying ever since the start of the show, 5.5 hours ago, that if anyone has got to do predictions, go and leave them on yesterday's stream. People have done that, and if you chose not to do it, Lord Rodney, then it's another week that you've missed. That's all I've got to say on that, man. And the other thing is to update you, Dan. Graham didn't score in the first game either.
Oh, well, Cougar's catching up now anyway, isn't he?
Yeah, Lord Rodney, if you
He's
put them
right
in there, I'll get all the games. They're all still 0-0, so I can allow you now because they're all still 0-0. But if any of the games change, if any of the games change, then it won't allow you to have any of the first 5. But if you do them now, I'll get you in, mate. Right.
Check the old football scores.
It's all 0-0. Every single game is 0-0 in the Premiership.
Well, that's good.
So you got work today, Cole, didn't you?
Yeah, in about 2 hours. But I'll have football on if there's any matches later today. Let's see. Looks like there's a 1 o'clock. Oh wait, that's tomorrow.
My boss,
What's the latest match today?
I got tomorrow off work now, so I'm pretty chuffed about that. My boss just asked me if I wanted tomorrow off. I was like, yeah, I'll take that. So I got tomorrow off now, so I can chill.
I've got to work tomorrow too. But what time do we play? We play pretty early, I think.
2 o'clock. Well, 2 o'clock our time, so it'll be your time.
Yeah. So 8 a.m. mine. So I'll be done. The game will be over at like 10. I don't have to work till 11:30, so I'll have some time to chill.
I say we're like 4 or 5 hours ahead of you, aren't we?
6.
It depends where they are in the States.
I watch a lot of UFC and boxing, so I have to watch like early hours in the morning because a lot of them in America.
Oh shit!
I know about the time zones. So I have to stay up till like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning sometimes to watch UFC. UFC the other night didn't finish like 6 in the morning. Didn't start till 3 o'clock the main show. But I love UFC, man. So I watch it now.
Yeah, you put any money on those?
That's why I'm not working. Yeah. I like doing my bets. That's why I like doing my late night betting. That's why I like watching UFC as well.
So for Lord Rodney, can I just say, Lord Rodney, you have got them in prior to Bournemouth scoring their goal, so yours will count. So Bournemouth have scored, by the way, people. They've gone 1-0 up against Forest.
Again, a team with injuries still doing better.
Yeah, I got Bournemouth to win, look. I ain't going to stay 1-0 all game, but I got Bournemouth to win 1-0.
You've gone 1-0. You've gone 1-0 Forest.
Oh, I haven't gone. I just remember now. Well,
you got 0-1.
0-1 with Bournemouth playing away.
Home.
Play next.
Bournemouth at home.
Well, I must have got that wrong. I must have gone 0-1.
You did.
So, Jose, when you're talking about teams scoring late
I haven't got them written down. That's why I'm misplacing them in my head. Obviously, I knew it was 0-1, but I must have just got it the wrong way around.
Yeah, Colin, what was you going to say?
Yeah.
Teams that score late.
No one cares. But yesterday, I had a parlay going. Was winning. My last game it came down to was a game in Spain, and I'm going to butcher both of these teams' names, but Las Palmas and
Las Palmas.
Osasuna. Yep. So I had Osasuna to win, and that's all I needed. They were up 1-0. Las Palmas had got a red card, and it was like the 87th minute. And I looked at it, and I could have cashed out, but I was like, "Oh, I'm good. Red card, 87th minute." Up 1-0, got this. And I come back later expecting to see my total like higher than it was. And I was like, what the hell happened? And I went and looked, and in the 98th minute, Las Palmas got a goal back. I didn't even have the heart to see like how they scored it or like how it happened. But yeah, everybody, God damn it. That's why you don't gamble, guys.
Yeah, I can't stand them, bro. Especially when you got St. Rival about the 80s last-minute goals. When they go against you, they do my nothing. Oh,
Yep.
mate.
I thought everything was good. I got it.
There's no better feeling in football when you need the last-minute goal to go your way, yeah? But there's no worse feeling when it goes against you. Bloody hell, man. I feel like smashing up my TV. Obviously, I'm not going to smash up my TV. That's just pointless.
Yeah. Luckily, I've grown out of the like punching holes in the drywall. I don't do that anymore. But
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cause damage and make myself out of pocket even more after being out of pocket in the first place because I just lost the bet. Yeah, that's just stupid. So you see what I'm saying? It's like it gets to your point where you get your angry. Like, there's no better feeling when your team wins in the last minute and when you win a bet in the last minute. There's no worse feeling in the world when you lose the bet in the last minute, mate. Oh my days! Or when you lose bet when terrible. It's like one goal off, or like one where you have like up plus 2 goals and you need like one. I lost the bet the other week where I needed like one more corner, and there was so more corners in the first half. I was like, yes, this bet's gonna happen, yeah. And it was like I needed 3 more corners in the second. 3 more corners in the second half, and it was 2 corners. Sorry, mate.
Liverpool have gone 1-0 up against Ipswich, and Southampton have gone 1-0 up against Newcastle.
Whoa, not what I was expecting.
Maybe Southampton won't be the worst team ever in Premier League history.
What did I say to you guys on yesterday's show? The people who are watching the predictions, I said yesterday, Newcastle have got the longest to travel, and they weren't allowed to fly because of the gales and the winds in the north. So therefore, they had to change their plans. Eddie Howe said, we don't know whether we're going by coach, by train. We don't know how we're going to do it, but we can't fly.
I like to think that everybody just got in their car and they made a really long like caravan of cars. And just
for you to drive around to a friend's house, you do a 12-hour drive in America, cross states to go and visit a friend. Well, Newcastle to Southampton is not as far as 12 hours that you would drive in America because you lot are mad, but it's the longest travel that you're going to do from Premiership club to Premiership club. It's Southampton, Newcastle. It's the longest journey. On a coach, they reckon it takes about 10.5 hours on a coach.
Jesus, that's no short trip. You got to bring lots of snacks, lots of junk food, lots of candy. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Do you know who scored for Bournemouth? Clivert. Do you know who put Clivert in their fantasy football team today because Solanke's injured? So I had to do a transfer, and I brought Clivert in, and he scored. Oh, happy days.
Look at that.
I have not touched my fantasy football team in about 4 months.
I haven't touched mine since first week, unfortunately.
Well, Newcastle must be poor. Do you know who scored against them? Jan Bednarek.
Holy shit. I'm going to turn one of those games on.
I went 3-0 Newcastle, so that prediction's out the window. I definitely ain't getting the score prediction right. I know that. Bloody hell, I didn't even have Southampton to score a goal. So that went out the window straight away in the first 15
I didn't
minutes.
expect him to do it.
Oh, see, I didn't have the Bournemouth to score a goal, and they've scored. So that score prediction's gone out the window already. I can't get 2 already in the first 15 minutes.
It was all their injuries, and now look at them. They're already up. I've got that.
Bournemouth for one of their teams, though. They're like they've really got a system that's like really put into place for like Iriola. To point now where like even the players that are out injured just go straight in and slot in. Like they seem to really have a system that's really.
When everybody knows their role, I love it. I love teams like that.
That's how basically Ange's system. That's how basically Ange's system supposed like how Ange wants his system to be. He wants players who can like come in and just slot straight in and make an impact. That's where I feel like Iriola's done better than Ange there because like Iriola's been able to manage it and been able to make the players who have to come in slot straight in and make not really that much of a difference on the team. Where they've not lost in like 2 months now in the league, yeah. You have to start looking at it as like that looks really good on someone who's really inexperienced compared to Ange. He's only been around for about 6, probably not even 6, 7 years as a manager. Iriola, he's still very inexperienced manager. Like he seems to be someone who's like he seems to be the real like hot property manager right now. Like I see like another Pochettino there. How like he built up how Pochettino was in like Pochettino started in Spain as manager of Espanyol. We started at Vallecano or Valladolid. I think it was Vallecano. Done a pretty decent job. Has gone to a West Coast club like Poch did with Southampton. He's gone to Bournemouth. He's both got them playing decent football as well. And it's like he's ready to I don't know if he's ready yet to go to that next club, but I sort of earmarked for Poch to get the job at Tottenham when Poch was getting linked. Because we were going to get Van Gaal, and we didn't get Van Gaal. And if we would have gone for Van Gaal, we would have ended up with Pochettino. Pochettino was never the first choice to start with, and Van Gaal was. And Van Gaal picked Man United over Tottenham. So Pochettino sort of fell in our lap where it was like, yeah, he's our second choice, we're going to go for him. Because we could have ended up with Van Gaal this whole
And how did it turn out for Van Gaal?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, Can you imagine we'd gotten that guy in? Jesus, that's. I don't think Dele. I don't think Dele would have been half the player that he was.
Start off with. Hey, that wouldn't have worked.
We wouldn't have even got Dele if we had Van Gaal.
Yeah, but you see, Levy. Van Gaal's very outspoken. Yeah, says it as it is. Yeah, so him and Levy would have been a disaster waiting to happen as well. See how Conte didn't work with Levy? That's just like another Conte basically there. Van Gaal was a very outspoken manager, man. Says that as it is. He's very successful as well. He wouldn't have worked at Tottenham for nothing. Might have won us the trophy down the line, but he would have ended up in disaster down the long haul because he would have definitely fell out with Levy. That's a guarantee. Like how he is as a manager. But like buddy, Pochettino, like there's a similarity to Pochettino to Iraola. Like they're both like sort of like might take Tottenham when they were both in the mess as well. Tottenham in a mess right now. Can sort of like take over. Like he might be able to be the one who takes us to that level we need to get to. It might be. But I don't know. Colin, mate, I don't really know about manager, man, because I can't really see, like, it's been too long now where I've seen too much long period now where the results have not improved. Like, even with the injury crisis, I still see a lot of bad results before the injury crisis where it was like, I said before the injury crisis, Spurs lacked consistency.
With a full
and then people laughed
team,
because we had a good little run where it was like 6 wins out of 8, and a lot of them against pansy Europa League teams like Ferracab, whatever the hell, I can't remember their name.
Ferencváros.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about. Then we had Coventry in the championship side as well. No disrespect, we basically nearly went out that side. That's 3 games that were pretty winnable, easy matches. That record was papered down quite easily with poor teams that we were playing. We've not had the great record for the 12 months, man. So like, I can see why a lot of people were questioning Ange, man. It's like even before the injury crisis, we have not been on a good trajectory. Whereas like he's saying about the club's improved from where he took over. Has it really improved?
Thing is, now we've got to start looking at senior players need to step the fuck up. Basically, they need to step up. You don't like Sonny as a captain. It's not captain material. Should we sell Sonny? I love him, but it's time to move him on. He's 33. He's not the player he was 5-6 seasons ago.
Yeah.
He's not the player he was. He was not the player he was last season.
I don't really understand what he means by. I don't really understand what he means. The manager Ange by we've improved as a club from now when I took over. When he took over, we were like taking over from the Conte mess. But like, how can he really say that we've improved like from where we positioned when he took over to where we are now? Like. Where are we right now? We don't even know where we are right now as a club. How can he say that?
18 months.
How can he say right now is like we are in a better position? I can't really understand like where that sort of method of thinking is coming from. Like what sort of tells me like?
I just had a funny thought. So you got Ange. So like, if anyone's a Lord of the Rings fan, you know the book There and Back Again, A Hobbit's Tale. Ange is to 5th and 15th. The Postecoglou tale.
Yeah, I mean,
Dan, I think what he's trying to say, right? What he's trying to say is that from when he first came to the club, right, not position-wise, we're not going to talk about position-wise because that's clearly not the case. But I'm thinking about what he says is from when he's got to the club to the way things are now. He thinks that we're in a better place, i.e., the sense of what we're doing with the strategy with the unders, the way that we've got the academy running and stuff like that. He thinks that we're in a better place like that as a club in general. Not league position though.
Yeah, I understand, but even like when he says that like in club in general, does that mean then the transfer strategy? Because what can you say right now is like the transfer strategy going into this window, but because you can say, well, it's the club's in a better position. Well, he might think it's in a better position right now. I don't really see that this month has got me really, really worried. I can't really see like when he said it's like what's he basing it? He's basing it on like what he's seen before this injury crisis. He's basing it a lot on. I can't really judge a lot of this right now until all these players have come back. Because one of the big things I've had to like back him up on is a lot of clubs would struggle if they lost their first choice goalkeeper, their first choice two centre backs, and their first choice left back. A lot of clubs, that's like taking your core out of your goalkeeper. You're taking your two centre backs, and you're taking that's 4 out of 5 goalkeepers and defenders. A lot of teams will struggle. Could you imagine Arsenal took out Saliba, Gabriel, and took out, I don't know who their left back is. Who plays left back for them? Is it Timber?
Yeah.
Whoever
they
it
play
is,
right back?
Nah, their fullback, their left back was they've both been injured, didn't they? They had Tierney, they had Zinchenko, but now they're playing. Is it? Is Lewis Skelly play? No.
Oh, it's Skelly. He's pretty decent as well. But
whatever happened to the Japanese fellow that they got?
Tomiyasu.
Yeah, he's injured. He's injury prone as well, man.
I was going to say he's still chopping up Wagyu beef live.
I don't even know what's happened to him. I ain't seen him in Egypt play, man. He's
a chef in a Japanese restaurant chopping up Wagyu beef live.
Good stuff.
What is it? Literally, imagine Raya. Obviously, they lost Raya as well. Neto's a massive drop to Raya. I know Neto was a pretty decent keeper at Bournemouth, but he's nowhere near Raya's level. So like, Arsenal would obviously lose a bit if they lost. A lot of teams would struggle if they lost them 4 players. That's what I started to say. Like when them players come back, like all fit, or even 2 or 3 of them come back, you've got to sort of judge him. Like because right now he has had to play a really makeshift back 4 for like how long? Only 2.5 months. Did 2 months? A lot of teams will struggle with a makeshift back 4 down the line. Even though tactics obviously might make him vulnerable to like this, still a lot. You can sort of say, well, what if he did have his back? Van and Romero and Adoji? We wouldn't be sitting in this position, surely, wouldn't we? 15th from the league if we had them 3 players. That's what I mean. So that's why I look on the other side. I'm like, well, if he gets his players back and he gets a couple players in, and then he does show he can be a bit more adaptable in games, maybe he can turn it around. But it's not looking good.
I just seen Ryan's comment.
You know
Did you get your championship predictions in, Jose? Do you know what, Ryan? I realised when I got back from football last night that I'd missed. I saw the Sheffield United Hull result, and I thought, wow. I thought to myself, well, I would have had that as a home win. Anyway, I looked on the Super Brute. I hadn't done my predictions, so I did them for today. I did them last night for today. But suffice to say, looking at the first set of games that we played today, I think I got the Norwich to beat Swansea, but not by 5-1. I don't even know whether I went for Luton to beat Millwall, but Millwall won that game. And Stoke City Oxford, I definitely went for a Stoke City win, and that was a 0-0 draw. So, not looking good on Super Brute. I was catching you up, by the way, Ryan. I could see I was catching you up, but obviously not. I can see the 2 Americans here with their humour. Roundtable Talk says Newcastle to Southampton is a 5.5 hour drive. That's like Kansas City to Dallas. It's more than a 5.5 hour drive. And then Colin says that's like here to Chicago. That's like where you are to Chicago.
Yeah, no big deal.
And then you're being asked how far you're away from Bentonville. So yeah, this is brilliant when they start talking about their their travel. Rob says, thank you very much for whoever gifted him the membership to me. I was painting, just noticed it. Thanks. Rob, it could have been today. It could have been out of Peter Kagaius, David Shear, or Dekaru. Any one of them 3 might have gifted you. I can't remember who's gifted what today.
And what's the common thing between those 3 people?
They're all Australian.
Being really nice.
And they're all Australian.
And they're all Australian, yeah.
And they're all Australian. And apart from being all Australian, they've all supported Tottenham since the 80s. Which is the one thing they got. And Tigaro, who was on earlier, they've all got one thing in common. They all started supporting Tottenham in the 80s because they're all older gentlemen. Right, Newcastle apparently have equalised against Southampton. So someone has just said, Isak scored, says Ryan G.
Well, of course he did. I love that guy.
Eden says Havertz should have scored for Arsenal. It would. I love it if Wolverhampton Wanderers can turn them over today. If Cunha could rip him a new arsehole, like I was saying last night in the West Ham channel chat. If Cunha turns up, he could rip Arsenal to shreds. if he turns up.
Aren't we still linked to Cunha, though, aren't we? Well,
Hope so.
linked to.
I think anyone in their right mind, though, Corey,
Interested in.
I think anyone in their right mind should be looking at someone like Cunha, because I think Cunha would improve any team in the Premiership. I think he's that good. I think he's a very good player, Cunha. Me personally, that's my opinion. I think Cunha's a very good player.
Yeah.
So, right, guys, you know what? It's coming up to 6 hours, and I'm going to have to call it, I think, because I've got to go and pick up my daughter from the station.
I got to go too, so that's perfect timing.
So what I'm going to say is I'm going to thank all the people that have come on today. So Dan, Corey, Colin, thank you guys. Brian Daigle, Johnny Bethnal Green, Tigaro for all being on earlier as well. I need to thank Peter Kagais for gifting 5 memberships. Corey for becoming a YouTube member. David Schiff,
I was a member beforehand, but I just haven't been around on the internet.
Yes, fine. David Shear gifted 1 out. Peter Gaius gifted 1 out, and Dekaru gifted 1 out. They're all. This is the stuff. They went for a funny patch, and then you've got Peter Gaius who gifted out a further 5. So thank you very much to you guys for sponsoring the show, as per usual. So well done, and yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow, boys. I'm hoping. Well, I'm not hoping. Tottenham, and Kuba said to me that I've opened up the door for Dr. Tottenham. I said Tottenham will turn up. Tottenham will beat Leicester tomorrow, and I'm gonna stick to that.
Boom.
If Tottenham beat Leicester tomorrow, I'll do a forfeit.
Why have you got to do a forfeit?
Because I said we'll lose 2-0 to Leicester.
Who have you said that to?
Everyone.
Oh no, yeah, but with us, we've got predictions league, so we've all put our scores in there. So, you know, we've got them. There's evidence. There's factual evidence. So you won't owe us anything if Tottenham win tomorrow. But for the rest of us that do it, yeah, we can see who's done what and what not. So, yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And you know, come on, you mighty Spurs. Take care, everyone. Have a blinder of a weekend. What remains of it. So take care, everyone. See you later. Bye.
Bye, everybody.